In the dark, stifling space, the light seemed swallowed, only heavy gasps echoed, and smiles twisted into grimaces. The battlefield stained red, bloodlight kept raining down with no escape. People fell one by one, yet faint rays of hope slipped through. We've finally come this far. Even facing fury, he still held onto his will. If we can defeat it, we will. Everything happened too fast. That light pierced straight through Gray Lee's chest. The sudden pain made him freeze for a moment. His chest was pierced, his eyes went hollow. Gray Lee's dream had to end. Gravity left his body and his legs gave out. No strength left, he collapsed. Only regret remaining, so this is how it ends. Blood pooled on the ground amid the corpses of the fallen. He slowly accepted it. This was a mortal blow. Looking at the ruins and his fallen comrades, Gray felt ashamed. In the end, am I going to die without being able to do anything? His gaze filled with hatred, aimed at the creature hovering in the air. One day, an unnamed scourge appeared and erased entire continents. It was humanity's enemy, the Purger. It kept destroying. Gray watched those who stood firm with shields taking the blows and could only entrust his wishes to them. The group formed to protect humanity included a young man who survived the impact of a giant meteor, the world's protective shield, Brian Miller. The blue-haired girl summoned multiple magic circles at once. A great sage said to possess the power of an entire legion, the great sage Bella Albright. The boy in green armor wielded a bow. Every arrow he shot had deadly sharpness and pinpoint accuracy. An archer who once felled a high-level dragon with a single arrow. The divine marksman Jacob Bloomfield. The yellow-eyed girl never flinched from danger, using her speed to overcome all obstacles. The strongest swordswoman in history, Sword Saint Amy White. Seeing them, Gray grew even more self-conscious. While we were called the support unit, he had long known everything. It felt like being used and then discarded. The truth was harsher. We were just sacrificial pawns. Gray watched their skillful, powerful combat and felt admiration. These people were truly on another level. I know graduates from the United World Academy are all very talented. Seeing the warriors close in so easily, he gradually realized the gap between him and them. He hadn't expected the divide to be so vast. The Purger was suppressed by orbs of magic. Gray trembled on the ground. On Amy's side, the assault continued relentlessly. Her sword strikes were full of force. Gray's resentments finally reached their peak. The humiliation could no longer be contained. We also trained so hard, but Amy used her speed, forcing the Purger to stay on the defensive. A powerful strike finally injured it, but it showed no fear. It reveled, "Oh ho, you wounded me." Now its body radiated a strong, crimson spiritual power. It felt completely different from before. It was growing stronger. Good, it's time. The Purger was forming a spiral. In an instant, it turned into long blade-like slashes, lunging straight forward. All the others were cut down in a single strike, bodies severed. What a cruel scene, and the only one left alive was a nasty fellow. Gray's pupils contracted. He was stunned. Everyone else was dead. The Purger looked calm, so it was serious after all. Gray couldn't believe it. It annihilated them in one stroke, and yet it said it had been playing around. Then he slowly closed his eyes. No. Remembering the chaos, Gray accepted the harsh truth. There was no way to win. His body lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly Gray Lee snapped awake. Eyes wide. Wait, how long has it been since my heart was pierced? Looking at his reflection in the blood pool, he couldn't help wondering how he was still alive. The drip of blood, then a voice, "Found you." Gray felt pulled into another space. Before him was a magical light. It slowly opened into a black hole, beckoning Gray. "Come here, you who possess enormous power." He froze. The feeling was hazy. A world opened up like a great city inside. Gray could stand, his wounds healed. Where am I? Is this an afterlife, though the place feels a bit desolate? He felt watched and turned his head, and there was more. Behind him stood a figure in a black cloak, mysterious. "Who are you?" The figure was Kronos, his face hidden but exuding solemn authority. Kronos began to explain. "You are not dead yet. Your wounds have all been healed." An ancient magical space appeared, bathed in dazzling golden light. Gray Lee was aghast. On the screen was the body he had been injured in earlier. He asked softly, "Did you heal me?" Kronos replied calmly, "No, not I, but your own power." Gray remained skeptical. He touched his chest, "My own power." Kronos admitted helplessly he couldn't explain it. Even he couldn't precisely analyze Gray's power. Kronos spoke with confidence and seriousness, assuring him that his power could surpass the Purger's if he learned to control it. Gray still doubted. "You mean I could win this battle?" Kronos was cold but resolute. "I don't know, and I don't have high expectations, but I believe we should destroy the Purger, that's why." Before he finished, Kronos thrust forward and pierced Gray's chest again just like before. Then he quietly instructed, "There, you can go now." Gray's chest was protected by a magic circle, and he slowly returned to his own timeline. Kronos' voice echoed, "I will lend you my power." Everything happened like a dream. Gray returned to his body still lying on the ground. He slammed his sword into the ground, forcing himself to stand. The blade began to change, the tip shifting color, this is. From a common weapon into a black sword, Kronos' voice still lingering. Now it is your power. My power is not something mortal eyes can see. Gray Lee was ready for battle. The noise alerted the purger. The moment it turned, Gray closed in and attacked. His slash was full of force. Now Gray was brimming with murderous intent. He was determined. The purger sensed that powerful mana. Impossible who knew someone this strong existed. He stepped back cautiously to assess. It seemed he'd dealt some damage. Like a lightning bolt, his body surged with spirit power, and Gray advanced without hesitation. He focused to find the enemy's weak point. My power is greater than yours. Before Gray could finish, it counterattacked swiftly. Don't underestimate me. He froze, then in an instant his body was severed in two. Gray realized it too late. He was utterly horrified. Seeing the mangled body and blood spraying everywhere, the purger looked arrogant and smug. Kudos to me, apparently. Then it turned its back, unguarded. You forced me to use a fraction of my power. Suddenly from behind, a pair of blazing red eyes stared at it as if to burn everything down. The purger's body seemed crushed by an unseen force. A body wrapped in dark magic stood upright before it. In that hand gleamed a black sword. It was Gray hovering in midair. He wasn't dead. The black smoke wasn't just on the sword, it had fused with his body. The purger began to panic. What the heck? It quickly raised its shield. You are really human. Half of Gray Lee's face had become distorted. The black sword now grew colossal and struck straight at the purger. But the force was so great that the shield shattered in an instant, and the blade sliced the creature in two. The blow also carved a huge groove into the ground. The purger still asked its foolish question, "Are you truly human?" Gray's voice was full of wrath as he faced the killer. Shouldn't that be my question? A gruesome laugh rang out, and Gray took a step back. Though cut deeply, the purger kept living. It rasped, "You're still alive. Indeed, your power can't be ignored." It breathed heavily, then pressing close to Gray, it hissed threats. I'll crush you over and over until you die." Not wanting to bicker with a madman, Gray mustered all his strength and slashed straight at it. The strike was powerful, severely wounding it. Yellowish fluids poured from its body. It surely screamed in pain and cursed the monster, but the purger suddenly halted, clasping its hands as if casting a spell. Its body began to emit strange lights as it focused to commune with the great power within. Its wings shifted to iridescent colors. Its palms faced each other, preparing to cast magic, and between them formed a magic circle. The time continuum suddenly warped, and night fell, enveloping everything. The purger muttered, "Time's up." Watching the moon rise, Gray was a bit puzzled. What's this, suddenly night already? He flashed a sharp grin, unbothered. Somehow Gray was already behind the purger. His voice murmured, "So what?" Then he unleashed a strike aimed straight at its neck. But now it seemed to have a hard, sturdy protective membrane. Gray froze for a moment. The purger sneered arrogantly. "Useless. In this dream realm, nothing can harm me. Stop resisting. Gaze upon the stars one last time." Gray was frightened. He stood motionless, afraid to move. From deep within those eyes, you could see a light from the sky hurtling toward him. It sped toward him incredibly fast and was growing larger. It was big and bright like a star in the sky, the purger's voice creeping into his mind. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Now that star has come very close, it looks like a giant fireball." Then it plunged straight down where Gray stood, causing a horrific explosion that wrecked everything around it. The purger flew up and looked at the rubble. After a while, the blast site had become a deep crater, but there was no sign of Gray. It grinned smugly. "You won't be able to resurrect once you've turned to ash." But from above, a magic gate began to appear. The purger was baffled. What the? As it took shape, it resembled a timekeeping clock, and he vaguely recognized it. "This is..." Kronos' voice echoed. "You've gathered an impressive source of power. This should be enough to send you back." Hearing that familiar voice, the realm panicked. "No way, Kronos." Kronos, unseen, sat calmly and continued. "Do you hear me, wielder of great power? Use my full strength. I will send you back to the past." The purger's agitation peaked as it yelled, "Kronos, you bastard." Ignoring its shouting, Kronos carried on with his action. "This is all I can do for you." The time clock began to wind and reverse into the past. As time rewound to one, his voice faded. "I entrust the fate of this world to you. Perhaps this isn't the end, but a new beginning for Gray." Gray Lee woke up. He was lying on green grass. The sky was clear, and the world seemed peaceful. He slowly sat up. Where is this? The surrounding scene felt healing, a place full of life. Looking into the distance, he suddenly recognized mountains, houses, villages. His hometown, Renato. Everything felt nostalgic, like a dream. It had been destroyed 15 years ago, so why is it here? Gray vaguely recalled Kronos' last words and snapped awake. What he said earlier actually happened. The excitement made his injured wrist ache sharply. Examining his wound, he pondered. This injury, right, during this time Belder and the others often bullied me. His body began to tremble. He told himself he couldn't let them beat him like that anymore. In the past, Gray felt too weak to fight back, and they were strong. He couldn't win, so he wanted to carry on that fate, not daring to think too far ahead. Killing the Purger was just a fanciful dream. Gray stood up and walked toward the forest, calming himself. Once I'm a bit stronger, I'll deal with them. I don't want to get hurt. He suddenly stopped midway. It was Belder's gang blocking the road on purpose, each with an annoyingly smug look, creepy as heck. Belder spoke condescendingly. I've been looking for you, what a nuisance. Gray, fed up and not wanting to argue, they tossed him a sword and ordered, take it. He had no intention of complying and stayed silent. Seeing that, the others pressed in more. Don't play dumb, let's have a little fight. Gray Lee tried to dodge, worried about his condition. Oh, fight? Sorry, my wound isn't healed. Thanks for the invite, but I can't join until I'm better. Belder and his crew had no intention of letting it go. They openly scorned him. Belder pretended to reassure, don't worry, the blade's dull, so you'll be safe. Seeing their ugly intent, Gray Lee bluntly exposed it. No matter how dull the blade, it's still a big chunk of metal. Hit someone in the wrong place, and before he finished, Belder cut him off. He didn't want to be taught a lesson and couldn't be patient. Shut up, and in a fit of anger slammed his sword to the ground. Belder began to threaten. You have the right to refuse, do you, if you don't like the sword? Then showing off, he lunged forward confidently. Then fight barehanded. Gray was utterly astonished. He wanted to fight me while I'm unarmed? How's that supposed to work? He tried to reframe the past. Before the rewind, an ex-medic had told him the reason his swordsmanship never improved was the childhood injury. Thinking back, maybe the life of a useless loser like me began right then. Not wanting to regret it again or live a wasted life as before, he unconsciously dodged Belder's strike. Gray Lee was surprised at what he'd just done. He was puzzled by Belder's attack. Still hazy, Belder launched the next strike. And this time he avoided it too. Always so slow, huh? Belder tried hard to take Gray down, but he dodged everything. It was like he grasped the key. No, not quite. Belder fumed at being unable to hit him. Damn it, why can't I land a blow on you? When the sword was about to slice his face, Gray merely focused on the motion. Then he gently avoided the strike, deftly slipping through each arc of the blade. He understood his body better. He had become faster. Belder's companions were all stunned. The mushroom-headed one couldn't believe it. The way he moved, as if he'd become a different person. Gray quickly picked up the sword from the ground. Maybe he could get back the body he once had. This time he gripped the sword tightly, determined to resist, though he still carried memories of past fights. Belder attacked from above, aiming to finish him. Take this. Contrary to his expectation, Gray countered. The force sent him reeling and stumbling backward. This time Gray worried, but he worried more for his opponent. Just like that, he fell. Really, could you beat someone who fights like an amateur? After pondering, he decided not to yield this time. No, he didn't deserve mercy. These trash tormented him because he couldn't fight back. Now he wanted to change his shameful past, his eyes resolute, but somehow that no longer seemed right. Gray struck, chopping Belder's sword flying off to the side. He panicked, damn it. This situation he'd never faced before. He let go of his sword that easily. Even more chicken than chicken itself. With no weapon in hand, Gray began to school him. Maybe you've never been taught how to block a blade. Then he stomped the ground hard to intimidate Belder, who flinched. But don't worry, because you lot taught me that. Gray raised his sword high, smiling, though his eyes showed clear hostility. As long as the blade's dull, hitting people is fine, right? The slash cut across Belder's shoulder. Blood flowed, leaving him bewildered. Fresh droplets spattered his face, reminding him of the pain. Belder stumbled to his knees, clutching his shoulder and crying out in agony. Things went beyond Gray's control. This wasn't in his plan. He hesitated. Wasn't the blade supposed to be dull? Suspicious, he lifted the sword to check. The edge was nicked. Gray was a bit flustered, clearly dull, but if it had been sharp, the guy might be dead. But that didn't make him merciful. A moment later, his gaze turned icy. Gray slammed the sword across Belder's face with a heavy blow, drawing blood. His nose bled, 2 teeth cracked. The impact sent him flying backward. Gray felt no pity, only thought, I'll keep this dull sword. Gray Lee stepped closer. He completely dominated Belder, who crawled on the ground. Gray sneered, what's the matter, screaming like that? Belder trembled to the point of tears, but Gray kept berating him. The one who said a dull sword is safe, remember. His face relaxed now. Though he smiled, the anger was plain to see. It's you, isn't it? Belder was too scared to speak. Just when it seemed he'd repent, he barked orders to his cronies. What are you standing there for? Beat him. The fat one hesitated after watching the fight, but then suddenly got bold. The mushroom head stayed belligerent as ever. charge together, grab him from behind. They all lunged from different directions to surround Gray. Unfazed, he stood coldly. Oh, want another round. The lot crazily attacked at once, while Gray remained motionless. He muttered, I was going to let it go, but now all you hear are cries and groans of pain. Each of them has bruised, swollen faces, kneeling on the ground. Seeing them reminded Gray of darker days when he feared these guys. He suddenly interrogated, You lot from the Saria sword school, right? Belder couldn't meet his eyes, but admitted it. The fat one also confessed. We thought we were strong enough, so we haven't gone there lately. Gray was exasperated by their childish thinking. Strong enough, huh? I shouldn't expect much from the school, but still it helps. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he made a request of Belder's group. Introduce me to the school. They only accept people by referral, right? Humiliated, Belder hesitated. Can you ask someone else to vouch? If I tell the master I lost, I can't imagine what he'd say. Gray swung his sword through the air threateningly. So, shall we finish what we started? Belder's face went pale with fear. Like a ghost chasing him, he abandoned his mates and ran off, shouting back, I'll recommend you, the school is this way. His followers were stunned. What, hey, wait, Belder, don't leave us. Sometime later, Belder and the others had led Gray Lee to a town. While walking, he was curious, Why do you want to go to the dojo? Gray answered indifferently as if it were obvious. This dojo has referral slots for the academy, right? Belder had skipped school for days, so he only vaguely knew. Yeah, he'd heard about that. Gray said that's what interested him, that's why he wanted to go. The long-haired guy cut into the conversation. I think you don't even need the academy, you're strong enough already. Gray Lee was strict with himself. He wouldn't let praise make him lazy. If he really were enough, how great would that be? He recalled the battle with the Purger and fell into thought. He'd heard even the world's strongest formation wasn't a match for the Purger. Even when I used that power, I couldn't deal damage. Even when it was fighting seriously. The image of the Purger strengthening itself pushed him further. How much stronger must I become to beat that thing? However, it's not impossible. Lost in thought, Belder signaled they'd arrive. The only reason he came to the dojo was to get stronger. At that moment, even sensing it for just a second, he could already control the dark force. He tried to remember training with the holy sword. What he focused on in that instant was the real sword that the holy blade taught him. Gray always regretted that if only he'd spent more time practicing swordsmanship under the same conditions as the holy sword, the outcome of the battle might have been different. After everything, he finally understood his mission in returning to the past. Surely that's why Kronos brought him here. A girl's voice pulled him back to reality. So in short, what do you want to tell me? Belder's group knelt on the floor apologizing while the other person interrogated them. Surely their master. Saying you used tactics learned from me to bully a civilian and ended up getting your faces slapped. The master was a young woman with platinum hair covering one eye. She was sternly punishing her students. The Saria Sword Dojo's instructor. Belder still tried to excuse himself, not genuinely repentant. We didn't mean to bully him, it was just a test fight. Angered, Saria struck him hard, sending him flying a long distance. The others sitting nearby trembled. Saria taught with authority, who gave you that excuse? If you consider beating an unarmed person a test fight, then what happened just now was a test fight, right? She pointed her sword straight at Belder's eye, disappointed and unforgiving. Go and never come back. All of you, from now on, never call yourselves students of this dojo again. Belder's group obeyed, then helped each other outside. Saria immediately turned back and knelt sincerely to apologize for that. Apparently my former students caused you a lot of trouble. Gray didn't want to hold a grudge, no need to worry. She sincerely thanked him for his kindness. Then she got to the main point. Earlier I heard you want a referral to the academy. Gray didn't deny it. Saria pulled a wooden sword from the rack to apologize for the trouble Belder and his lot caused before writing the referral letter. She said she needed to verify his ability. Saying that, she handed the sword to Gray Lee. He complied, understood. The two began a trial match. Saria yielded. Attack first, when you're ready, come at me. Wasting no time, Gray Lee attacked. Come on then. Gray used his speed, while Saria deftly defended. Watching his strikes, she couldn't help but assess. His real swordsmanship is impressive for his age, as if he'd been in countless fights. Gray fought with everything he had, then suddenly lowered his body. Then he attacked from the side. Saria acknowledged that talent, Belder and the others just weren't on his level. Gray's movements were sharp with no wasted motion, mostly self-taught, though occasionally his sword lines resembled what the academy teaches. Saria grew curious, had someone taught him, but it's still rough, talented though he is. She felt pleased with the new student. He's an uncut diamond. Saria began to fight seriously. Sad it's ending here, but it's time to wrap up. Now she's even faster than before. Gray refused to back down and ran past the instructor. With keen senses, she parried the attack. Gray read Saria's movements, Not only dodging, he matched her motions. His spirit made her constantly wonder, oddly enough, how is he still unshaken? How can he keep up with me? Saria's body began to tire. She faltered. I only meant to test him a bit, so why am I giving it my all, and why am I? She froze, genuinely afraid of this kid. Gray swung hard, forcing her to retreat. Saria hesitated, had a bad feeling. It's just a strong swing, right? After the slash, the wooden floor cracked. Saria felt amused and declared, that's enough, we end it here. But that confidence was quickly cut down. She was stunned to see her sword snapped by Gray. Taken aback, Saria couldn't react in time and stammered out a cry. Moments later, her wooden sword rolled across the cold wooden floor. Watching it, Gray thought to himself, feels like back then. So I have that power now. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit him. The pain came so suddenly he collapsed, letting out a loud cry. Seeing his odd behavior, Saria asked in concern, what's wrong, are you okay? Gray clenched his teeth in pain and guessed his body couldn't keep up with that power. Immediately, Gray tried to steady himself and shakily rose, forcing out uncertainly, I'm fine. Sweat pouring down, thinking I'm about to fall. I shouldn't use this power recklessly. He hesitated, looking at her. Should I tell her about this? Sensing Gray's unusual stare, Saria frowned in puzzlement. After composing himself, he quickly pushed away the thought. Better not mention it. Even if I did, she'd hardly believe me, and it's something I can't even control. Awkward, Gray scratched his head and explained to Saria, I was just a bit distracted. Hearing that, Saria fell silent as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Stunned that he broke her sword with a dull wooden stick, she thought silently that was utterly impossible. Finally, she concluded, he must have noticed it too. Seeing Saria remain motionless for so long, Gray grew uneasy and asked hesitantly, is something wrong? The more she watched the smaller boy before her, the more Saria's concern about his matters grew, so he doesn't intend to tell her. Thinking that, she closed her eyes and adopted a serious expression for a long moment. After thinking, she turned her back, walked to the trash, tossed the broken wooden sword in, and said, all right, you said you want a referral to the academy, right? Hearing her question, he tensed but answered, yes, I heard you can do that. No sooner had he finished than Saria affirmed, yes, of course I can recommend you to the kingdom's most prestigious academy, the Royal Sword Academy. She paused a moment, then hesitantly offered her opinion, but I advise you not to go there. Her expression darkened and she lowered her voice to repeat, you are not suited for that place. Her words dragged Gray's mood down into a silent, gloomy abyss. He gripped the wooden sword tightly, thoughts of shame flashing through his head. I know it's because I'm not strong enough. After all, I hardly did anything except that final moment. As if reading his mind, she spoke to dispel his disappointment. The place you should aim for is the World Union Academy. Her decisive words surprised him, so much his pupils constricted. Once more she spoke to banish his confusion and confirmed where he needed to go. Not the kingdom's top academy, but the world's top academy. Her words made him startle, thinking, the World Union Academy. Isn't that where the Holy Sword and the others came from? Surprised by the news, he blurted excitedly, someone like me could get in there. Saria shook her head helplessly and said, no, you can't. She then explained Gray's current situation. You must have realized yourself that your body right now is completely unqualified to be a swordsman. She adopted a solemn, judging expression and said seriously, you might fool people at the Royal Academy with skill, but at the World Union Academy that's impossible. How could you reach that level with such a weak body? Unable to refute her harsh words, he stammered, right. For a moment his eyes filled with disappointment and heavy thoughts pressed in. Everyone who enters that academy is truly monstrous. With this body, I don't even stand a chance. In the soft light of the room, Saria looked cold. She said dispassionately, giving up already? There's still 9 months until the entrance exam. Knowing how much time he had, Gray nervously replied, only 9 months. Saria agreed, yes, maybe not enough time. She hesitated, then asserted firmly, but trust me. She growled threateningly, these 9 months, are you ready to endure torture? Gray looked at his palm and vaguely answered, I don't want to endure torture, but I'll do it. Clasping his hand over his chest, Gray declared heroically, please take care of me for the next 9 months. Satisfied with the reply, Saria smiled smugly and said, well said. The atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Gray trembled as he listened to Saria's voice. So now, Saria put on a terrifying expression and threatening tone. Let the days of hell begin. Immediately images of Gray's grueling days flashed by, overlaid with Saria's stern demeanor, in which she was always shouting, eat. Time flew, and it was suddenly 8 months later. After long training, Gray's body had become firmer. Seeing his condition, Saria pondered and praised, you're more muscular now. Pride clear on her face, she smiled lightly with arms crossed. I have nothing left to teach you. From now on, walk with confidence. Gray froze briefly, surprise in his eyes as he asked, but the exam's still a month away. Seeing his surprise, Saria explained, taking the test in an unfamiliar place will be hard for you, so it's best to go early. After explaining, she held out a brown pouch to him and said, "This is travel money and enough food money for 1 month." Sensing her courtesy, he awkwardly waved his hand to refuse, but isn't leaving a whole month early a bit much? Golden sunlight streamed through the small windows, lengthening the two of their shadows. Gray joked, "It's like you want to drive me out of the village." A faint smile brushed her lips, mingled with half-closed eyes. Calmly comforting, don't overthink it. Suddenly Gray mentioned something that made Saria startle. "I heard a goblin lair was found nearby, and there aren't many guards in the village either." Saria didn't deny it. She softly said, "Ah, right, a lair was found." Looking briefly flustered by the surprise, she quickly turned away to avoid the topic and gently explained, "But it doesn't concern us." She smiled lightly, reassuring that the capital will send aid, so we needn't worry. Then she quickly calmed his worry. "Go take the exam, don't fret." As if predicting everything, Gray mulled seriously to himself. She's lying. There will be no aid for the village, and before the village is destroyed, the master will die. The image of Saria sprawled in bloody stillness flashed in Gray's mind with the thought that they'd said she was killed storming their lair alone. Despite that, Gray acted ignorant and replied casually, "I understand." Her easy agreement made Saria a little incredulous. Instantly, Gray raised a hand to his chest to show gratitude to Saria. "Thank you." With resolute eyes full of confidence, he declared, "I'm off." Hearing that, Saria quietly tilted the corner of her mouth. From the bottom of her heart, she smiled and blessed the boy. May you pass the exam." After Gray left, Saria silently entered the deep forest. The image of the night sky with a pale moon appeared vividly. Alongside it lay a dry skeleton, with a sword plunged straight into its mouth. Saria touched the bloodstain on the ground and muttered, "According to the scout report." Following the trail of blood, she judged, "They're over there." Suddenly a voice broke the silent night, startling her. "Where are you going?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a familiar figure appeared on a high, dark branch. It was Gray. He put on a concerned face and pretended to ask after her master. As Gray moved, a loud call rang behind him. "Gray." He turned and saw Saria. She asked, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be heading to the academy?" Hearing that, he leapt down from the branch and replied, "You should be asking me that. I thought you said the goblin lair would be handled by the capital troops." Saria waved her hand and answered, "They said they couldn't come because of an emergency, so I intended to handle it myself." She added, "Besides, I'm fine on my own. The scout's report told me how strong that lair is." After saying that, she sighed. "Their boss is an advanced goblin, and the lair has a total of 40 to 50 monsters. Admit it, that number is a bit troublesome." He pondered. An advanced goblin, not just because it's strong on its own. He stayed to assess the battle, and noted that the goblin's true strength lay in intelligence and leadership. He added, "Fighting alone when surrounded is basically suicide." He still couldn't stop thinking, and there was one thing he was certain of. He looked at her and insisted that if he let his master go alone, she wouldn't come back alive, and the village would be destroyed by them. He emphasized that he had seen that future with his own eyes. Finishing his thought, he spoke up, "Let me go with you." But Saria blocked him, saying, "I already told you I'm fine on my own." Gray's gaze was unwavering. "I don't want to miss the chance to gain real combat experience. Or do you think I'm just in the way?" She explained that he knew he wouldn't be in her way. Secretly, she still couldn't beat him in sparring matches. She turned and added gently, "But who knows how real combat will go, especially with a monster lair popping up like this." She stated firmly that for such a dangerous task, it's best to wait until you have some real battle experience. But he remained adamant, his voice cold. "So you really want to go alone? In that case, I have an idea." She snapped back quickly, "What idea?" He stepped forward and said, "I'll fight you, take you down quickly." Then he added boldly, "And then I'll deal with the goblins myself." Silence fell. He was quiet, and so was she. The sword in his hand stayed, pointed straight at her. She smiled faintly and replied, "Fine, I concede." She added a warning, "But promise me one thing, no matter what happens." She looked at him, returned safely. Hearing that, he lowered his sword. "All right, that's my plan too." Saying that, the two of them slowly moved deeper into the forest. "Don't die, master, of course." The scene shifted to the goblin lair. They walked and talked. The terrain left no retreat. Bold of them to set up a lair in a place like this. He observed and assessed. "We can't escape either. The monsters we're facing this time are intelligent. We must be very careful," she replied softly. "I know." Her eyes gradually grew cold. They hurriedly scouted the situation. "I don't see the boss anywhere. It must be in the tent," they whispered. "Let's hope we can reduce their numbers before the boss appears." She whispered, "Gray, take down every monster you see in that direction." They looked at the camp packed with goblins. They discussed tactics. "I'll handle this side." The goblins looked absolutely hideous. He replied, "Understood," and she said, "Good." With that, the two dashed forward. "Let's go." A goblin caught a scent of something and spun around. Immediately, Saria lunged forward. She swung her sword, cleanly decapitating the monster. The goblin behind it witnessed this and growled in anger. The whole group of goblins turned into chaos. Then they began to gather and came swarming forward one after another. On this side, Gray was equally fierce. He raised his sword lightly. Then he made a clean slash that left the goblins with no time to react. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was chaotic. On this side, Saria didn't lag behind either. She fought off a dense swarm of goblins. Just then, Gray lunged forward, cutting down the goblins with one swing. The two paused. Corpses lay scattered all around them. She praised him from the side. "Not bad. Is this really your first time?" he cautioned. "Be careful, master. We've only just begun." He looked around, bewildered. "That's strange." He examined the situation. "They're too weak. If that's the case, master should have been able to handle them easily." Suddenly a thought occurred to him. Unless, inside that tent, he cast his eyes toward the tent in the distance. It seemed a pair of blood-red eyes was monitoring every move they made. A hideous pair of eyes. He looked at them and felt a chill down his spine. He turned and shouted at Saria. "Quick, let's go, run." She asked softly, "What's wrong?" But he seemed to be losing his composure. "Just run." She was also stunned but still followed him. She replied, "All right then," and the two began to run for their lives. Behind him, a goblin was in pursuit. His eyes widened. Behind his back now was a goblin that looked incredibly strong. Every time its foot hit the ground, stones and debris flew up. A sinister smile spread across his mouth. Under the high moon of the dark night, he said, "A high-level goblin," and she added, "It's an honor that the boss came looking for us itself." But he suddenly shouted, "No, that's not the boss, the real boss." A hideous mouth gaped wide open. Behind them, a mob of goblins swarmed forward. They growled and shrieked in disarray. She suddenly panicked. "What is that?" He spoke up. "An entity stronger than all others, a high-level goblin." He affirmed, "A goblin warlord." He explained, "That is the real boss." A mob of goblins was approaching, axes in hand, followed by the boss. That was truly the boss of this den. The boss was massive and many times stronger. She finally came to her senses. A goblin warlord. This isn't the type of monster we can handle. She frowned, her heart full of turmoil. She yelled at the high-level goblin in front of her. "Kill this one and run, quick." She swung her sword, slashing toward it. But she froze in place. She continued to slash. Blood gushed from its arm. It was a hit. Before she could even celebrate, suddenly its arm began to regenerate. She was bewildered. The wound, it's healing itself. He lunged forward then, saying, "It's useless." He added, "The roar of a goblin warlord can boost the power and recovery speed of its allies." He emphasized, "That's why they are unusually strong. It seems we won't be able to destroy any of these goblins at all." He kept slashing and then hit upon an idea. He said, "Master, leave the goblin behind me. You don't need to kill it, just stall for time." She turned around, surprised. "What are you planning to do?" He was extremely cold. "There's only one option left, isn't there?" He let out a chilling statement. "That is to destroy that bastard." His mouth curled into a sinister, arrogant smile. Gray Lee swung his sword toward the monster in front of him. As he fought, he thought to himself, "It's so annoying that they keep trying to ambush me." Then he slashed once more toward the monster. The demon didn't give in either. It immediately raised its axe and slashed toward Gray Lee. As he parried, he was calculating his next move. "Now I just need to focus on wiping out all the enemies in front of me." But the very next second, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Gray Lee's sword shattered into many small pieces the moment he swung it down. Gray Lee looked at the remaining hilt in his hand with an incredulous expression. "My sword couldn't withstand a strike against an enhanced goblin." The goblin didn't have the patience to wait for Gray to recover. It immediately swung its axe with great force into the ground, sending Gray Lee reeling backward from the impact. He quickly drew his second sword to fight it. "Lucky I brought a spare, though this one won't last long either." From a distance, Saria, who was also battling goblins, shouted, "Gray Lee, use my spare sword." Receiving the sword, Gray felt as though he had gained newfound strength. "Thank you." He held the two swords in his hands, preparing for a life-or-death battle with the goblin. "I have 2 blades now, but it's still not enough to sweep through all the monsters, but against the warlord and the goblins in the middle." He sheathed one of the swords into his scabbard. He instantly flew toward the goblin, slashing a large arc of light. "It's more than enough." The goblin didn't give up either. It swung its axe straight at Gray Lee's face, wounding his cheek. Gray tried using his sword to parry the goblin's axe blade. He gritted his teeth, letting out a sound of impatience. Immediately after, he drew another sword from his back and fought with all his might against the goblins that were swarming toward him. A beam of light awakened from the horrific skull. A goblin shrieked, its eyes emitting rays of yellow light. Gray was also surprised by the sight in front of him. What? Following that, a series of other goblins were buffed. Is it strengthening them as well? After being powered up, the goblin continued to swing its axe toward Gray. He could only try to fend off its immense strength. You've seen through my plan. The leader goblin shrieked, and instantly dozens of goblins rushed toward Gray. He mused to himself. Your intelligence really isn't just for show. Gray's sword clashed against the goblin's sharp axe, sending small sparks flying everywhere. And after a while of intense parrying, Gray finally managed to break free from the goblin's axe. He stepped back to gain momentum and commanded, "Bring it on." He flew rapidly through the goblins, leaving them unable to realize what was happening. Gray tried to swing his sword to take down as many goblins as possible. I don't have time to deal with these. But suddenly, Gray was held back by a goblin. Another one flew in from somewhere, swinging an axe straight at Gray, intending to finish him off. But it rushed headlong into Gray's sword and died on the spot. Finally, he realized the goblin's intent. They were trying to break his sword by ramming their heads into him. Gray suddenly looked up as something blocked the faint light from reaching his face. A ferocious goblin was swinging a massive fist toward Gray. However, he managed to use his sword just in time to block its attack. But Gray was heavily impacted by the force of that punch. He was sent flying into the distance as dust billowed everywhere. Gray coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face covered in injuries. He slowly struggled to sit up amidst the heap of broken rocks and rubble surrounding him. Unable to suppress a groan of pain, he cast his eyes toward his last remaining sword, thinking that now he was down to his final blade. Gray slowly stood up and faced the pack of goblins before him, wondering if he really had to face an entire horde and a goblin general with just one sword. Gray lowered his head slightly, but relying on the experiences he gained before his regression. He knew and helplessly admitted to himself that he couldn't win. Despite knowing the outcome, Gray still picked up his final sword. If that was the case, he turned toward Saria and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Master, run! While they're focused on me, run." Saria just gave a slight smirk on her side. She gripped her own sword tightly and replied, "Sorry, but I can't do that." Gray struggled to dodge the goblin's attacks while continuing to plead with Saria, "Are you planning to die for nothing?" "Master, I'll run right after you, don't worry about me." Saria slowly responded, "It's not that." Something flickered momentarily in Saria's eyes. Saria looked helplessly at the wound on her thigh and said, "I can't run anymore." Hearing this, Gray couldn't believe his ears and turned back to look at her in despair. Gray looked at the final sword left in his hand, thinking he was out of options. He then decided to fight a life-and-death battle against the goblins, remembering that he regressed to destroy the purger. He tried to swing his chipped sword at the goblin, hoping to put up some kind of resistance. But then he looked at the shattered fragments of his sword before him with a look of utter helplessness. Was everything really going to end here, in a place like this? Gray stood there, completely without weapons to defend himself, ignored by the goblins surrounding him. But he still refused to give up, tightly clutching the remaining hilt in his hand. No, it wasn't over yet. If only he could use the power from that time. He remembered an image of his past self, who had also been pushed into a corner just like he was now. If he could just unlock it, it wouldn't matter if there was a whole horde of them. As the blade shattered into large pieces, Gray tried to remind himself. Remember how it felt back then. Gray raised the sword, which was now just a short stump in front of him. He closed both eyes tightly. Suddenly, a surge of red power finally awakened. Gray gently delivered a single slash across the necks of every goblin. The sword in his hand had now transformed into a thick black aura. Saria was incredibly shocked by the sight. Gray. He stood there, his face stained with blood, yet he looked back at her with a bright smile to reassure her. "It's okay now." Immediately after, Gray swung his sword repeatedly, making the goblins fall one after another. Even the strongest goblin was sliced clean in half. The goblin chief saw this and couldn't believe his eyes. Saria was the same. She couldn't believe her disciple could awaken such a massive power. On her side, she only needed one hand to block the goblin's large axe. She calmly turned and taunted it, "Too light." Then a flash of light emitted from Saria's eyes. "You guys really put me through hell." Saria gave a simple flick of her hand, and the goblin was sent tumbling backward by that power. Saria thought to herself that without the general to buff their strength, they were absolutely nothing. It was past midnight when the two finally defeated the entire goblin horde. Gray spoke up. "Somehow we managed to." He then held out the broken sword in front of him. "I'm sorry I broke your sword." Saria replied calmly, "Don't worry about it, you saved my life." She then reached out to take back the sword, but Gray, "That attack just now." Saria didn't get to finish her sentence. Gray collapsed and lay motionless on the ground. Saria rushed over to check on him, shouting, "Gray." Gray slowly woke up and wondered, "Where am I?" He looked around to see nothing but thick black water everywhere. He looked at the thing in front of him, A door, and then a plume of black smoke suddenly appeared. Gray looked at the door floating before his eyes. This is. Then he realized it was that power. The door in front of him continued to emit clouds of black gas. If he opened it, would he receive that power? Gray thought seriously to make a decision for himself. Then he slowly took one step at a time toward the door. As soon as he touched the door, some force seized him, leaving his whole body frozen. Gray immediately recoiled, moving away from the door. He clutched his hand to his chest, struggling to breathe. He didn't know why, but he knew for certain that if he opened this door right now, a tear ran down from the corner of Gray's eye. I will die. A notification appeared. Wise decision. Gray seemed to awaken to something at that moment, his eyes widening to their limit. Gray's mind finally returned to reality. He opened his eyes, gasping, and realized he was lying on a small bed. Saria looked at him and softly called out, Gray, you're awake. Gray asked, where am I? Saria stood by his hospital bed. The village infirmary, you've been unconscious for 5 days. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up again. Gray put his hand to his forehead, slowly accepting what was happening in reality. So he had slept for 5 days. He had overexerted himself, and it must have affected his body. Saria replied, I don't think overexerting yourself is the right way to describe what you did. Gray sat up and Saria kindly checked on him. Forget about that. Is your body okay? Can you get up? Gray replied, let's see, and then realized something was wrong with his body. He couldn't put any strength into his right arm. He could move it if he tried his absolute hardest, but he wondered if he could ever hold a sword with this arm again. Then he saw black marks on his bandaged arm, and this birthmark. Saria also realized he couldn't move his arm. It doesn't move very well, does it? He wondered if she couldn't see it. Then Gray answered Saria, it's hard to use strength in my dominant arm. Saria replied as if she already knew the answer. Just as I thought, it won't heal normally anytime soon. I mean, all the bones in your right arm were shattered. Gray touched his body all over. My bones were shattered, but it doesn't seem to hurt at all. Saria pointed to a potion bottle on the table. We treated you with magic medicine. Gray was incredibly surprised to see the potion. Magic medicine. Isn't that extremely expensive? Saria sat down on the opposite bed to reassure Gray. Don't worry, the village chief gave it to us. Gray was shocked by her words. The village chief? Why would he give it to someone like me? Saria replied indifferently, what are you talking about? Gray, you're the hero of this village. Gray heard that but still didn't understand what she meant. Suddenly, a gray-haired man burst through the door and shouted his name. Gray. Gray was quite flustered to see the village chief. He clutched the potion bottle in his hand. Chief, thank you for the magic medicine. The man rushed to interrupt him. We're the ones who should be thanking you. We're talking about a goblin general here. That's an invulnerable monster. Even when all the forces from the surrounding towns gathered to fight it, a monster like that was targeting our village. The village chief rushed to the bedside and gripped Gray's hand. If you hadn't killed it, the village would have been destroyed. Saying this, he used both hands to tightly clasp Gray's hand. If it weren't for you and Saria, this medicine, this infirmary, and even the lives of the villagers you saved, none of it would exist anymore. Gray heard this and replied bashfully, You're exaggerating, sir. The chief was still full of gratitude toward Gray. You know I'm not overstating it. Gray looked down at the magic potion bottle in his hand. He thought to himself that perhaps the chief was right. In the world before he went back in time, this village should have been destroyed by the goblin attack. The village chief stood up and bowed respectfully. If you still don't realize the significance of what you've done, then I'd be happy to explain it in detail. Pausing for a moment, he continued. I was told you'll be taking the entrance exam for the World Union Academy. Is that correct? Gray replied bashfully, yes. He suddenly realized something and held his chin in deep thought. He had gone to kill the goblins 1 week before the exam. If he had slept for 5 days, then there were only 2 days left. Gray's expression became even more serious. It took 3 days on foot to get to the World Union Academy, and while he could get there in 1 day by horse, he didn't have that kind of money. Thinking of this, Gray quickly turned to the chief and asked loudly, I'm sorry, Chief, but could you lend me a horse? The village chief turned to head outside, saying as he went, I knew you'd say that, so I already prepared the best horse in the village for you. With that horse's speed, you'll be there in no time. Saria joined in on this side. If you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there ourselves. Gray slowly got out of bed and reached out to open the door to take in the natural light outside. Then he realized a surprise was waiting for him outside. Gray stepped out, and in front of him were hundreds of villagers standing and cheering to celebrate his awakening. Everyone together held up a banner and joyfully shouted, Thank you, you have to pass the exam. Others said, Thank you for saving the whole village. A man walked up to him and handed him a small pouch. Gray, please accept this. He reached out to take the small cloth pouch and asked, "What is this?" The person replied, "It's what the whole village pitched in for you. We heard the registration fee for the World Union Academy is very expensive." Gray suddenly didn't know how to respond. Everyone, "Thank you all so much." He then prepared to set off. Before leaving, he said to everyone, "If I fail the exam now, I'll have a hard time coming back." Saria heard this and reassured him, "No need to worry." She turned her head and looked at him with a confident expression. Not a single one of the candidates at the World Union Academy could beat a goblin general. Even so, Gray felt a bit insecure. He reached up to touch his immobile arm, "But with my right arm like this." Saria remained full of confidence and comforted Gray. "Your left arm still works fine, doesn't it?" Gray tested his left arm. "Yes, but..." Saria cut him off. "That's more than enough. Besides, you won't even need to use that power." Gray turned to get on the horse. "But the entrance exam might not be easy enough that I can pass with just one arm." Saria approached Gray. "It's okay. The Academy's examiners aren't blind enough to overlook your ability, I guarantee it." She looked straight into his eyes, her voice full of confidence. "You will definitely pass." Gray felt somewhat empowered. "Thank you very much. After you've said that, I can't afford to fail now." This village had been destroyed in the previous world, but it still existed here right now. This world was no longer like the old one. The future could be changed with this power. Gray turned to look at the villagers one last time and said his goodbyes. "I'm off." Not long after, Gray arrived at the exam location. He patted his horse. "Thanks, buddy. Thanks to you, I made it on time." Gray looked at the massive castle in front of him. So that was the World Union Academy. Before Gray, the massive building of the World Union Academy stood tall against the blue sky. Amidst the clear blue sky, the examiner's voice suddenly rang out. "We will now begin distributing the exam papers. Until this process is complete, all candidates must remain in the central arena." As soon as the examiner finished, a flurry of whispers broke out among those below. "Are we all candidates? But only about 20 of us will pass." Someone was talking about previous exams. "I heard the number of passing candidates changes a lot each year. Some years they take 50 people, and some years only one person passes." Once again, the examiner's voice rang out, drowning out the noise below. "Now, please welcome Professor Ariel." Without making everyone wait long, a figure with long red hair appeared before the eyes of many impressed people. She smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's begin right away. We will now start distributing the exam papers. Candidates, please take the sheet of paper appearing before you." Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. A strange golden light suddenly appeared overhead. In front of Gray, a sheet of paper was gradually created completely from that mysterious golden light. Gray quickly reached out to take it. Suddenly, his information appeared on the paper. Candidate number 513. Seeing that everyone had received theirs, Professor Ariel looked down from above and reminded them. "It seems everyone has theirs. Some of you might be surprised to see nothing written on it except your number and zone. Rest assured, it's like this every year." Above all, the professor solemnly re-emphasized the rules of the exam. The World Union Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, status, or anything else. She reached out to grip the edge of the table and said decisively, "Even your name." Immediately after, she gave a dark smile and said, "Is not important to us." The entrance to the academy appeared imposing in the middle of the path, along with the voices from the professors associated with it. "Only those who pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked for their name. You can even give us a fake name if you wish." Looking at the exam paper in his hand, Gray thought to himself with dissatisfaction, "I left my sword at the inn, yet it says I'm still in the swordsmanship zone. What kind of system is this?" As if knowing everyone was reading the prompt, Ariel spoke with an arrogant attitude. "Furthermore, I have assigned your zones based on the way I look at you." She said coldly and threateningly, "If I'm mistaken, please raise your hand." Hearing the professor's declaration, people started to panic and retort. Did she choose the zones for us just by looking? She must be joking, right? No way she can do that with this many people. Then they drew conclusions as if they knew everything. They must have checked us beforehand, or maybe she used some kind of mind-reading magic on us. Seeing no one raise their hand, the professor looked satisfied. It seems no one is in the wrong zone. Once the waiting time was over, she gave instructions to those preparing for the exam. "Next, I will announce your exam schedules. Please check your tickets." Gray immediately grabbed the exam paper in his hand to check his exam details, and a line of black text appeared on the paper. "Candidate number 513, Sword Fighting Zone, first day, 11:00 a.m. Seeing the information on the paper, he panicked and muttered to himself, "Damn it, I'm competing on the very first day. I was hoping to have a bit more time for my hand to heal. After a long silence, the professor wore a terrifying expression, then looked down seriously and gave a warning and a deterrent. This is a one-time practical exam. If you arrive late, you will be automatically disqualified. Please make sure you arrive on time. We will not accept personal requests for schedule changes. Meanwhile, Gray was clutching his hand, constantly worried. I still can't exert much strength with my dominant arm. Please let it heal by tomorrow, just a little bit. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Arriving at the exam site, Gray looked at his injured arm and grew increasingly frightened. It hasn't healed at all. I guess I have to compete with my arm like this. Suddenly, the examiner's voice echoed, snapping Gray out of his thoughts and making him just mumble in agreement. Next candidate, please wait at the arena entrance. To try and regain his composure, Gray took a deep breath to comfort himself. All right, no, I shouldn't be pessimistic about this right now. He held his right hand and thought, my left arm works perfectly fine, and I can still move my right arm to some extent. After regaining his calm, he quickly thought of a way to get through the exam in fits and starts. I need to use the remaining time to observe the examiner's movements, find a weakness, and in front of him, a fencing match between the examiner and a contestant appeared, and the examiner began. You may strike first. The contestant fighting didn't hesitate to reply, all right. Having said that, he didn't wait but immediately grabbed his sword and shouted as he charged at the examiner. He swung his sword, hitting the wooden floor and creating a loud noise and a dense white smoke. As the thick white smoke began to disperse, the image of the examiner standing motionless and completely unfazed by him gradually appeared. Seeing that the examiner wasn't even slightly injured, he became determined and shouted loudly, "Damn, I'm not finished yet." As soon as he finished, he angrily put all his strength into his sword to swing it at the examiner. However, upon seeing that the examiner could still easily block his sword strike, he panicked and said, "Impossible." In the blink of an eye, his sword was knocked away by the examiner. The image of both the man and his sword flying far away seemed too fast to block. He was knocked down, hitting the wooden floor with such force that it sounded like an explosion. Clutching his arm in pain, unable to stand up, his face pale with disbelief. Before he could recover, a cold voice rang out, waking him to reality. Your exam is over. You may retrieve your weapon and leave the site. He heard this, and his face clearly showed disappointment as he muttered, Understood. Witnessing the scene, Gray curled his lips slightly. Immediately, he froze in place, deep despair crashing down on his mind. I'm finished. Then the examiner's urging voice rang out as if to wake him from his daydream. Next, number 513. He replied sternly, yes. Then he secretly reminisced. You told me to fight a person who just defeated someone much bigger than me. As if preset, this time the examiner started the match with the same phrase as the previous contestant. You may strike first. And upon hearing it, Gray replied seriously, all right. Even though he was standing on the arena floor, Gray couldn't help but tremble, trying to comfort himself. Honestly, I don't feel like I have a chance, but I will still do everything I can. Breaking free from his wandering thoughts, he immediately grabbed his sword and charged straight at the spot where the examiner was standing, shouting, Here I come. As he ran, he recalled what Saria had taught him. A sword is not just swung with your arm. You channel the strength generated by your whole body through your arm. Carrying determination and faith in himself, Gray decided to follow the hope that Saria had planted. That's what you taught me, right, master? Even when my right arm is weak, if I can channel strength through my other muscles. In the blink of an eye, his sword-wielding hand swung up. The strike missed the examiner. Not stopping there, contradiction began to creep into his mind. But I can't fight the way I usually do. If you can swing a sword that easily without arm strength, then no one would bother training their body from the start. The image of the examiner appeared. He suddenly swung his sword at Gray. While observing the movement of the sword in the examiner's hand, he gradually discovered something. The examiner's sword, it seems a bit slow. After discovering the examiner's weakness, he immediately blocked his sword. Fighting while contemplating, he found a solution. He has terrifying strength, but his speed and technique are nowhere near masters. If I rely on the swordsmanship I learned from her, I can compensate for the difference in arm strength. Finding the appropriate solution, his thoughts were interrupted by action. In that case, he continuously used swift sword strikes to engage the examiner. That helped him confirm the accuracy of his reasoning. That's right, he's definitely slower. Suddenly hit by unexpected sword strikes, the examiner became grimacing and flustered. Always in a state of high concentration, Gray calmly judged. He's not as strong as I thought. Saria's familiar, bright, and cheerful smile appeared in Gray's mind, along with her confident statement. You will definitely pass. Right now, he only remembered Saria's noble role, a teacher. The encouragement from Saria gave Gray more strength and belief. With a face full of determination, he poured all his strength into it and successfully knocked away the examiner's sword. With a burning heart, he thought, I think I really can do this. The match between the two was extremely fierce. It could be called a speed battle. The teacher's attacks were steady and unrelenting, while Gray kept his defense high. Gray was still at a disadvantage, even though he had figured out his opponent. Even though I've seen through the examiner's swordsmanship. Gray gripped his sword tightly, preparing to counterattack. Then, without hesitation, he attacked the teacher's shoulder. But due to his extensive experience, the teacher easily dodged it. Gray began to hesitate, but had no intention of giving up. He pondered, the strength gap is still too large. I can't break through his sword stance. It's truly not easy to win with just one arm. Gray attacked continuously, using his fastest speed until the teacher finally showed a gap. Gray quickly seized the situation. That's all fine, but his movements are becoming clumsy. It's a bit risky, but if I do it right now. Without thinking much, Gray suddenly pulled his sword back, causing the teacher to lose his footing. He prepared for his plan. Now come on. Just as expected, he lunged forward. His eyes showed clear confidence. Hit. You swung that strike too hard and it was easy to predict. He stepped back into a defensive stance. There was nothing more exposed than such a huge, sloppy strike. Despite the defensive stance, he didn't block. Instead, he nimbly circled behind the teacher, causing him to panic. Seeing the teacher fall into a passive state, Gray rejoiced. No matter how big the strength difference is, as long as I can get behind him. Gray relied on his speed to dash quickly. The referee's voice rang out, stop. Just a moment short of time, he could have caused damage to his opponent. The blade was only a layer of thin fabric away from the teacher. Gray was unwilling to accept it. His body was exhausted. Is the match over already? Isn't it a bit too early to stop? The referee stood on the podium and announced the result. Match time is over. With this, the result is a draw. Gray was disappointed upon hearing the result. He stood stunned. He felt helpless, knowing it couldn't be changed. I was too late. He trembled as he held the sword, then relaxed his grip, accepting it. Gray resignedly turned his back and left the arena, whispering to himself, I tried my best, but if I can't even beat him then, I will face many more difficulties later on. Gray regretfully looked back at the arena, his heart filled with deep sadness. Thank you, teacher. A week after the match, in conference room 53 at the World Union Academy, inside the large room were 6 members. They were the organizing committee, the people who made the evaluations. The bespectacled old man, the school principal, asked, What do you think about the candidates? They have now completed the exam. The brown-haired man replied indifferently, tired. Beside him, an elderly teacher cautiously offered an opinion. I find this method of everyone observing to be a bit inefficient. It would be better to distribute the work next year. The mustached old man in the room only focused on benefits. We cannot miss out on talent just to save our own energy. The principal could only feel helpless at the members' callousness. I asked for opinions about the students, not about the exam system. Let's start with the swordsmanship training course. Small frames began to appear on the desk, and someone asked, Who passed? The elderly teacher remained cautious, analyzing and taking opinions from everyone. As usual, those who defeat the examiner pass. The rest are evaluated based on the quality of their performance and their ability to hold out for 15 minutes. What do the swordsmanship teachers think? Aside from those who defeated the examiner, candidates 5, 217, and 753 stand out the most. The brown-haired man interrupted, Keep the list to just that. Even if others pass, they won't be able to keep up with the class. The mustached man agreed, likely because it benefited him. I agree. Does anyone have a different opinion? The whole room was silent, without a single response. The principal spoke up. We have confirmed the list of accepted students for the swordsmanship course. Suddenly, someone proposed their own opinion. What about candidate number 513? That proposal caught his attention. It was the suggestion of the red-haired girl who had been silent from the beginning. What does everyone think about candidate number 513? The man with the round sunglasses remained silent. The gloomy-looking man asked curiously, Number 513, huh? The mustached old man pulled up the screen of Gray's match to examine it. This kid, huh? Looking at it, it seems like he's about to win. But if he has to rely on setting traps to defeat the examiner, it will be hard to keep up later on. His technique is good, but his strength is still too weak. I see that from start to finish he was overwhelmed. The principal was puzzled. If so, then. The mustached man quickly stifled the thought of adding Gray. The red-haired girl sighed, feeling helpless. Looking at those people, she felt weary. So many people watching, and not a single one realized it. If everyone is this blind, then the method of having everyone observe might truly be a waste. The discussion ended, and the next day everyone came to receive their results. Gray was also present. He held the notification paper in his hand. Candidate 513, Swordsmanship Course, first day, 11:00 a.m. On the clock tower, the loudspeaker sounded. We will now announce the list of accepted students for the Swordsmanship course. A total of 6 candidates have been accepted. Gray Lee held the notification paper, hopping in his heart. This is it. The papers of the successful candidates will burn automatically. Candidate 5, Candidate 217, Candidate 432 and 615, Candidate 753 and 925. That is all. These 6 candidates have been accepted. Gray stood stunned, falling into despair. The loudspeaker continued. Successful candidates, please cross the bridge and complete your enrollment procedures today. The atmosphere was chaotic. Joy, sadness, and regret were all present. Gray felt sad, so I really failed. The loudspeaker announcement continued. Next is the announcement of the Divine Eye Special Admission spot. Candidate number 513. Unlike the accepted candidates, Gray Lee's paper was consumed by blue flames. Suddenly, he became the center of attention for the crowd. Looking at the burning paper, Gray was still doubtful. I passed. The people around him began to gossip, mostly with sarcasm. A Divine Eye Special spot, huh? They chose this method again this year. Gray Lee raised many questions in his head. A Divine Eye Special spot? First time I've ever heard of that. The mockery continued, especially from the accepted candidates. Isn't that just a backdoor way of getting favored? The World Union Academy has really gone downhill. The words crept into his mind, making Gray distracted. A backdoor. But I don't know anyone. Could it be thanks to my master? But I haven't heard anything. From the crowd, an old man with a cane stepped forward and reprimanded those with the wrong mindset. Hey, don't talk nonsense about the Divine Eye Special Spot like that. The Divine Eye Special Spot is a prestigious category that has created heroes for the past 100 years. They didn't care about the old man's words. Those old geezers are obsessed with the Divine Eye Spot. Isn't that just some old-fashioned story of glory? Besides that, there were other whispers. The people who passed with the Divine Eye recently were all failures. Amy White, Belle Albright, Leek Mueller, and Jacob Bloomfield, too. Gray didn't protest. He endured it silently, listening to the sarcasm. That's right, all failures. Even we, the current candidates, know that. The names just mentioned gave Gray a memorable feeling. He seemed to have a glimmer of hope. Amy White, Belle Albright, and Jacob Bloomfield. Those 3 were in the main force fighting against the liquidator, right? And now my name is mentioned along with them. Morning sunlight gently covered the entire academy, and everything seemed submerged in soft, quiet light. The main building appeared majestic amidst the thin mist. The surrounding canal flowed peacefully, and crowds of people busily entered. The school loudspeaker rang out. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. If you have finished changing, please gather at the square in front of the main office. Groups of students in academy uniforms began appearing on the stone-paved path. Dark blue jackets with yellow trim stood out in the morning light, and on their left chests, the academy badge sparkled with silver light. Amidst the flow of students moving toward the square, one figure stood out above the rest. Gray walked with a calm demeanor, exuding a cold and unpredictable aura. A few students began to gather, with some confusedly looking around, asking the person next to them to make sure they were standing in the right place. The square in front of the main office, is this the right place? The friend was also puzzled. There's nothing here. Are we in the right spot? Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the group of students, the voice mixed with heavy, panting breaths. Sorry. Due to a slight mistake, the preparation work was delayed. The student asked, preparation. He continued, could you please step back a bit so I can put the staircase in that spot? Everyone looked at each other, confused by his request. The student stepped back as he requested, is this far enough? He turned to the group, smiling, that's enough. In that surprised and confused state, he knelt down in the middle of the schoolyard, placed his palms flat on the ground, and muttered, all right. A magic circle blazed to life, encompassing the entire space, as intricately interwoven arcane lines radiated a golden light as blinding as a detonating sun. Streaks of orange-red lightning darted through the stream of light, creating a sense of violent, supernatural intensity. The ground trembled, and the air seemed compressed by a massive surge of energy on the verge of exploding. Those watching could only stare in wide-eyed amazement at a power that far exceeded their understanding. In an instant, everything vanished, leaving the sky clear as if after a storm, and he stood up abruptly before the stunned eyes of the crowd. He glanced at them, as calm as if nothing had ever happened, and said, Sorry for the delay. Everyone, please just take a seat wherever you like. The students still couldn't believe their eyes, their lips trembling with shock as they managed a week. Yes, sir. They looked left and right, checking their surroundings. Some thought in confusion, was that teleportation just now? While others gritted their teeth in amazement. Can they really teleport something that huge? Gray sat calmly in his chair, thinking to himself. They probably wanted to hold the entrance ceremony somewhere with a view of the school, but using teleportation like that is such a waste. He looked up with a radiant smile, as if he had just discovered something. So this is it, the power of the World Union Academy. Gray happened to overhear two people chatting nearby. These seats are a bit much, aren't they? If only 30 students were accepted, why do we need all these chairs? The short-haired girl gave a sheepish laugh. You didn't know about that. The other girl felt a bit slighted and replied, Sorry, okay? I don't know much about anything outside of swordsmanship. The short-haired girl immediately smiled and offered, Well, let me explain it to you. She twirled her finger to the rhythm of her voice. The World Union Academy, as the name suggests, is where the best students from all over the world gather. Suddenly she cheered, Look, there they come. The other girl jumped and looked in the direction she was pointing. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the unbelievable sight before her. Amidst the high blue sky, massive airships glided silently through the clouds, their polished hulls reflecting the pale morning light. Their sails were full of wind, looking like majestic flying warships. Interspersed among the blimps were gargantuan winged creatures, dragons with massive bodies spreading their wings in flight. She screamed as she witnessed the dreamlike scene. What is this? The airships continued to fly by, towering and magnificent. Gray stared in amazement. The magic airship Strato Queen. I was on it once when I joined the Perjure Annihilation team. I heard this is one of the largest airships in the world, and they brought it out just for an entrance ceremony. It truly lives up to the reputation of the World Union Academy. The airships touched down on the ground, sending dust flying in every direction. The crowd, every face looking sharp and determined, moved toward the gathering area. The principal was delighted to see everyone. Leaning his hands on the podium, he addressed them. It seems everyone has arrived. Well then, let us begin the entrance ceremony. The school's speakers crackled to life. Thank you, Mr. Principal, for those remarks. Gray sat with his arms crossed, yawning deeply, thinking, Turns out the entrance ceremony at the World Union Academy isn't much different from a normal one. Then he looked over in surprise as a name was called. Next we have greetings from the valedictorian of each department. Leonhardt, valedictorian of the swordsmanship department, please come forward to speak. The boy stood up and bowed politely. Yes, sir. Leonhardt walked down the steps amidst the whispers and praise of the crowd. Hey, that's him. Is he the one who defeated the examiner in a single blow during the practical exam? Exactly. I heard his swordsmanship level is already on par with the instructors. Leonhardt bowed deeply and placed a hand over his heart to greet the professors. That was Leonhardt Appiah's. He truly was an outstanding student, his face radiating an aura of absolute seriousness. Gray sighed, lost in thought about something. Leonhardt politely asked, May I ask once more, may I speak freely? The professor smiled and replied, Of course. Having received permission, he said his thanks and turned sharply toward the seated students. I have something I want to say to the academy. First of all, to you students. No, to everyone who has been accepted through legitimate means. It is an honor to be enrolled alongside you all, he said, placing a hand on his chest to show his sincerity. He continued, so that we may graduate and become people who can contribute to the world. Let's all do our best together. I truly look forward to the days we spend moving forward together as students of this prestigious academy. But unfortunately, among us, there is one person who does not deserve to stand here. Isn't that right, God-Eye Professor Ariel? She had been closing her eyes, enjoying the bustling atmosphere. When she suddenly heard her name called, she was slightly startled, but she regained her composure immediately and replied, Every student here has passed a grueling selection exam. Even if they aren't as strong as you, it wouldn't be right to exclude them. And besides, why are you asking me that? Leonhardt's face turned grim, a hint of fury in his eyes. I'm not talking about those who passed the exam fairly. I'm talking about the student who was favored by the professor and brought in through the God-Eye direct admission category. The student who was admitted through favoritism, he shouted, pointing toward where the students were sitting, and commanded, Step forward, return your uniform, and leave this academy immediately. The crowd of students was in an uproar over Leonhardt's words. Gray was a bit worried. Why is he being so intense? Sheesh. Luckily, he doesn't know what I look like. If I just sit still, I won't be found out right. Ariel laughed out loud. It seems the freshmen this year are quite lively. Gray remained indignant. Professor, I'm being serious. Please stop with these backdoor admissions. And a whoosh sounded, light as a breeze. Ariel's voice grew closer and closer until she was suddenly behind Leonhardt, whispering, "Do you really think you're stronger than that student?" Leonhardt's voice rang out across the sky. "What?" He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Of course, could I possibly be wrong?" Ariel chuckled with amusement. "I like that attitude. In that case, let's have a wager." Leonhardt was surprised. "A wager?" Ariel crossed her arms, appearing strangely calm. "That's right." Her lips curled into a confident smirk. "I'll bet both my position as a professor and that student's admission slot." Gray was shocked by her words and felt a lump in his throat as he asked someone. "A wager." Saria also didn't understand and asked Professor Ariel, "Are you planning to make me fight that special admission kid?" Ariel didn't even bother to open her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. "I wouldn't do anything so crude." She then adjusted the frames of her glasses and opened her eyes to look directly at Saria. "After all, if he went all out, you'd die. As a teacher, I can't let a student be in danger." A series of blue veins slowly popped out on Saria's face. His face darkened completely as he glared angrily and asked, "Are you provoking me?" Ariel didn't change her demeanor, her voice calm despite his anger. "I'm being serious, so let's bet on monsters instead of humans. It'll be safer that way." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Besides, you're better at fighting monsters than people, aren't you?" Saria grew even more furious. "So you know all about that, do you? So what exactly are we betting?" Ariel gave a faint smile as if she had achieved her goal. Suddenly a hand went up as Ariel spoke, saying, "Simple. Just kill the monster I choose as the target." The professor proceeded to introduce the rules for each round. In each round, the monsters will get stronger. Whoever fails to kill the target first loses. Gray sat in his chair, helplessly rubbing his head as Ariel continued. "If he loses, I will resign as professor and all special admission students will be expelled. But if you lose, you'll have to do everything I say." Saria's defiant expression was reflected in Ariel's glasses. She acted as if nothing were wrong and held her hand out to Saria. "Well, what do you say?" He reached out to touch the sword at his hip. "Tell me what the targets are first. While I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to get caught in some stupid trap." Ariel put her hand to her chin and began to consider. "Let's see. For the first target, how about a goblin general? Or is that too easy for you?" Every student in the hall was shocked when they heard the first target for the two of them. Gray sat in his chair with his arms crossed, carefully evaluating. A goblin general? Why did she choose that exact one? In contrast to him, Saria couldn't help but slam the table in anger. "Are you kidding me?" Sweat broke out on his forehead. "A goblin general isn't the kind of monster a single person can take down on their own." Ariel remained calm, smiling slightly at his reaction. "I didn't say you had to kill it immediately. We'll set the time limit for within this year. That's fair enough, isn't it?" Saria continued to shout. "If someone could take down a disaster-class monster alone after just 1 year of training, people wouldn't be suffering anymore. Choose a more realistic target." After speaking, he paused for a moment and let out a miserable sigh. Immediately after, a smile began to spread across his face. "I see." He clenched his fist as if he had realized something. "You intentionally chose a monster no one can defeat just to end the wager with no winner, didn't you?" "I won't agree to that." Ariel stepped closer towards Saria. "Then one more condition. If it's a draw, you win." He was very surprised to hear that. "Huh," Ariel continued. "In other words, if that kid doesn't take down a goblin general, I'll automatically be fired, and all special admission students will be expelled." She gave Saria a playful wink. "How about it, him?" Saria looked at her and asked fearfully for confirmation. "Are you crazy? I have a feeling the outcome of this bet has already been decided." Immediately after, Ariel turned to leave, still smiling. "Then I take it you have no further objections." Saria continued to add conditions. "Just to be sure, it has to be a fully intact goblin general, not weakened or anything like that." Ariel reached out her hand as a glow slowly appeared. "Of course." She flicked her wrist, and a pen appeared along with a blank sheet of paper. "I've written all the details into this magic contract." The contract floated before Saria. "If you have no issues, then sign it." He thought for a moment, carefully reading the contract. Then he put the pen to the paper and signed it. "I'm in." After signing, Saria still wanted to ask more. "But hey, do you really believe that kid can win?" Ariel didn't care and turned to leave. "Who knows?" Ariel returned to her spot and calmly sat down in her chair. After she left, the people in the hall began to whisper about the contract. "What's wrong with Professor Ariel? Is that old lady using this bet as an excuse to retire? It's also possible she's just been past her prime for a long time." Ariel ignored the mockery around her, still smiling as she looked at the contract in her hand. Gray sat in his chair and let out a helpless sigh, thinking to himself, "Great, the wager has officially begun." Suddenly he opened his eyes and considered carefully. "Wait a minute. Why do I get the feeling she factored in the one I defeated before enrolling when she said, the time limit will be within this whole year? Ariel also noticed Gray staring intently at her. Gray was still thinking it through, so the bet was decided from the very beginning. Ariel put an index finger to her lips, signaling him not to speak the truth. Gray lamented, "She's such a dirty player." The teacher at the front of the classroom calmly began the lesson. "Now then, we will begin the introductory session on magic." He placed the book on the table and continued. "Some of you may be surprised that the lectures are starting on the very first day, but as students of this academy, you must remember not to waste even a single day. Starting with the most basic thing," he said, raising a hand that glowed with a blue light. "How to use magic." He then continued to lecture on the use of spells. "Within our bodies exists an invisible energy source called ether. By guiding it through the magic circuits in your body, you can." The instructor focused on teaching at the podium while below. The academy students listened intently. Sitting below, Gray thought to himself, "I was worried I wouldn't be able to keep up with the class, but it seems okay. I learned this stuff at the training camp already. The problem now is," he thought, his gaze settling on something. Gray looked at the blonde-haired person sitting in the very front row. "Out of the dozens of classes I could have chosen, I ended up in the same class as him again." He leaned his cheek on his hand dejectedly. "Please, let nobody find out I'm the God-Eye special admissions student." Suddenly a voice rang out, breaking his train of thought. "Hey, you over there, you look bored. It hasn't even been 5 minutes and you're already looking away. You've got some nerve." Gray was startled and stammered. "I'm sorry," Gray thought to himself. "He spotted me with just one glance, but I'm sitting all the way in the back row." The professor closed the book in his hand. "If you're that confident, why don't you show the whole class a little something? I assume you know how to use basic magic." Gray stood up awkwardly and explained. "With all due respect, sir, we're in the swordsmanship track. I thought it was okay if I didn't know magic." He still held the thick book in his hand and reminded him. "Even if you only use a sword in a real battle, you still need to know basic magic to coordinate with mages. You have to feel and understand what it's like to control ether." Gray didn't know how to respond and froze for a moment. It was exactly like what he had been taught at the training camp. If so, would the spell they were about to learn be the same too? Immediately after, he asked the instructor, "The spell we're about to learn, is it ether bullet, sir?" The instructor had returned to his podium. "Oh, you know it. Can you use it?" Gray replied, "Yes." He let out a silent sigh of relief, feeling like he had just escaped a disaster. Good, that hellish training camp wasn't for nothing. He continued, "This is a good opportunity. Let's turn this into a match. Leon, you can use ether bullet too, right?" Leon stood up and answered his question. "Of course, sir." Leon continued, "In that case, Professor, I was trained in both swordsmanship and magic before enrolling. Wouldn't it be too risky to make him actually duel me?" The instructor remained firm in his decision. "No matter how big the skill gap is, we're only using ether bullet. He won't die, and I'm not going to tell you to hold back." "But that gray-haired boy is this year's God-Eye special admissions student." Leon was stunned to hear this. "What?" Upon hearing the instructor's words, everyone in the class turned around at once to look at Gray with equally surprised expressions. Gray was also extremely flustered to receive so much attention from the other students. He looked into the professor's calculating eyes. He just blurted it all out. Leon slammed his hand on the desk. "So that's how it is. In that case, I'll have to give him a proper lesson." He turned around with an annoyed look. "I'll show him what kind of place this academy is." He then looked at Gray and growled each word. "Get out on the floor." Gray looked on, completely speechless. The two students stepped up to the front and stood facing each other. The professor stood in the middle and began to explain the rules. "Now then, when I give the signal, fire an ether bullet at your opponent." Gray looked quite guarded, thinking, "I only studied magic at the training camp for a few days. Even if the teacher says I won't die, it doesn't look like I'll come out of this unscathed." After finishing his instructions, the professor shouted, "Begin." Leon started to summon magic and spoke in a challenging tone. "I'll show you the difference in our power." Gray didn't back down either, trying to summon the best magic he possibly could. "I have no choice left. Forget everything else." Immediately after, the two spheres of power from both of them flew toward each other. However, something unexpected happened that neither of them could believe. They both shouted in unison, "What?" That burst of light began to move and was about to charge straight at Leon, forcing him to step back to dodge. Leon recoiled in panic, his eyes wide and his mouth open in a terrified shout as the light approached. Suddenly, a man rushed in to shield him, throwing his arms out to take the blow, his face showing clear determination amidst the violent light. Instantly, the space brightened. Saria sat almost paralyzed, able only to stare at the scene before her. "That was close," he breathed a sigh of relief, gently wiping away the beads of sweat still dotting his face. The source of the light almost shattered, and large cracks began to appear across the blinding patches. Suddenly, a young man jumped down into that blinding stream of light without the slightest hesitation. A powerful gust of wind blew as he passed, making the entire hall recoil in fear and cover their faces. In less than 5 minutes, Saria fell directly onto the floor and screamed in pain. The man rushed over like the wind to check on him. "Leon, are you okay?" Leon's body was trembling as he struggled to look up at the man in front of him. Leon braced himself, tried to wipe the taste of blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied softly, "I'm okay." The man didn't ask further, only nodding and saying, "I see, thank goodness." However, his gaze remained sharp as he looked around with suspicion and high alert. If it weren't for the barrier reducing the impact, he would have lost his life. Perhaps the collision earlier had caused the room to become desolate and stifling, shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Even among the professors, no one can fire an ether bullet that powerful. He tilted his head with an angry expression and called out, "You, what did you just do?" He didn't answer immediately, but only looked down at his palm for a moment, frowning in thought about something. He thought to himself, "It was so weak. It's clearly not the same type of spell I used." His pupils immediately contracted. "Is the ether bullet I learned in the suppression team different from what they teach at the academy?" He clenched his hand, his red eyes burning with irritation. He held out his hand in front of his chest to show respect and politely asked the man before him, "Did I use the wrong spell?" He let out a helpless sigh and replied, "No, that was clearly an ether bullet, but the quality of yours is different. What you just used wasn't normal ether. It was ultra-compressed ether, panther form. It's a powerful form of energy hidden within the orb that emits an intense light." The people in the hall couldn't help but buzz with excitement, and a series of questions were raised. "Ultra-compressed ether? I've never heard of that before." He immediately replied, "It's a form of energy that even we, the professors, find very difficult to create. Yet in that moment, you formed it and turned it into magic. No one in this academy can recreate what you just did." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to chatter again. "That's the first time I've seen an ether bullet that strong. Was the God Eye category created specifically for this? They should have put him in the magic track from the start instead of a special admission." He thought to himself, "No way. All the spells the suppression team learned at the training camp were like that. Among them, I was even someone with much less talent." Because of his lack of talent, he had fallen before everyone else in every duel. He asked with a serious face, "Are you joking with me, Professor? Anyone could do it if they practiced correctly." The corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. Gray Lee stood there blankly, still not understanding what he was laughing about. This only made him burst into hearty laughter, to the point where his eyes squinted. Gray Lee nearly froze in place, only daring to stand there dumbfounded, still not understanding what was going on. Suddenly, he leaned in close to Gray's face and proposed, giving him no room to resist. "Why don't you switch to the magic track? I'll guarantee it for you. You clearly have more talent for magic than swordsmanship," he said sheepishly, clenching his fists and looking away. "I have to refuse. I heard I'm not very good at magic." He shouted, "Are you kidding me? You understand the technique of compressing ether so well that you can create super-compressed ether at your age. You're a one-of-a-kind genius, even by academy standards, and I can personally vouch for that. I don't know which fool told you that you have no talent, but clearly, they didn't know what they were talking about. Gray, you're sure you don't want to switch to the magic track?" Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. For a professor who almost never compliments anyone to say such things, it's truly astonishing. Regardless, he pointed straight at his face and said in a murderous tone, "It would be a great loss to the world if you didn't study magic. I could even call it a crime against magic itself." Gray Lee could only offer a faint smile in response to his words. He paused, momentarily surprised, and thought to himself, "Wait, what did he just say? Ether, compression technique? I feel like I've heard of that before." Looking back at the old days, humans didn't know about OD, or what is known as life force. Because of that, casting magic was very difficult. One had to continuously compress ether in the body, then try to gather and use whatever parts of the ether happened to be mixed with OD. Bella suddenly spoke up. "Thinking back, that's really ridiculous, isn't it?" He continued, "Professor, do you know about OD?" He thought for a long time, then asked back, "OD? What is that?" While he was thinking about what OD was, Gray gradually deduced, "With this reaction, I've confirmed it. The current world still doesn't know about the existence of OD. If that's the case, then what I learned from the suppression squad is knowledge from the future." He widened his eyes in surprise. "I must be careful about who I share this with." His hand immediately clenched with determination, but the man asked again, So, do you want to switch to the magic track? He bowed respectfully and replied politely, I apologize, but I don't love swordsmanship. Even though I am very grateful for the offer, I'm afraid I have to refuse. He sighed helplessly and said, if that's what you want, then so be it. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. His hand gripped tight with determination. He could only scratch his head and reply lightly, thank you very much for the offer. He pointed toward the stands and said, you can go back to your seat. I won't scold you any more if you're distracted in class, and it's even fine if you leave because you're bored. This lecture is too basic for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was surprised. A group of people whispered among themselves, showering Gray Lee with praise. Amazing! I can't believe Professor Carlos holds him in such high regard. He stood up and watched Gray's retreating back. Suddenly, someone kept tugging at their tie. He stood up and said politely, Mr. Gray, his voice full of awkwardness mixed with a hint of warmth. He couldn't help but feel a chill, thinking, what's this? Why am I getting the shivers? Finally, evening came and he was summoned. Come to the office after school today, Ariel. He strode down the empty hallway, holding the letter with a puzzled look. Getting called in so suddenly like this. Could it be because of Professor Carlos? Imagining that stern face, he scratched his head self-reproachfully. Don't tell me Professor Ariel also intends to convince me to switch tracks. He stood before the intricately carved wooden door, but still hesitated at the entrance, reading the letter over and over. He knocked politely and a voice echoed from within, Gray, right. It's unlocked. He walked in with his head bowed. Excuse me. He caught a glimpse of something preparing to lunge toward him. He immediately drew his sharp sword. He gently thrust the sword straight at the thing, without a moment's hesitation. She was startled, her mouth agape in surprise. His hand remained in the sword-holding stance, thinking, my body is reacting on its own. What the hell? He couldn't help but panic when he saw a girl sitting on the floor, trembling, pointing a sword at him. His eyes widened. This girl, she sat there, exhaling in relief, full of worry. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. She glanced gently at him with a look of fear. From the side came a word of praise. Oh, not bad at all. Ariel said confidently, I knew my judgment wasn't wrong. The man with parted hair asked, Bella, you didn't hold back just now, did you? Ariel told you to save your strength, right? The bearded man questioned. Your movements were perfect, but dropping your sword so easily like that is not natural at all. The name was truly familiar. Gray instinctively glanced over. Bella, so it really is Bella Albright. Looking at her now, the present version wasn't much different from the future one. The female mage. Ariel wasn't having it. She looked at them with contempt. Are you two seriously saying that? If you can't even realize that, then you might as well quit teaching. The man with parted hair was a bit sheepish. Ah, no, we were just joking. Ariel mocked. Unfortunately, I'm forced to admit it. Gray was still bewildered. Professor, what are you guys doing? Ariel happily explained. We were placing a bet to see if you could block Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to you, I won big. She threw something to Gray, which he quickly caught. Gray was shocked when he opened his hand. A gold coin? This is a fortune. Finally, the mustached old man conceded. But it really is as you said. He had been closely watching the match. From the sparring phase just now, it looked like he was intentionally not using his dominant hand. The bearded man diagnosed. Perhaps it's because of an injury. Gray Lee clutched his arm in pain, realizing they were completely right. Instead of an obvious muscle injury, I think it's a deeper type of damage. The remaining man agreed. I agree. A regular injury wouldn't be this serious. Gray couldn't believe they had guessed correctly just by looking. You can tell all that just by looking. The bearded man replied as if it were obvious. If we couldn't even tell that much, how could we be professors at this academy? The man with parted hair added. Anyway, it seems Professor Ariel knew about this since the entrance exam. Ariel, cold and unwilling to talk to them, said, If you've figured it out, please get lost. He's my student. I'm not handing him over to anyone. Both men turned, preparing to leave. The one with parted hair left a compliment. We acknowledge he has potential, at least for now. The bearded man walked past, his eyes sharp. But if that injury doesn't heal, it also means he won't meet the Academy's admission standards. Remember that. Gray's gaze became cautious. Now only Professor Ariel, Bella, and Gray remained in the room. Ariel spoke up. Now that the nuisances are gone, she now exuded a mysterious air. Let's talk about magic. Starting the conversation, Ariel asked about Gray's background. I heard you used supercompressed ether in Professor Carlos's class. Gray didn't intend to hide it. So you already know. Ariel recounted. He came to my office and told me to transfer you to the magic department, but naturally I refused. Ariel pondered for a few seconds, to me. Then she revealed her other eye. It glowed like starlight. You are more suited for swordsmanship than magic. Seeing the professor reveal her other eye for the first time, Gray couldn't help but be surprised. Ariel explained in detail. At the very least, you don't look like someone good at compressing magical power at all. There isn't even a sign of having practiced it before. Perhaps from now on, Gray would be more cautious. He thought to himself, she just looked and knew, it's best not to lie. Gray answered honestly, exactly as you said. Ariel dug deeper. She was still far too curious about her student. May I ask what trick you used? I promise I won't tell anyone, and I'll even throw in a reward. Ariel looked toward Bella as if there were a secret between the two. I really need to know that, for the sake of that girl. Gray instinctively answered, but he caught himself just in time. Deep down, Gray Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Because because of Bella. He almost slipped up and called her a mage. Ariel looked at Bella's pained expression and shared directly. That's right. Although she is a genius in magic theory, her practical ability is not yet the best. Ariel was a bit troubled. She worried. I don't know why, she just can't use the ether compression technique well. That is the reason she cannot create super-compressed ether. Gray Lee intently observed Bella, recalling the information he knew. I've also heard that Bella Albright is a late bloomer. So that's the reason. Ariel continued speaking about Gray's power. But, hearing from Professor Carlos, when you used super-compressed ether, it didn't look like you were compressing ether at all. If there truly exists a way to use super-compressed ether without compressing ether, then she wouldn't have to be transferred to Professor Bradley. At the mention of that, Bella's complexion soured. Gray froze. Professor Bradley. The Professor Bradley you speak of. Gray Lee's face clearly showed horror. He said excitedly, Is it Professor Varian Bradley? Ariel replied, That's right. It seems you know him too. Gray's mind was now in total chaos. Of course I know him, he's notorious. The memories he still recalled were rows of corpses lying at his feet. He had performed countless experiments on people and killed countless others, or an entire town burnt to the ground by Bradley's experiments. Furthermore, he caused magical disasters, resulting in dozens of deaths. To Gray, Bradley was like a serial killer. He was the most infamous magical criminal in history. He still hasn't been caught yet. Ariel was worried. If by the end of the year she still cannot create super-compressed ether, she will be transferred to him and operated on. The horror inside Gray Lee surged. He couldn't sit still anymore. Wait, that's not okay at all. Ariel predicted Bella's tragic fate. That's right. Although he excuses it as increasing magical ability, in reality, it's human experimentation. She had also seen bodies that couldn't close their eyes even in death due to their injustice. This hasn't been announced, but there are rumors that because of him, many people have died, while others were left ruined. Finally, after a long silence, Bella spoke up. It's dangerous and terrifying, but if I can't use super-compressed ether, I'll be expelled at the end of the year. Ariel spoke with a resolute voice, filled with hatred for the sick Bradley. Honestly, I'd rather you drop out than let that guy lay a hand on your body. Gray pondered for a long time. The magic I know is knowledge that has never existed in this era. If I reveal it, it could change the entire course of history. Bella was terrified, her body trembling. Gray's deep gaze seemed as if he wanted to curse. The future he was speaking of was a world annihilated by the purger, or myself being useless, or the warriors killed in an instant. Is that the future I desire? His facial muscles relaxed. But why not? If that dark future can be changed, it can only be for the better. Gray set his teacup down with determination. I understand now, I will teach you. From his hand, a dark magical orb suddenly appeared. Outside the arena, everyone was silent, intently watching the board as Gray explained the magic. Gray said honestly, and that is all the knowledge I know about magic. As promised, please don't tell anyone that I taught you this. Ariel said firmly, committing, of course we even signed a magic contract. Bella added, breaking the law means death. This matter had been agreed upon by both parties, and Gray Lee felt at ease. So, after hearing what I said, what do you think? Ariel, though a good professor, was stunned by the recent heap of knowledge. Just the part about OD alone already amazed me, but the magical knowledge you shared is even beyond that. Bella, meanwhile, absorbed it very well, she thought. Concise and tight. How should I put it? It feels like I just had a magic lesson from 100 years in the future. Bella was very interested in the knowledge Gray brought. She sincerely praised. Just hearing your explanation is enough to advance the history of magic by 100 years. Even though he was very happy for the praise, Gray didn't dare to get complacent. Even though that was a lecture of mine from 10 years in the future, for people of this time, it really does look like it's 100 years ahead. Ariel still had too many doubts. There are many things I can't evaluate right away. Do you think what he said is true? Bella placed full trust in Gray Lee. It's very likely that the theory is correct. There's nothing contradicting current magic theory, and the fastest way to verify it is to test it. That's why we're here. Bella looked at Gray expectantly. If everything you said is true, Gray, then this spell will work. She left the paper behind and stepped forward according to the theory. Bella raised her wand, forming a magic circle. This spell will unleash my full power. Gray was somewhat hesitant. Then he tried to remember. Full power. If I remember correctly, Bella Albright's full power is said to be enough to burn down an entire city. In just the blink of an eye, the magic circle grew massive, covering the entire space. Moreover, she used to be unable to control such an immense amount of magical power. Bella was still stunned. Gray hadn't managed to stop her yet when his body began to blur. Wait. From the arena, an immense amount of magic erupted, as if a volcano were erupting. Blinding light radiated everywhere, and the shockwave of the power made Gray Lee's face distort, looking both pitiful and funny. Wait. Immediately after, a pillar of fire appeared, shooting straight into the sky. Gray Lee hurriedly reached his hand out in front of him to block the incredibly powerful, scorching wind coming from Bella Albright's direction. He squinted, observing the pillar of fire, terrified. Truly, the power is overwhelming. Gray Lee thought back to how the fire had quickly spread everywhere, about to reach him. If she hadn't controlled the magic even a split second earlier, I would surely be dead. But thanks to her, the fire was controlled and reversed away from him. It truly saved his life. On the other side, Bella Albright raised her wand high, happily announcing, I did it. I also tried to control it. The fire burned fiercely but looked very orderly, hovering around a corner of the space. Then it swirled and converged into one spot. A massive, hazy dragon made of red fire soared in the air. Bella Albright smiled happily, looking up at the magic she had created. Man, this is so fun. But suddenly she withdrew the fire, her voice faint and whispering. But the very next second, Bella Albright closed her eyes and fainted, her voice fading into the wind. I'm out of ether. She fell face first to the ground, motionless. This scene scared the life out of Gray Lee. He quickly approached, lifting her head, and cried out anxiously, Bella. Ariel, standing behind, calmly reminded him, stay calm. She seriously reassured him. She just fell asleep because she ran out of ether. Let her rest. As she said, Bella Albright's face looked very peaceful as she slept quietly. Gray Lee saw this and smiled in relief. Ariel turned to examine the remaining flame up high, unable to stop herself from exclaiming in surprise. Still, it's truly amazing. I didn't expect her to be able to create a spell of that scale in such a short time. Suddenly, Bella Albright answered in a low voice. The talented one isn't me, it's the theory. Now I can easily create super-compressed ether. Gray Lee helplessly thought to himself, but that's your theory. Can she still answer even when asleep? Ariel didn't mind her small action. She just sighed in relief and declared, now that she's created super-compressed ether, there's no need for surgery anymore. I will tell Bradley myself to cancel the operation. She thought back to the sight of Bella Albright controlling the magic just moments ago and felt a weight lifted, less worried. I'm truly very glad we avoided that risky operation, but I'm even happier that she didn't lose her ability to control her magical power. But Gray Lee caught the strange point in Ariel's words. He glanced at her, suspiciously asking, her ability to control magic? She seriously confirmed, that's right. Ariel explained with a cold expression. Although Bradley's surgery can increase magical power output, it's traded off against control. The exact operation method is still a secret, but I've heard it's a type of surgery that forcibly breaks one's limits. He raised his hand to touch his chin, his inner mind waking up in realization. So that's how it is. So the female mage in my previous world couldn't control her immense magical power because of that surgery. She smiled in satisfaction and raised her hand to summon a contract paper. Anyway, thanks to you, Bella has been able to create super-compressed ether, so the conditions in our contract have been fulfilled. Ariel held the paper up in front of her, seriously expressing, now it's my turn to fulfill my part. First of all, she looked down at Gray Lee's arm and announced, regarding your arm, I want to use my magical power on it. Immediately after, magical blue streams of energy and beautiful butterflies appeared from her hand. Ariel brought her hand close to the back of his hand, applying magic to it. In just a moment, the entire space was submerged in blue light and butterflies, originating from where their hands met. A moment later, Ariel stopped, and the beautiful, strange phenomenon gradually dissipated. She asked casually, how is it? Gray Lee tried moving his hand, clenching and opening it. He widened his eyes in disbelief. I can move it. Gray Lee smiled happily, expressing his appreciation. Thank you very much, Professor. But then he asked, full of suspicion, but even magic recovery potions couldn't heal it. How come? Hearing this, Ariel replied with confident arrogance, don't compare my nerve-regenerating magic with those ordinary recovery potions. She crossed her arms and asked seriously, but can it move like before? Try swinging a sword. he replied without hesitation, yes. Gray Lee turned and moved a distance away from her. Then he drew his sword and tried to swing it horizontally in front of him. He felt the sensation of the movement was a bit strange, so he skeptically looked at his sword-wielding arm. The next second, Gray Lee nimbly slashed, creating sharp sword strikes. He frowned in discomfort and then fell silent for a moment. Gray Lee stopped, looked at his hand, and reported with sorrow, "It feels like my arm isn't as flexible as before." Ariel wasn't very surprised to hear that, just as I thought. She raised her hand to her forehead and explained reluctantly, "I can heal the nerves, but my magic cannot heal wounds in your soul." He looked at her, confused. "My soul." Ariel glanced at him, seriously confirming, "That's right, you didn't mishear." She placed her hand on her chest and explained, "Although current magical knowledge has yet to prove the existence of the soul, I believe it exists." She raised her hand to cover one of her eyes. After all, when Ariel moved her hand away, a bizarre pattern appeared in her pupil. "I can see it with this eye." She could see inside Gray Lee there was a radiant beam of light, with rays of light slowly gathering around it. "Even now, your soul is slowly recovering. As long as you don't overexert yourself, it will heal on its own over time." He looked at his hand, surprised and in disbelief. "Don't overexert my body." Then he looked up at her and asked, "Does that mean don't train too hard?" Surprisingly, Ariel denied it. "Not at all, you can still train as usual." She rested her chin on her hand, wondering incessantly, "But I'm curious what kind of swordsmanship could cause damage to the soul like that." Hearing this, Gray could only force a smile, unable to answer. Suddenly, she uttered a sentence that left him stunned. "Then again, swordsmanship that uses the soul to swing the sword does exist." Ariel, with a mysterious expression, mentioned a name, "Amy White. You know her, right?" Gray Lee opened his eyes wide in terror. In his mind, the face of the Amy White from his previous life immediately appeared. Why is she mentioning the Sword Saint's name here? At this moment in time, she and I shouldn't know each other. Seeing his strange expression, she asked suspiciously, "Huh, did I say something wrong? The way you use your sword looks like you learned it from Amy." Ariel analyzed with some hesitation. "But thinking about it, there's a slight difference. The person who taught you swordsmanship seems even better than Amy." She looked at him and asserted confidently, "Although in just a few years, Amy will also reach that level." Gray Lee secretly broke into a cold sweat at her perceptiveness. "She even knows about that." He vaguely mentioned information about his skills. I learned swordsmanship at a dojo in my hometown," while his mind raced, thinking of ways to fool her. "I have to change the subject. If this conversation continues, I'll slip up." He hurriedly switched to another issue. "Is it really true that swordsmanship can damage the soul?" Just as Gray Lee hoped, Ariel confidently answered the question. "Not at all, at least not with ordinary types of swordsmanship." She stood with her hands on her hips, lecturing with an air of authority, explaining that from the very beginning, there was nothing normal about being able to cut down an ogre general with a single strike, not to mention slicing through the entire horde of ogres and the surrounding trees along with it. Her words triggered memories of that moment. His sword strike had sent an entire crowd of goblins flying, saving them from a desperate situation. So it turned out she knew all along, and it was because of that very reason that Ariel had made her joyful wager, stating that, of course, thanks to him, she had practically already won the bet. She then returned to a serious tone, expressing that she had examined the scene and the remaining ruins, and found it truly impressive, nodding that not even the most sophisticated cutting magic could have achieved such a feat. Ariel pointed directly at Gray Lee and cautiously inquired about the mysterious power inside him, asking if he had used it. He asked back in surprise if she could see it, to which she replied with a firm and certain tone that of course she could see it. Ariel's eyes radiated a faint glow, lending her words an air of mystery as she explained that she could see that power leaking through a heavily chained door. Hearing this, Gray Lee stood stunned and speechless with amazement. He thought of the door tightly bound with intricate patterns, repeating the phrase, "the chained door with a heavy heart." He looked at the woman in front of him, his heart now filled with shock and respect, realizing there was no way she could have guessed that. She truly did see it. Ariel, ignoring his mood, continued to reveal another piece of news, admitting that she had actually seen a similar source of power before, though she didn't think they were identical, just that they felt the same. Gray Lee inquired curiously about the similar power, wondering if there was someone else who possessed a power like his. She confirmed solemnly that there was, though she wasn't sure if they were even human. Ariel then uttered a name that made his eyes widen in terror. "The Purgers, that's what they were called." Seeing his expression, she pointed out with certainty that he must have heard of them before. The image of those figures, who seemed human yet were not, flashed through Gray Lee's mind as his inner self questioned with intense pressure, why that name had to appear at this specific time. Ariel fully confirmed this, nodding that he had indeed heard of it, and admitted she honestly didn't think it was so widely known. While nearby, a completely oblivious Bella Albright remained in a peaceful sleep. Then she recalled the knowledge on the board from earlier and guessed to herself that, then again, it wasn't too surprising he knew about that kind of forward-looking magic theory. Gray Lee could only scratch his head sheepishly, not daring to take credit, wondering if that really was knowledge from the future, even though no one had discovered that part yet. Ariel crossed her arms and seriously inquired how much he actually knew about the purger. He dropped his hands, not daring to look her in the eye, and answered generally that he only knew it was an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. Recalling the tragic future, he reported with gravity that they had to prevent him from appearing before it was too late, and if that wasn't possible, he had to be destroyed at all costs. Ariel rested her chin on her hand and replied pensively that while it might be a bit extreme, she agreed he was indeed dangerous. Yet Balian Bradley seemed determined to continue his experiment regardless. Gray Lee looked at her in confusion and asked how Balian was involved in this matter. This time it was Ariel's turn to be suspicious, asking if he was really even asking that. Immediately after, she calmly revealed the shocking news that the purger was exactly the entity he was trying to summon. His eyes widened in horror as his heart refused to believe it, repeating that the purger was created by humans, something he had never heard anyone say before. Then he held his chin, thinking of something suspicious regarding the academy in the previous timeline. Gray Lee remembered the timely actions of flying to the exact spot where the purger appeared, which made him even more suspicious, as if they knew exactly where the purger would show up. As he reasoned through everything, his eyes widened in sheer terror. Gray Lee hurriedly turned around, his inner self finding it hard to believe, thinking, "Don't tell me." He looked at the tall, sophisticated building in front of him, a sense of shock gradually overwhelming his heart as he wondered if the academy had been involved in the summoning from the very beginning. He immediately turned to Ariel with a tense demand that the experiment had to be stopped immediately, and she solemnly agreed. Ariel crossed her arms and explained helplessly that the problem was the head of the experiment was a professor just like her, so she had no right to close his research lab or forbid his experiments, even though she had pushed her superiors to cancel them, and they had refused. Gray Lee asked strictly who exactly those superiors were. Unfortunately, she shook her head and refused to answer, apologizing and explaining that she didn't have the authority to disclose that, and the issue remained that without an order from above, no one could force the experiment to stop. He closed his eyes, feeling completely helpless, wondering how there wasn't even a name for the person in charge, and realizing the Academy's leadership was more troublesome than he had imagined. Suddenly, a good idea occurred to Gray Lee, and he snapped his eyes open in thought, wondering if things would be different if the man were a criminal. According to what he knew, in the future, that man had participated in human experimentation. In the previous world, Balian's illegal experiments had killed tens of thousands of people, and he even knew exactly where the experiments were being conducted. Gray Lee immediately looked at Ariel and frankly expressed his thoughts, stating he knew where the man performed those illegal experiments and suggesting they catch him right at the scene. But before he could finish, she cut him off, apologizing and explaining that wouldn't work either. When he asked why in confusion, she calmly explained that entering a professor's research facility within the academy without a permit was a serious crime. Ariel warned with a cold expression that without concrete evidence, they would be the ones imprisoned, asking if he was saying he actually had proof of the man's crimes right now. Gray Lee glanced away uneasily, not knowing how to answer, so she ended the topic by saying that if not, the matter would have to be set aside for now. He clenched his fists unwillingly, realizing that even though she knew it was dangerous, she was also powerless, and he replied with a fairly frustrated tone that he understood. Sensing his mood, Ariel leaned her chin on her hand and brought up another matter, saying that, more importantly, they should talk about his power and asking if he wanted to learn how to control it. These words struck right at the heart of Gray Lee's desires, and he immediately forgot the previous topic to look at her in amazement. He then quickly asked if that was possible, to which she smiled proudly, and replied that there was a professor at the academy who was very skilled at handling unknown abilities. Ariel glanced at him and slowly uttered the professor's name, Heathcote Longfellow. Gray Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. Heathcote Longfellow was the very person who had trained the Sword Saint. She gave him a serious instruction, saying she thought he would find it interesting and that she would arrange for him to begin private training with the man starting tomorrow. He replied happily with a thank you, feeling incredibly lucky, as the whole reason he came to the academy was to master this power. Gray Lee felt extremely joyful and satisfied, not expecting to find a lead so quickly, as the afternoon sunlight shining on the training facility building seemed like a sign of a good beginning for his new life. The next day, a man ran in a rush at a speed, as fast as a flash of lightning through the forest. Behind him, Gray Lee was exhausted, and his face was covered in sweat, his mind distracted by the thought that he was receiving private lessons from Heathcote Longfellow. But he struggled to keep up with Heathcote Longfellow, his heart screaming in frustration, wondering why they had to run like this. The current location of the two was in the forest next to the teaching hall, right here. While running, the man suddenly turned his head and shouted sternly that he could feel Gray's spirit was distracted, telling him that if he still had room for wandering thoughts, then he should speed up and run until his body was absolutely depleted. Heathcote Longfellow maintained his lead while seriously instructing that Gray should listen carefully. Only when every drop of physical life force is burned away does the power of the soul awaken, and as long as a shred of physical stamina remains, he wouldn't let Gray touch a sword. Gray Lee hurriedly replied, "Yes, master." He tried to convince himself while running that if it was Heathcote's training, there must be a purpose. Yet the matter of Varian Bradley kept bothering him, making him feel uneasy that while he was running in circles here, Balian was still conducting experiments to summon the purger. Before he could think further, Heathcote Longfellow suddenly increased his speed ahead. Gray Lee gritted his teeth and tried to catch up, and because of this, the thoughts in his head became hesitant and uncertain about whether he should be doing this right now. One day, Gray Lee returned to the room to meet Ariel. She sat behind the desk and inquired with interest how the week of training with Heathcote had gone. He scratched his head and hesitantly recounted that it was actually mostly running, and they only did a few sword drills at the very end, though he did feel he had become a bit stronger. Hearing this, she burst out laughing, remarking that it sounded exactly like the man. Suddenly, someone entered through the door, saying, "Excuse me." The person handed a letter to Ariel, informing Professor Ariel that there was a letter for her. She reached out to take it with a thank you. Ariel then opened it to read immediately. Abruptly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing this, Gray Lee asked with concern what was wrong. He took the letter and held it up to read, and upon seeing the information, he too was terrified. It was. The paper read, "Dear Professor Ariel, we received a report that Bella Albright successfully created ultra-compressed ether, meaning she actually possesses a power similar to it. However, after examination, it is clear she hasn't truly compressed it yet, therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as ultra-compressed ether. The contract remains in effect, and the operation will proceed as planned. Balian Bradley." Gray Lee could not contain his anger and cursed it out loud, saying it was driving him crazy. Ariel reported with a heavy heart that it seemed Bradley was still determined to force her into surgery, even though she might not need it now. He looked at her and asked anxiously if she couldn't refuse, but Ariel was also helpless, nodding the contract was too tight. Ariel clenched her fingers and uttered another suggestion, one word at a time. Unless Bradley himself canceled it, Bella could only choose between being expelled or undergoing the surgery. Gray Lee whispered in disbelief, "No." Suddenly, Ariel slammed her hand on the desk and called out, "Gray, I need your help." She looked at him and made a solemn request, asking him to show her where Bradley's lab was, stating that if his criminal behavior were exposed, the contract would be void. Gray Lee looked back in astonished silence, and then he couldn't suppress a smile. Gray Lee let out a breath and didn't forget to mock Ariel back, asking if she hadn't said it would be dangerous without evidence. Naturally, Ariel remembered her previous words. She replied nonchalantly that they would find the evidence, stating she was placing her trust in him. Her gaze was sharp as she looked intently at him, saying that no, perhaps she had believed him from the very start because her eyes told her so. Ariel stated firmly her belief that he had been telling the truth this whole time. She calmly expressed that it just took her some time to admit it, and Gray Lee could only look at her and listen in silence. Ariel stepped up beside him and made a demand. "Lead the way, Gray." Then she solemnly declared, with a serious expression, that they would expose his crimes together. Following that, the main character's face also became quite serious as he said, "His lab is located in the mountain range near the village of Toril." Upon hearing the answer, Professor Ariel's gaze became somewhat pensive as she continued, "At Mount Toril, I remember very clearly that he has an academy-approved lab there." The information from the teacher's mouth suddenly made Gray feel even more shocked. Was he really conducting illegal experiments right inside an approved lab? Responding to those words, the red-haired woman turned sharply. What place could be more convenient for illegal work? Even if he stays there for a long time, no one would suspect a thing. And most importantly, no other professor would interfere with someone else's lab. However, as long as we find evidence of his crimes, no one will question us breaking into the lab. At the same time, a knock suddenly sounded at the door, followed by a voice. "It's me, Bella." Seeing this, Ariel called her in. "Come in." Stepping into the room, Bella also looked worried as she took out a letter and said heavily, "Professor, I received this letter." Without letting her finish her sentence, Ariel gently snatched the letter from the blue-haired girl's hand and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Her serious gaze left Bella somewhat confused as she asked back, "Do you mean you're intentionally going up against Varian for my sake, Professor? Just by yourself?" In response to that question, the female professor let out a very confident smile. "I'm enough on my own." Left with no choice, Number 3 had to turn her worried gaze toward the main character. As if understanding the signal, Gray immediately said, "Please wait a moment, I'm going too." Beside him, the blue-haired girl didn't want to be left behind and chimed in, "Me too. After all, this is my business." Switching to the female professor's perspective, seeing her 2 students under her wing so eager, she sighed with her hand to her face and advised, "Wait. He's an academy professor, not to mention he's a madman who has repeatedly conducted dangerous human experiments. If he catches either of you, there's no telling what he'll do. I can't let you 2 risk going there." As for Gray, he naturally understood this, yet he took a step forward and said, "That's exactly why going alone is even more dangerous. If I use the power that knocked down the general again, I can definitely help you to some extent. Besides, if you disappear, as a special admission student, I'll be expelled. Please let us decide our own fate." They spoke while looking forward with faces full of determination. Then, after a brief standoff of glares, Professor Ariel gave in and accepted them coming along. "It seems that even if I stop you, you 2 will come anyway. Fine then, but you must promise me one condition. No matter what happens, you must put your own safety first, understood?" When she said this, her eyes were full of a seriousness that allowed for no argument, and both of them understood and nodded. "Yes, ma'am." And so, time passed quickly as the 2 of them dragged each other to the Bradley lab. Looking at the massive building in front of her, Number 3 was the first to speak. "Is he really conducting illegal experiments here?" Hearing that, the professor nodded in response. "That's right. Now we'll look for evidence, won't we?" Having said that, she turned her questioning gaze toward Gray, and Gray didn't keep her waiting, answering immediately, "Yes, this is definitely the place." Turning to Bella's perspective, even though it had come to this, she still had some worry in her heart. "If you say so, then I believe you, but can we collect evidence without getting into trouble?" Just as the question was finished, Professor Ariel suddenly let out a bright laugh. "Varian is currently at a meeting of the Law Council, so he's not here. There's a high chance the main door is trapped, so we have to break through the side wall to get in." The red-haired woman's plan made Bella feel a bit hesitant as she whispered, "Is that really okay?" Ariel answered with a face full of confidence. "Breaking into an approved lab is already a crime anyway, so it doesn't matter. If you change your minds, you 2 can head back." Hearing those words, Bella's hand instinctively tightened around her staff, and she answered with a firm voice, "I'm going. But are you really sure? You're doing all this just for someone like me?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Gray turned to counter her. "You're wrong. Stopping his experiment is for the sake of the whole world. If not, countless people will die. No, the whole world will be sacrificed by him." Gray's spirited face was full of tension, which left Bella stunned as she instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" To be more certain, Professor Ariel also spoke up. "What Gray said might be a bit much, but I agree he must be stopped. So don't worry too much. We aren't risking our lives just for you, Bella. Now let's go." Having said that, all 3 of them rushed forward like the wind. While moving, the red-haired woman used her magic, creating streaks of red light that shot directly at the concrete wall in front of them, causing quite a large explosion. Dust and smoke flew everywhere. Looking at the large hole in the wall in front of him, Gray let out an uneasy smile, thinking to himself, "Haha, that's way too flashy." Putting that aside, the 3 of them quickly entered the lab through the hole in the wall. Just looking at the scene inside, Gray's face darkened. "What is this?" he cried out. At this moment, in front of the 3 of them were countless cells, still stained with streaks of black blood. Inside some of the cells, a few people still remained, their whole bodies covered in blood from the experiments. At this point, the unauthorized group didn't even need to bother searching anymore. Ariel remarked, "It seems we don't even need to look for evidence." Bella anxiously scanned all 4 directions and said, "There are too many." The professor nodded in agreement. "With just a glance, I've seen 14 types of forbidden arts. That's already a serious crime, not to mention the illegal human experimentation is just as grave." As she spoke, Suddenly, all three of their gazes were drawn to something. Not far away, a strange magic circle caught their attention. What is that? It looks like some kind of altar. What should we do? The original plan was to just take the evidence and leave, but should we rescue the people being held here? The mage Bella asked anxiously. However, her suggestion was rejected by the main character. We can't stay here too long. If we're delayed, then Varian might. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, astonished, "What are you doing?" rang out from behind them, catching Gray's attention. From within the shadows, a black silhouette began to step forward and spoke. "Were you calling for me?" Turning to Ariel's perspective, she seemed to know exactly who had arrived, so she asked lazily, "How was your meeting, Varian?" Hearing the name just called out was Varian. Our protagonist hurriedly drew his sword and stood in a fighting stance, struggling internally as to why he was here. Ignoring the boy's thoughts, Varian on the opposite side explained, "I sent a body double there. I have important experiments to do here. I just acquired some fresh ingredients. I have to make the most of them while they're still fresh. However, I'll have to change my plans." He adjusted his glasses as he spoke, radiating a terrifying pressure throughout his body, which caused the expressions of all three, including Gray, to change in an instant. Professor Varian's explanatory voice continued. "Regardless, I want ingredients that possess magic potential far beyond that of ordinary people. I don't know how you heard about me, but you definitely haven't told anyone that you were coming here, right? If you all suddenly vanished, no one would suspect me." Saying this, he broke into a sly grin, as if he had already guaranteed victory over the three people across from him. Professor Ariel, after hearing him speak like that, questioned, "Ingredients? Don't tell me you intend to use us as lab rats." Just as she predicted, Professor Varian had no intention of denying it. He calmly replied, "Calm down, your sacrifices will push the boundaries of magic. Therefore, I can't let you leave alive. I will use you as the finest ingredients." Then he broke into another sly grin. However, before he could utter another word, a fireball carrying scorching heat was fired straight at him from the opposite side, causing his expression to darken slightly. Next, a horrific explosion appeared within the gloomy corridor, and the person who had just cast that magic spell was none other than the mage Bella. Looking at her expression, it seemed she had been wanting to take revenge on Professor Varian for a long time. Unfortunately, the attack didn't seem to have much effect. After waiting for the dust to settle, the expressions of both Ariel and Bella flickered with surprise as they looked ahead. In that direction, Professor Varian was still calmly dusting himself off as if nothing had happened, because he had managed to activate a magic barrier to protect himself just in time. He even didn't forget to offer praise. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful." Ariel's divine eyes were still incredibly sharp. "Thinking of a special student like you possessing such unique talent. Perhaps I should start observing those recruited by the divine eye more closely." Saying this, he paused for a beat before mocking Bella. "I can't say I'm not impressed by that little bit of magic, but is an academy student trying to assassinate a professor?" Replying to this, Bella also released a regretful remark. "Better than being killed back, though I missed that chance." Returning to Professor Ariel's perspective, she didn't want her two students to fall into danger, so she immediately suggested, "We should retreat right now. We have enough evidence." Hearing her say that, the blue-haired girl nodded in agreement. "The Academy can handle the rest." However, the villain Varian naturally wouldn't let them retreat so easily. At this moment, his cold voice rang out. "Do you think you can just leave here safely?" Saying that, he unleashed his magic, firing a purplish-black energy source straight at Bella's position with lightning speed. Fortunately, at the most dangerous moment, Professor Ariel lunged forward, using her shield magic to intercept the attack. Behind, Bella saw this and said anxiously, "Professor." On this side, the villain Varian saw his attack blocked, but he remained smugly boastful. "It's meaningless. This is one of my research results, the gluttonous flame. It will burn the enemy's defensive magic and turn it into fuel. Theoretically, it cannot be blocked. The only downside is that it costs materials to create." Just as the villainous professor had said, the yellow shield created by Ariel didn't last long before countless cracks appeared. And finally, it shattered into many pieces. Left with no other choice, Ariel was forced to use energy from her divine eyes, creating a blue shield right behind the yellow one, just in time to intercept Varian's attack as the yellow shield crumbled. However, the second defensive layer didn't last long either, and cracks began to spread in all directions. Utilizing this short window, the professor hurriedly issued an order. "Bella, take the magic memory bag and Gray and get out of here now. Take it to Heathcote. When he sees it, he will know what to do." As she spoke, she gently moved a cube and placed it in Bella's palm. But for Bella, how could she let her teacher be left behind in this place? Immediately, she slammed her staff hard onto the ground and created a hemispherical barrier that covered everyone. This action made the female professor extremely worried. She yelled, "What are you doing? Run away now." Responding to the words, Bella also said in a firm tone, "Professor, your shield is breaking. Let me help." Hearing the third student say that, the red-haired woman became even more frustrated and shouted, "Didn't we promise each other before coming here? If something goes wrong, you must prioritize your own survival. Varian's magic clearly isn't natural. Defensive magic can't block it at all. I will buy some time so." Before the beautiful female professor could finish her sentence, the magic shield she had created shattered into many pieces, causing her expression to become worried. However, for some reason, Bella remained calm and said, "It's fine." Immediately after, Varian's attack collided with the barrier created by Bella, causing a deafening explosion to echo in the air. But the villainous professor's attack couldn't advance even an inch. Bella's explanatory voice started to ring out. "This magic isn't that strong. It just needs a slightly different type of defensive magic." Opposite them, Varian saw his attack having no effect and began to panic, then yelled loudly, "Impossible! Only we know the counter-magic theory for the gluttonous flame. How did you know?" Opposite him, Bella enlightened him with a confident tone. "Recently, someone taught me a new theory. With it, this magic is really easy." Hearing this part, Varian almost completely lost his mind. He roared like a rabid dog. Who is it? Name the traitor, give up, and I'll give you a painless death." Bella replied with a slightly teasing tone, "You want to know who taught me? That's a secret, but he's a student from the swordsman department." Opposite, the veins on Varian's face popped out. It seemed he was completely enraged. He roared, "So it seems you won't give me a serious answer, huh? Fine, then prepare to be burned alive." As he spoke, he took a pink crystal from somewhere and crushed it directly in his palm. Next, as if augmented by the crystal, he used his magic, creating countless ghastly skulls flying forward. These skulls began to intertwine with each other, finally forming the shape of a fierce beast's head, biting down toward the group, engulfing them within that magic. Behind them, Gray saw this and broke into a cold sweat as he asked, "Bella, are you still okay?" Bella replied, "I'm fine, the shield can still defend." However, at this point, her voice hesitated, and just by glancing briefly, Varian guessed the reason and said bluntly, "But your mana reserves won't last long, right? At your current reserves, you can hold out for a minute at most." Returning to Bella, she also hurriedly said to her professor, "Professor, attack him quickly. I'll handle the defense." Hearing this, the professor nodded in understanding. "All right." Speaking, she began to activate her divine eyes, silently observing the front. Very quickly, she discovered a weak point in Varian's attack magic. "The flame is thin right there. I can move mana outside the barrier." Thinking, she acted. Without a moment's hesitation, the red-haired girl reached her hand forward and quickly focused her magic, creating a bolt of lightning fired straight at Varian. However, for some reason, before the attack could even reach its target, it dissipated along its path. Seeing this, Professor Varian released a scornful remark. "Trying to counterattack? You can't even get close to me." Ariel's expression became troubled, unsure what to do next. At the same time, Gray was also quickly calculating solutions in his head. "If I remember correctly, Professor Ariel's attack magic is one of the weakest among the professors, and given the properties of this flame, it must absorb her magic." Not letting our protagonist think for long, Bella's weak voice rang out. "What should we do now? My energy is running out." Looking at her friend's constantly trembling body, Ariel also said bitterly, "That's why I said you should have run away right then." Gray stepped forward, reassuring her, "Leave it to me." This statement seemed to open up a glimmer of hope for the entire group. Bella hurriedly asked, "Gray, do you have a plan? Your sword can't reach him from here." Gray replied softly, "It'll be fine. I'll definitely be able to do it." To Ariel, she immediately guessed what Gray intended to do, so she reminded him, "Are you sure about this? Using that power again might kill you. Even if you survive, the arm you use might never recover." Hearing this, the smile on the protagonist's face involuntarily appeared. Then he said, "Dying alone is better than all three of us dying. Don't you think so?" Returning to Varian's perspective, at this moment, he suddenly saw a blinding light emanating from within his own magic. In his view, somehow, Gray had burst out from outside the flames. Even before he could realize it, his setup along with the flames had been sliced in two by Gray. The boy's gaze was calm, as if he had just sliced a piece of butter. Immediately after Gray's slash, the expression of the mage Bella also became stunned. Not only her, even Professor Ariel couldn't hide her astonishment. Looking at Varian's severed body, she was amazed and said, "This is the first time I've seen this with my own eyes, but this is overwhelming." And then, not letting them be shocked any longer, The entire prison began to rumble and shake. From above, cracks began to spread in all directions, and debris rained down endlessly. The ceiling was collapsing. Someone screamed. However, even this minor tremor wasn't enough to stump our professor. Immediately, she stepped forward, activating her magic to stop the collapse. At that moment, from the soles of her feet, a pink magic ripple spread out in all directions. Next, countless rays of light shot through all the debris, holding them fixed in midair. Then Ariel observed for a moment and said, "My goodness, this is far beyond my expectations." Then she turned to look at the protagonist and asked anxiously, "But is your body all right?" On this side, our protagonist also threw his sword aside. He looked at his constantly trembling hand and said, "My hand hurts a bit, and it's a little numb too, but I can still move it." Gray hurriedly picked up his sword, while the red-haired professor, seeing her student was still okay, nodded in satisfaction. "It seems your training is paying off." Gray sheathed his sword and admitted, "It seems so." Although that's what he said, the protagonist silently reminded himself in his head, "If the person using it was the version of me from my days in the village, I would have passed out for days. When I woke up, I probably wouldn't have been able to move my arm at all. But now it only hurts a little. This a huge improvement. It seems those days of training were truly worth it." Knowing this, Gray clenched his hand again. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel watched silently without saying anything. A few seconds later, she approached and continued, "Thanks to you, we survived, but I apologize for forcing you to use that power." Responding, Gray shook his head. "Please don't worry about it. I was the one who insisted on stopping Varian in the first place." Before he could say anything else, the beautiful professor gave him some advice. "Thank you, but if you can, try not to use that power for a while. Otherwise, the damage might never recover." When saying this, her face was full of worry. Meanwhile, Gray Lee couldn't hide his own confusion. He bit his lip and nodded, "I understand." Regarding Bella, the mage, hearing the two discuss like that, she curiously asked, Excuse me, was that magic just now? But I couldn't sense a bit of ether." Actually, trying to explain that power as magic was impossible. For Professor Ariel, she naturally couldn't let her student dig too deep into this, so she immediately interrupted. "I'm sorry, but I hope you don't pry further into this, and don't tell anyone what you saw today." With the professor's serious expression, the mage was a bit flustered and asked, "Why?" Ariel didn't explain much. Instead, she gave an ultimatum to her student. "If you can't promise me that, then I am forced to erase your memories." As she said this, she had already started using her magic. This made the mage anxious, and she hurriedly agreed. "I understand, let's form a magic contract." "That's right," Ariel nodded in reply, simultaneously summoning a magic contract hovering in the air. Just like that, very quickly, they both signed the contract. After finishing everything, Gray spoke up. "What now? I'm also worried about the experiments, but first I think we should help these people. It looks like they were only put to sleep by magic," he said, while observing those imprisoned inside the prison. To this suggestion, Professor Ariel didn't object, but added, "This place isn't safe anymore. We should still take them to the Academy's medical ward to ensure their safety." Saying this, she snapped her fingers, causing the entire detention area to be filled with pale yellow light. Each person's body was covered in an aura. After finishing, the professor explained her action. "I've placed a barrier to prevent them from being harmed from the outside. Done, let's continue to investigate deeper inside. Looking closely, this place is truly insane. Illegal experiments are being conducted everywhere. I see almost all of them using human cells as magical catalysts, or to enhance human magical abilities. I don't see any signals related to the purger. Perhaps it's at another facility." The professor gave her speculation, while the protagonist remained somewhat confused in his mind. "Really, this is where the incident that killed so many people in my previous life occurred. Could creating a regular magical catalyst really cause such a huge catastrophe?" At this point, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Gray's mind. "Wait, the thing that killed everyone in my previous life was miasma leaking from underground." Thinking of this, the protagonist suddenly stopped, acting strangely. The professor in front, witnessing this, turned back to ask, "What's wrong?" Gray speculated that there might be something underground, so he expressed his speculation. "Could it be underground? It's possible there's some secret passage." Hearing this, the red-haired woman observed the surroundings for a minute, then whispered, "I don't see any mysterious passages." However, just a second later, she seemed to realize something, and hurriedly ran forward, relying on her divine eyes. She began to spot traces of magic on the ground, so she stated her findings. "Although very faint, I can feel traces of short-distance teleportation magic here." Gray asked, "Could it be a space only accessible by teleportation magic?" Ariel shook her head, continuing to explain. Based on the traces, the teleportation distance is about 300 meters below. There is definitely something there. Hearing this, Gray hurriedly stepped forward and asked, 300 meters underground? Can we go there? Responding to this, the professor didn't disappoint him. I can use a teleportation gate. Let's give it a try, she said, snapping her fingers, creating a magic circle on the ground, and adding, if there's nothing there, the gate will just lead to rock. Just like that, the teleportation gate slowly opened. Consequently, when the whole group stepped inside, they couldn't repress their astonishment, because at this moment, the scene before them was countless cubicle buildings built close to one another. Looking at the number of structures, Ariel exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect such a vast space underneath. On another side, Bella sensed something through her innate talent. She pointed ahead and said, I feel a massive source of ether radiating everywhere, especially from that direction. Everyone turned their eyes toward the direction she pointed. There stood a building that looked somewhat different from the rest. The beautiful Professor Ariel continued using her divine eyes to observe and quickly noticed something strange. It's not just ether. There's an energy source completely different from magic leaking out of that place, and it's stronger than anything I've ever seen. Hearing this, our protagonist realized something as well. Before he could even finish his sentence, the red-haired woman nodded. That's right. That is the power of the purger. Without hesitating for a single moment, the three of them rushed straight toward the mysterious building where that powerful energy was emanating. Upon entering, the group witnessed several purple crystal pillars, along with a black door bearing a six-winged symbol at the top. To prevent her two students from running into danger, Professor Ariel stepped forward. Let's see. The energy source is definitely coming from here. But right now, there's no sign of the purger. As she spoke, she tapped lightly on the door to check it. From behind, the mage Bella quickly asked, Are you sure we should be touching that thing? In contrast to Bella's tension, Ariel calmly replied, Just relax. This door doesn't hold any power. It's only placed here as a symbol for the ritual. You know that, right? As she spoke, she went behind the door and opened it to demonstrate. This door is perfectly safe. Then she scanned the room again and added, The power isn't inside the door, it's in the magic circle surrounding it. As she said this, the red-haired woman directed her gaze towards several giant glass tubes containing a pink liquid. Then, whether they accidentally bumped into something or not, all those glass columns suddenly began to erupt with a violent surge of power. Terrifying Gray, he hurriedly shouted, What is this? It's not actually summoning the purger, is it? Standing beside him, Bella's face also contorted under the pressure. This magic flow is too dangerous. We have to stop it right now. She gave her assessment. However, Ariel remained as nonchalant as if nothing were happening. Don't rush in. By my estimate, this system isn't enough to actually summon the purger. Next, before everyone's astonished eyes, space suddenly began to crack in front of the black door, eventually revealing a pitch-black void behind it. Gray and Bella were so terrified witnessing this that they felt their hearts might drop. Space is being torn apart, they shouted in unison. At the same time, the entire magic circle on the ground reached its peak level of energy emission. However, after that, Gray and Bella looked somewhat confused, because from their perspective, even though the magic circle released a massive aura, nothing else happened. To explain this, Professor Ariel enlightened them. These devices aren't meant to summon the purger. They only pierce a small rift connecting to where it exists, and then they siphon the power leaking out from there. The energy core used to crystallize that power is very likely human lives. It looks like about 10 souls have been used, but in the process of creating the mold, even more may have been sacrificed. Most likely, the people captured upstairs were the raw materials for it, she quickly remarked. But this left the mage Bella feeling utterly confused. Why would they go to such lengths just to collect energy? What do they plan to do with it? Answering this, Ariel shrugged and said, Don't you see? That engraved flame very in use during the fight. The crystal that amplified those flames is exactly what will be produced when this process is complete. Actually, that catalyst isn't just limited to the fire attribute. If they mass-produce it, who knows what they'll do with that kind of power? As she spoke, she observed a diamond-shaped object suspended in midair. Elsewhere, the spatial rift that had been created quickly closed up. On this side, Gray saw this and spoke up. Look, the cracks are disappearing, so Varian never intended to summon the purger at all. In response to his question, the professor sat down to inspect the containers and said, I'm not sure if he didn't want to or simply couldn't, but it seems these spatial opening magic tools have been pushed to their absolute limit. This is likely all they are capable of. Meanwhile, Bella took the opportunity to observe the surroundings and quickly realized the value of the equipment installed there. I think this set of equipment is incredibly precious. I've never seen a spatial teleportation spell so precise and powerful. Her opinion was met with total agreement from Professor Ariel. Exactly. Like you said, manufacturing a set of equipment like this would cost an entire nation's budget. And there are 8 sets here. Only one organization comes to my mind. Hearing this, Bella blurted out a guess. Is it the Discar Empire? The red-haired professor shook her head. No, it's not them. They might be the largest nation in the world, but their magic research isn't advanced enough to create this. The professor's answer made Bella even more curious. Then who is it? She asked again. Ariel didn't answer immediately, but said slowly, it would have to be an organization whose research capabilities far exceed the Empire. Before she could finish, Gray suddenly cut in. It's the World Union Academy, isn't it? Hearing this, Bella turned to Gray with a look of confusion, while the female professor immediately agreed. Precisely. No other research institute could handle a scale and budget like this. After those words, the room suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, Bella finally spoke. So you mean the Academy is behind this? But the World Union Academy is supposed to be the place that protects humanity from threats. Facing her students' naive thought, the professor only shook her head slightly. It's understandable you don't want to believe it, but no other organization could have pulled this off. On this side, our protagonist asked anxiously, but that doesn't mean the entire academy is our enemy, does it? Most of them are still people of justice. He silently recalled the events of his past life to reassure himself. At least, before the regression happened, the Academy's volunteer forces were the ones on the front lines, even surpassing the punishment team. They fought to protect civilians until the very end. After witnessing that future, I can't believe the Academy is the enemy of humanity. Fortunately, not letting Gray down, the professor didn't dispute that. Just as you said, the majority in the Academy must still be fighting for humanity, and wouldn't allow experiments that sacrifice lives like this. However, the Academy has countless researchers and facilities. Very few people actually see the big picture, and whoever is backing Varian definitely has massive support. With Varian's authority alone, he could never have arranged this. Hearing the professor's explanation, Bella began to realize just how serious things were. She asked, so that means we can't completely trust the Academy either? Ariel calmly stated a bitter truth. I've observed the Academy from the inside for decades. It's not an organization you can trust blindly. That much is certain. Most of the people inside believe they are doing good for humanity. Even those behind this experiment have likely convinced themselves they are acting for the greater good. The truth is buried deep in the shadows. Turning back to Gray, he didn't want to waste more time and asked directly, do you have a way to track down the mastermind? In response, Ariel immediately used her divine eyes to search for traces and said, let's see, there are no communication devices in this facility, and even the magic signatures of the manufacturer have been wiped clean from the equipment. The concealment was done so thoroughly that finding a trail will be extremely difficult. As she spoke, she glanced to one side. Immediately after, a massive explosion suddenly occurred behind Ariel. Explosions began happening everywhere, as if the secret research facility was set to self-destruct. This terrified the protagonist. Despite the perilous situation, Ariel watched with amusement. It seems they even installed a trace erasure mechanism, but they didn't self-destruct immediately upon Varian's death. Could they have been waiting for an intruder before blowing the place up? Not letting her professor speculate any further, Bella urged her. This isn't the time for theories. We have to get out of here right now. Seeing her student's panicked state, Ariel just chuckled softly. Calm down, that's just explosive magic. Professors of the World Union Academy aren't so fragile as to be killed by something like that. Ariel spoke with complete confidence. Ariel activated a magic circle to protect them from the room's destruction. She warned the two, don't step out of the magic circle. The energy pillars were still glowing brightly. The room was severely shattered. Rocks began to plummet from the ceiling. Outside, the area was desolate and silent. Suddenly, the group was brought outside by Ariel's teleportation spell. She took a quick head count and said, it looks like all the captives have been secured safely. Bella breathed a sigh of relief. I thought we were goners for sure this time. While Gray added worriedly, wasn't that way too dangerous? Professor Ariel replied calmly. Because the cargo was heavier than I anticipated, the teleportation was delayed a bit. But it was worth it because we secured these. What she was referring to were those energy pillars. Once they brought these back to the Academy, they wouldn't be able to ignore them anymore. A clear full moon shone brightly across the night sky. By the next morning, back at the World Union Academy, in the office of the Academy's principal, he announced, the survivors are being treated at the Academy's medical facility. Oradram praised Gray's group. We truly must thank you all for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. He picked up a report to examine it. Now then, regarding those magic engines he possessed, each one is worth more than a nation's treasury. Ariel was also concerned. Yes, and there are 8 in total. There's no way Varian could have gathered that much firepower on his own. Where on earth did he get them? The principal replied, they were stolen. He looked at them and said, they were hijacked in transit. All 78 transport agents were wiped out. Hearing this, Bella and Gray were horrified. Ariel asked sharply, all 78 Academy transport agents dead? Don't tell me. That was the case from 15 years ago. The principal confirmed, correct, the stolen goods from that year were these very engines. She then asked in a low voice, if I recall correctly, the one responsible back then was. The principal obviously knew very well, Blood Food. You've all likely heard that name before. Gray and Bella indeed knew them. The world's largest criminal organization, those parasites of humanity. No matter how many times they are destroyed, they crawl back out of the shadows. He glanced over at Bella. She was gnashing her teeth in hatred. They are also the ones who killed my parents. Oradram replied heavily. Yes, even if destroyed 100 times, they reappear. No one knows where they hide nor who their leader is. It's said that over 70% of crime-related deaths are caused by them, and it wouldn't be surprising if their members have already infiltrated this academy. The worst part is there's no way to identify them, and even if we did, the academy wouldn't act. Gray was indignant at this. What? Even if there are criminals inside the academy? Ariel stopped him. That is simply how the academy operates nowadays. Anyone with talent is given the chance to grow stronger, regardless of bloodline, race, or gender. The principal confirmed, exactly, and whether that person is a criminal or not doesn't matter. Bella found this rule absurd. If there are criminals here, they should be punished. In truth, the principal was also helpless. I agree, but the higher-ups don't see it that way. Bella asked worriedly, aren't you the principal? Oradram could only reply, I'm just a figurehead. He slammed the files down. I might be the face of the academy in name, but my actual authority is negligible. You want to know who is really running this place? Both Bella and Gray nodded with silent determination. Yet Oradram laughed, then become stronger. The more you prove your individual strength, the deeper you'll be allowed into the academy, and you'll gradually uncover the hidden secrets. He added, I cannot give a name, but you have an upperclassman, someone influential enough to dictate the entire direction of the academy. Even that insane policy allowing criminals to join was his decision. Gray asked quietly, so if we become stronger than him? The principal confirmed. Yes, perhaps then you could change the entire academy. He looked straight at them. In this place, strength is everything. Both Gray and Bella clenched their fists. Oradram looked at them and thought to himself, still, this is quite interesting. Ariel had no chance of beating Varian, which means one of these two did it. Ariel's divine eyes are as sharp as ever. I can't wait to see what kind of monster she's going to create. At this point, Gray had left the principal's office. He looked at the mark of the curse on his hand. He thought, so that's it. The power to run the academy. N letter 1 EBF, U min MU letter 1 ED1. NH letter 1 EA1, K letter 1 EBB, Than Tier letter 1 EBNG, H O letter 1 EB7, C Tim Ra K letter 1 EBB, GI letter 1 EAD, T Day, Fia Sa. Then first I have to focus on getting stronger. Suddenly, someone walking past bumped into him. Gray was startled and said, sorry. But immediately after, a direct kick came flying at him. He was struck and sent flying back. Luckily, Gray managed to stay on his feet. But the damage from that kick was not insignificant. The aggressor remarked, tougher than I thought. Gray asked politely, is there a problem? He gritted his teeth. A problem? The lunatic began to curse. Walking around like you own the place. An accidental failure like you doesn't even deserve to step foot in this hallway. Gray understood somewhat. It was another one who hated the special admissions. But this is the first time someone dared to kick me right in the middle of a hallway. He gripped the sword at his hip and asked, you want to fight? The guy pondered for a moment and replied, I'd be happy to, but it looks like the second failure has just arrived. Behind him was Professor Ariel walking toward them. He immediately started to leave. I'm off. As he walked away, he muttered curses. Sorry, but the surveillance here is too tight. I couldn't get any closer. He bit his finger until it bled. But I'll send someone else there soon enough. Deeple confirmed, Varian. On this side, the professor came up and asked, what happened? Gray greeted her first, Professor Ariel. Then he said, some student just kicked me. He said a God-eye special admission like me shouldn't be showing my face in the academy hallways. She observed the situation and replied, no weapons, no injuries, meaning I have no legitimate reason to intervene. Then Ariel looked at him and asked, so why didn't you chase him down and punch some sense into him? Gray was shocked. Wait, I'm allowed to do that. She acted like she didn't care. In my capacity as a professor, I can't permit it, but my eyesight has been poor lately. If something happened nearby, I probably wouldn't see it. Gray decided not to press it. That's way too suspicious. Forget it, I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ariel didn't see it that way. A pity, really. Suddenly she asked, let me ask you something. Our God-Eye students really hated that much. Gray slightly covered his arm and replied, people mock us often, but this is the first time someone actually laid a hand on me. Ariel asked again, so they ridicule you. She felt a sense of helplessness. Sorry, if only I had a bit more authority. Seeing this, Gray comforted her. Please don't worry about it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even set foot in this academy. Besides, Bella and the others will prove that the God-Eye program wasn't a mistake. After all, you have very sharp eyes, Professor. Ariel pondered these words for a brief moment. She felt her heart lighten. Thank you. Then Ariel pointed straight at Gray and said, but don't think this is just someone else's problem. Of all the Divine Eye students, I have the highest expectations for you. She listed a few names, Amy White, Leek Muller, and Jacob Bloomfield, as former special admission students who had become top-tier talents. But she added, this is the first time I've believed someone could surpass human limits. It was when I met you. Facing the professor's expectations, Gray thought to himself, compared to them, that won't be easy. Yet he had other worries. No, thinking like that is weak. The person behind Varian surely hasn't given up on the idea of summoning the Purger. Even they couldn't do anything against that guy. I returned to this timeline to make sure I can defeat it. The fate of this world is in my hands. At the training grounds of the World Union Academy, the professor explained, today's swordsmanship lesson will be practical combat. Pair up according to the list on the board. Gray thought to himself, practical combat, huh? I need to stay completely focused. If I make a mistake, people will start bad-mouthing the Divine Eye students again. At the very least, I have to prove that I'm not inferior to the regular students. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Oh boy. The pairing list read, Gray Lee Leonhard Appiahs. Gray thought to himself, Leonhard Appiahs, huh? He's at the top of the swordsmanship course, which means he's the strongest first year. The professor looked at the students and said, I have paired you up with students of similar skill levels, so feel free to fight. Consider this a real battle. Deep down, Gray strongly objected, similar skill levels, my foot. Why do I have to fight the top student when I'm just a special admission? Gray recalled, and he hates Divine Eye students too. He's probably itching to beat me up after what happened last time. Suddenly, he noticed someone behind him. Before he knew it, the guy was already there. Hey, Leon said cheerfully, looks like we're a pair. I'm so happy about that. He thought secretly getting to fight Gray, the top of the class, is truly an honor. I've trained harder than anyone else. Gray, take a look at my real swordsmanship. Gray became increasingly terrified, this guy. That bright smile of his, there was no doubt he was thrilled to finally have a legal chance to beat him up. Leon added, this is really something to look forward to. On the training ground, the instructor asked, is everyone ready? The command rang out, begin. Immediately, the students started dueling. Leon gripped his sword and lunged forward. Here I come. Luckily, Gray managed to block it. Leon swung his sword forcefully, sending Gray stumbling back. He immediately seized the opportunity to rush forward. Leon thrust his sword forward, but Gray luckily dodged in time. He didn't want to show weakness either, so he swung his sword up. Both their swords clashed powerfully. Leon spoke admiringly to Gray. You're really strong. It's hard to believe you didn't get in through the regular route. Blade after blade, as sharp as knives, continued to be unleashed. Both were fighting neck and neck. Gray thought to himself, I thought I would be defeated immediately. Who would have thought I could hold my own? But even if I put in all my strength, I still can't match his raw power. He carefully observed Leon. His swordsmanship is truly amazing. It's that textbook-perfect style. Every standard technique perfected to a scary degree. Even with my experience from my previous life and my master's training. Suddenly, he stopped to gather momentum. Leon put all his strength into this strike as he lunged. And to think he's already this much of a monster after only one lifetime. Before everyone's eyes, Leon and Gray fought, leaving only blurs of their swords. They were amazed. He's actually on par with Leonhard. Leon was equally thrilled. This is amazing. I could fight like this all day. Meanwhile, Gray was exhausted. I have no energy left. If it weren't for Professor Heathcote's training, I would have collapsed already. He looked at Leon. Why isn't he panting at all? Filled with hesitation, I'm about to collapse. I have to end this match now. The professor said to fight like it's real, right? Consider it a real battle. Instantly, Gray's gaze sharpened. In front of him, Leon was gathering momentum to swing his sword. He swung a powerful blow, but Gray ducked and dodged it. He put his strength into his hand on the ground. Leon was horrified. What? Gray had lunged low and kicked Leon's leg. Leon was still stunned when he was kicked in the leg. What the? Gray immediately seized the opportunity to thrust his sword upward. Now he was terrified, so he really considers this a life-or-death battle. However, Leon still swung his sword up. Both blades were held at each other's throats. Both Leon and Gray maintained their stance, intent on taking the other's life. He lowered his sword and offered his hand. "It's a draw, good fight." Leon replied, "No, not quite." He pondered at that moment. "All I could do was swing my sword. On the other hand, you could have pierced my heart completely if you wanted to." Leon looked sharply at Gray and asked, "That was a fake, so you tried to stab me in the neck. Am I wrong?" He had to confess, "You caught me, but even with all those protective charms, isn't putting a sword to someone's heart in a mock battle trouble." Leon didn't argue, "But it still means I lost." Saying that, he turned and left. "Thanks to you, I finally understand the difference between real combat and sparring, and that a fight isn't just about swordsmanship skills." Gray still tried to make excuses. That was partly a cheat move in a swordsmanship class anyway. But Leon cut him off. "The teacher said to treat it like a real battle. In a real battle, there's no such thing as cheating." Suddenly, he twisted his shoe, Then he raised his sword and challenged him excitedly. "Let's go another round." Facing the blade, Gray was fed up. "Another round. I only won because I caught him off guard. If we fought head-on, I wouldn't stand a chance. This isn't even about technique anymore. His overall physical strength makes me feel like trash." Suddenly, someone stepped in to interrupt. "Stop right there." An arrogant student said, "Whether it's real combat training or not, this is a sword class. No one said you could use anything other than a sword." He mocked Gray. "And how does a special admit like you get paired with the top student? Don't get cocky just because you have a little magic." He thought to himself, "I didn't choose this match." Unexpectedly, Leon stepped up to stake his claim. "The professor decided I was the only one worthy of Gray. Please step aside." The professor also stepped up, saying, "As Leon said, I'm the one who paired you. I paired students of equivalent overall strength, right?" He affirmed, "Gray is the only one who can go head-to-head with Leon." And he nodded with great satisfaction. The professor looked at the troublemaker and said, "If you aren't satisfied, try fighting him. Beat Gray, and you can be Leon's opponent." Provoked, he angrily agreed, "Fine." He still tried to mock. "I defeated the examiner to get in here. Don't lump me in with those who barely made the cut or those who didn't pass at all." But Leon looked down on him. "He's judging Gray based on his admission type without knowing his real strength, which makes me feel like I'm looking at my old self." He trusted Gray unconditionally. This is a real opportunity. His strength deserves to be recognized. Then Leon shifted his focus. "But more importantly, you interrupted my time with Gray." Seeing his gaze, he hurriedly looked up. He only saw Leon's handsome face distorted with anger. "For that crime alone, you deserve to die." The troublemaker truly didn't understand why. Why is he so angry? The professor said to Gray, "If you don't like real combat rules, fine, you can only use your sword, okay? Gray." Behind him, Leon was still filled with murderous intent. He secretly worried, "I really don't know how strong this guy is. But if he entered the academy through the regular exam, it won't be easy." Gray assessed his opponent. "He definitely has better stamina and physical strength than me. Even with my master's brutal training, I can't overcome years of nutrition and proper physical conditioning." Gray tried to leave himself an out. "I'm not too confident in my skills, but losing doesn't mean expulsion, right?" The professor also said, "This is just class training. Regardless, don't go easy on each other." Gray raised his sword, "All right," and the other guy was ready in position. Instantly, he seized the opportunity to rush forward. He thrust his sword forward, roaring, "Time for this special admit to learn his place. Remember your role." Instantly, both swords clashed powerfully. Suddenly, Gray was surprised. He flicked his sword lightly, then he knocked him back. The troublemaker was stunned, while Gray thought to himself he hit too lightly. His strength, there's nothing special about it. The guy angrily gathered momentum to swing his sword. Gray thought to himself, is he pulling his punches? Yet, who would have thought he'd be defeated on the second strike? He fell backward, his head hitting the ground. The professor announced the result. Match over. Gray approached, asking anxiously, "Sorry, are you okay?" I only aimed for your sword, but I hit you instead. I thought you'd dodge." The guy wouldn't admit defeat and picked up his sword. "It was just a coincidence. You only caught me when I was off guard." Despite being bruised and battered, his face a mess, he still said, "One more round." Everyone was buzzing. "Geez, that looks really painful." And the professor helplessly replied, "All right, enough, just fight until you're satisfied." And so he swung his sword to attack again. In the middle of the training ground, the sun was shining brightly. Gray asked worriedly, Are you okay?" Someone with swollen eyes mumbled, I'm fine." It was the class troublemaker who had been beaten until his face was distorted. The professor helplessly said, "All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the infirmary." The professor helplessly said, "All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the infirmary." He gathered the students and declared, "And so the representatives this year will be Gray and Leon. Does anyone object?" he curiously asked. representatives. The professor replied, the two strongest first years will face the second-year champions in the intergrade match. He pointed at Gray and said, the first years have lost 35 times in a row. His eyes filled with hope, but perhaps this year will be different. Gray asked in surprise, 35 consecutive losses. He spoke up, is the strength gap between the first and second years really that large? The professor confirmed, indeed, at this academy, even 1 year's difference makes a huge gap. He resignedly added, losing is so common that people just assume we'll lose. Then he dangled the bait. Just not fighting poorly is already good, but if you win, it will be recorded in the Academy's history as a miracle. Just being chosen to compete is an honor. With that, the professor gave Gray a confident pat on the shoulder. Then he took his leave, saying, don't be too tense, all right, class dismissed. Gray silently processed the information he had just received, realizing that the interclass competition wasn't as serious as he had originally thought. However, for a God-Eye special admission student like himself, this was the perfect opportunity to prove that he truly was capable of fighting. Gray told himself that he simply had to train as hard as possible. Inside the meeting room, the principal announced, next, the final item for today's faculty meeting is a proposal from Professor Budra. The old professor replied, yes, sir. He laid out his proposal. I move for the expulsion of the God-Eye special admission student, Amy White. Ariel was indignant, demanding to know why he would make such a suggestion when she was the one in charge of the God-Eye group, to which Budra immediately countered. And that is exactly the problem. He voiced his objection, noting that Amy White had failed her third-year advancement exam, yet she was allowed to remain solely because she was a special admission student. Every other student who fails their exams is expelled. How does that look in terms of fairness? Professor Ariel continued to defend her students' rights, stating that Amy was developing world-class combat potential, and that it was only due to a severe physical backlash that she couldn't demonstrate her full power. Otherwise, she would have passed the exam easily. The old professor mocked her again. Oh, please, that excuse again. Another professor joined in the indignation. Just label it physical backlash, and a useless student suddenly becomes a sealed genius. How long do you plan to use that mysterious power as a pretext? Ariel refused to back down, reaffirming that she was telling the truth, and that the student could regain her full power at any moment, perhaps even tomorrow, warning that pushing her now could cost her that chance forever. The professor snapped back sharply. You've used that exact same reasoning before. He grew angry, asking if her goal was simply to keep a student who didn't meet the standards here indefinitely. Ariel didn't give an inch, arguing that the academy existed to nurture exceptional talent, and that there was no point if they expelled those with innate gifts just because they didn't fit the system. The fat professor chimed in again, innate gifts. He sneered contemptuously, remarking that while God-Eye students might have been impressive in the past, the current batch was nothing but a bunch of failures. He listed off several prominent names: Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield, mockingly suggesting that the divine eye had lost its ability to judge people, while the professor next to him added that perhaps it was time to consider abolishing the God-Eye special admission category altogether. Ariel was stunned. Abolish it? What are you saying, Professor? Budra threatened her, reminding her that while the God-Eye category was established long ago by the Academy's founding council, it could be abolished the same way, needing only a majority vote from the faculty. Another professor agreed, stating frankly that the current God-Eye group had failed to make any impression whatsoever. Others voiced their complaints, nodding that while they heard Bella Albright was making progress, it wasn't anything remarkable, and even her mana capacity was quite suspicious. These remarks left Ariel in a difficult position as she tried to respond. The professors began to gossip, saying the old God-Eye groups were strong, but this one lacked any of that former prestige. The entire group of professors began to gang up to exert pressure. Ariel felt stuck between a rock and a hard place, realizing more people opposed the God-Eye program than she had thought. At this rate, it really could be dismantled. Budra continued to mock, saying it had been obsolete for a long time and should be discarded. He even went as far as to ridicule Ariel personally, asking if she still intended to claim that her judgment of people was superior to all of theirs. Her hands clenched tightly. She wanted to tell them that yes, it was, but Ariel caught their prejudiced glares and realized that saying so would only make them angrier. Surrounded by the group of men, she felt stifled, knowing they had never liked her to begin with. She tried to find allies, knowing that many professors still cared whether the God-Eye program benefited the Academy. To get them on her side, she couldn't say anything that would alienate them. Her lips were pressed firmly together. Budra provoked her further, asking if she had run out of arguments and suggesting she should at least recognize she was past her prime. Another hounded her, saying that despite her past achievements, she should retire before she ruined her own reputation. The taunts came without end, with someone suggesting that if she wanted to teach her pet students her own way, she should start her own academy. The old men burst out laughing at the idea, mockingly wishing her luck in finding students willing to follow a washed-up, god-eye professor. Ariel felt helpless, knowing she could still spot genius, but the kids needed time, and if given that time, they would prove everything. She just had to stop them from being expelled. She decided firmly that she would do so by any means necessary. Suddenly, someone mentioned Ariel's favorite student, asking if there wasn't a boy named Gray in the God-Eye group. The professors shifted the topic toward him, mentioning he was quite promising among the first years in the swordsmanship department, and nodding he was also participating in this year's interclass competition. Budra saw a golden opportunity and admitted the boy seemed to have some potential. He proposed to Ariel that they let the boy prove himself in the match, and they would decide the future of the God-Eye category after seeing the results. She glanced toward the professor, who had just helped her out of the tight spot. He could only shake his head helplessly. Ariel decided she had to take the risk. She spoke up, explaining that his power wasn't suited for simulated matches, and that if it were a real life-and-death battle, things would be different. She was cut off immediately, another excuse. The professor vehemently disagreed, arguing that if a student couldn't perform in practice, they would be useless in real combat, a fact every professor there knew. Ariel flared up, telling them they didn't understand and that his ability wasn't ordinary swordsmanship. The entire meeting room suddenly fell silent. The principal then dismissed the meeting, stating they had discussed enough and that the current debate was going nowhere. He suggested that seeing a God-Eye student perform in the match sounded reasonable, and that they would observe his performance and decide later. Ariel was shocked and wanted to object, but the principal had already declared the meeting adjourned. The old professors left the room full of sarcasm, saying they were now looking forward to the match and that it should be quite entertaining. Only one professor remained, looking back inside with concern. It was Ariel, sitting slumped and withdrawn in her chair. Her hands clenched tightly as she whispered an apology to her students, blaming her own weakness. She remembered Gray saying that it was better for one to die than all three, and telling her to leave it to him. Ariel felt deep regret, knowing his power wasn't meant for simulations. His dominant arm was in pain and growing numb, yet this was the situation they were in, and she knew he still needed more time. Her lips pressed together, knowing that what she was hoping for from him now was simply asking too much. But even so, she begged, her body trembling. "Please help them," she whispered, pulling herself into a tight ball. She pleaded for help for those children, raw gems that hadn't been polished but possessed world-class potential. A tear rolled down her cheek. "Please protect their future," she wept, her tears falling uncontrollably. On the day of the interclass exchange match, the Academy's arena was lit up brilliantly. The professor announced, "All right, we will now begin the interclass exchange match." Introducing the competitors, first was the top first-year student, Leonhard Appias. Next was the top second-year student, Leonel Hartman. The challenger from the first-year class, Gray Lee. And the challenger from the second-year class, Diebel Radartle. Gray looked at Diebel and thought worriedly, "Wait, isn't that the guy who attacked me in the hallway? Do I really have to fight him?" Now we shall witness their capabilities. Every student and professor directed their full attention to the arena. Professor Budra still maintained his disdainful appearance. Leonhardt thought to himself, "So many professors came to watch. Is it always like this for normal exchange matches?" To which Hartman replied, "No, this is a first. Last year only 3 swordsmanship professors bothered to show up." He was curious why it was so crowded today, which triggered a memory for Leonhardt. He introduced his friend proudly. "The professors must be curious about Gray. It's a testament to their good eye for talent." Looking at Leonhardt's smug expression, Hartman wondered if he had always been like this. Professor Budra overheard the conversation and remarked, "Just as you guessed, we've come to watch the final match of the God-Eye Special Admissions group." The students began to chatter excitedly upon hearing this. Gray immediately spoke up, asking what he meant by final. Budra directed his gaze toward Ariel and asked if nobody had told the boy. He answered dismissively, "The God-Eye class is being disbanded." Gray was stunned. "Disbanded? Professor, is that true?" Professor Ariel remained silent, thinking that if she told Gray the truth, he would push himself too hard. He might even use that power, which in his current state could kill him. She finally spoke. Ariel reassured Gray, telling him Budra was just trying to mess with his head and that he shouldn't let it affect him. He just needed to focus on the fight. A brief silence fell over the arena below. Gray noticed her arm was trembling. He knew what he had to do. He replied, "If the professor says so, then fine." Budra saw this and said contemptuously, "Whatever, go ahead and make a fool of yourself." He aimed his words at her, saying that when the boy lost miserably, the other professors would understand that Ariel's eyes were no longer as sharp as they used to be. Unexpectedly, Gray countered immediately, "I can't let that comment slide." The professor paused. "What? I don't care if you insult me," Gray stated firmly. "But don't you dare underestimate Professor Ariel's judgment." This statement made her freeze. Budra held his ground, asking what kind of power her eyes could have possibly seen in him, nodding that unlike his professor, everyone who wasn't senile was certain he would lose pathetically. Gray was angry, his voice dropping an octave. "Fine, then let me prove you all wrong." The old man was incensed, demanding to know what was with the disrespectful attitude. The referee below commanded, "Competitors, please separate and join your teammates." Ariel still couldn't stop worrying, thankful for his trust, but wondering what Gray was planning to do. If he were fighting the top student, his practical swordsmanship skills might have given him a slim chance. But the opponent he was facing was a monster. Deeble Radartle. Bradley had surgically altered his brain, boosting his reflexes to superhuman levels. He was essentially a living weapon. He was the absolute worst opponent for Gray's ambush-style tactics. "Don't tell me, is he planning to use that ability?" At the thought, Ariel's lips instinctively pressed together. She stood in the stands and called out, "Gray." Ariel pleaded, "Don't worry about me, please, just don't overexert yourself." He was taken aback for a moment. Then Gray gave a small smile. He reassured her, "I've got this." The referee, along with all the professors and students, was now looking toward the stands. The referee announced, "The arena is protected by a magic barrier to prevent fatal injuries. Triggering your opponent's protective shield counts as a win. Fight as if this were a real battle." Leon muttered to himself, "A real battle." The match between the top-ranked students began. Leon immediately seized the chance to lunge forward. "Here I come." Hartman also excitedly took his stance. "Very good, show me what you've got." The sharp clashing of their swords echoed as they struck each other. At this moment, Hartman had already gathered his momentum. He swung his sword forcefully, but fortunately, Leon ducked and dodged in time. He planted his hand on the ground to gather momentum. Then he kicked out powerfully, but Hartman dodged it. Leon sighed with regret. "I guess I can't fight like a knight, Gray." But Hartman complimented him. "You're actually pretty good. Honestly, you're stronger than I was as a first year." Then he radiated a wave of pressure and charged. Time to speed things up. This made Leon worried. Can I keep up? A flurry of sword strikes rained down like a storm. Hartman just kept chasing Leon down until he touched the barrier. Damn it. Hartman's blade reached him just in time. It was perfectly pressed against Leon's neck when the referee shouted, "That's enough." The winner was decided. The winner of the top-ranked student match was Lionel. The two sheathed their swords and said politely, "Thanks for the match, great fight. Next, we will begin the challengers' match." Two representatives stepped forward. Leon immediately said to him, "Good luck," and Gray replied, "Thanks." He thought to himself, "I've already talked a big game, now I have to pull it off." Before traveling back in time, I had fought countless monsters more desperate than this. Compared to those, this is still winnable. Deeble's sword tip dragged along the ground. He walked over, muttering, "Just a little bit more, Professor Bradley. I'll send him to the same place as you." "Down to hell," he added, accompanied by a savage smile. For the intergrade tournament qualifiers, the two took their fighting stances. The arena was dead silent, not a single sound. As soon as the referee shouted, "Begin," they immediately lunged at each other. Gray realized something was off. He was knocked back by Deeble. His sword hand trembled. Damn it, that was heavy. Gray observed the madman in front of him, even though Professor Ariel said his reflexes were enhanced. But could his arm strength be enhanced too? With this strength gap, all my tricks are useless. How am I supposed to fight him? He thought to himself, I still have that skill, but... Gray recalled Professor Ariel's warning. "Listen to me, no matter what happens, do not use that power. At worst, it will kill you." At that time, he had confidently replied, "Yes." She warned him anxiously. "The tournament is important, yes, but it's not worth risking your life. Moreover, the arena's defensive barrier won't be able to withstand it. If you use it, your opponent might lose their life." This really scared Gray. He had to risk it all and charge forward. Determined, he told himself that he could risk his life to protect his special divine eye admission. But killing someone right in the middle of a school tournament was out of the question. Deeble also gathered momentum. Two slashes collided powerfully. Deeble immediately swung a dangerous strike. Luckily, Gray blocked it just in time, thinking to himself, why are his movements so strangely simple? With his physique and reflexes, he could take me down in one hit. Gray assessed sharply he's not lacking in technique. He's definitely holding back on purpose. What is he planning? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a savage smile. The smile terrified Gray. He was knocked back. After that, Deeble's sword tip lunged again, aiming straight for Gray's eyes. I can't dodge this. Yet he still managed to raise his sword to block it in time. Gray couldn't understand it. Why? I clearly couldn't have reacted in time. He gathered momentum and shoved Deeble back. He slid back as he, deliberately reducing his attack force. In the stands, Ariel was also surprised. She was startled when she looked through her divine eye. Inside Deeble was a heart covered in mana. What is this power? A dark purple-black mana source glowed, covering his entire heart. Suddenly, Ariel looked at Budra's group. The old man was still mocking them. The second years this year really have issues with their character. They clearly could have ended it at any time, yet they keep dragging it out. Seems so. That divine eye student is struggling to block every strike, yet still refuses to surrender. Doesn't that prove he's not strong enough? Maybe he knows the divine eye quota is about to be abolished, so he's signaling us. Because if we keep waiting like this, the divine eye spot will become a joke. That makes sense. Truly an exemplary student thinking for the academy. All the malicious comments were directed at Gray. Suddenly Ariel shouted, "Stop the match now, stop immediately, it's dangerous." That ugly old man Budra still had his nasty demeanor as he asked, "Dangerous where? Are you talking about this simulation match?" Another guy chimed in, "It seems you don't know, so let me tell you. The arena is covered by a powerful protective barrier. Any attack that could cause fatal injury will be automatically blocked, so the students can fight with all their might without fear, unless you have another reason for wanting to stop the match." Down below, Gray was still struggling to defend. Up in the stands, Ariel explained, "Of course I know about the protective barrier, but it won't be enough to protect Gray." Instantly, a mana explosion occurred on the arena floor. Ariel was terrified to the core. Deeble had activated his heretical power. He gathered momentum and raised his sword high, then swung it powerfully toward Gray. He was overwhelmed by the sight. The entire stands shook violently after that one sword stroke. Gray looked down in horror. Where the blade had just swept past, it left a deep gouge. It even cut through the academy's barrier. It sliced through Budra's false pride. Ariel worried, "The barrier. I told you so." She hurriedly cast magic. Damn Bradley, I didn't expect him to plant that in the academy. But the magic was blocked by the barrier. Ariel panicked. "The barrier in the stands is too strong. I can't use the binding spell." She screamed, "It's an emergency. Disable the barrier immediately. Cancel the tournament. This isn't a fencing match anymore." But that bunch of useless blowhards had gone pale as sheets. "Damn it." Ariel shouted toward the arena, "Run, Gray. It'll take too long to stop the match from the outside." He heard it faintly, "Run," but he barely had time before having to dodge a lethal blow from Deeble. If he turned his back for even a second, he'd be dead on the spot. The students were terrified and panicked by the sight. The professor standing in the stands looked down and muttered to himself, "The professor's magic will take at least 30 seconds to reach them. Too slow. It seems there's no other choice." He pinned his hopes on Gray. It's still a bit early, but, full of trust and encouragement, he thought, "You have to do it, Gray." The professor shouted an explanation. "Gray, think of your body as the sword. Don't just swing the blade, move your body with that power." Struggling to dodge Deeble's attacks, Gray thought, "Think of my body as a sword. What on earth does he mean by that?" But if the teacher said so, he would do it. Gray paused and told himself, "No, I have to do this." He became still. "I'm a unique blade. Focus, put everything into it." That blade was already closing in to take his life. It kept getting closer. Then it struck the solid barrier hard. Behind Deeble, Gray was swinging his sword. He looked back in terror. Gray had grasped the lesson and thought to himself, "Has he been this slow the whole time?" No, he gripped his sword tightly. He swung back powerfully, returning the misery Deeble had put him through. It was him who was getting faster. Gray nearly blasted Deeple to bits. Deeple still had a protective barrier around him, but Gray attacked like a maniac, trying to break it at any cost. Finally, he did it. A terrifying blast sent Deeple crashing straight down, piercing through the wall and creating a huge crater. Professor Budra gaped as the defenses were torn apart. Another professor exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of fighting is this?" Professor Heathcote anxiously asked if the student was okay. The match official hurriedly called for the emergency medical team. Deeple slowly crawled out of the rubble, but everyone felt that something was very, very wrong. A dark, bizarre aura was radiating from his body. Deeple's face no longer looked human. It looked like a real monster. Everyone was shocked to see he was completely unharmed. Professor Ariel immediately warned Gray, "It's not over. Stay on your toes." Gray nodded in agreement, still taken aback. When Deeple lunged with that black energy, Gray only just managed to dodge. That horrific force blew the ground apart. Professor Budra shouted in panic, "What the heck is that?" While Professor Ariel checked whether the barrier had been lifted, The other professors replied it would take 10 more seconds. Gray tried to dodge blow after blow, fighting while watching Deepal closely. He swung his sword, sending continuous slashes of black wind. In the blink of an eye, Deepal closed the distance. Gray managed to block the sword, but from that terrifying speed and power, he realized Deepal was absolutely no longer human, and Gray himself wasn't exactly normal either. He violently tossed the sword away. Yet despite the relentless attacks, Deepal remained unscathed. Gray hesitated for a beat and was hit. Blood spurted from his mouth. Professor Ariel was filled with extreme worry. Gray knew that if he didn't counterattack immediately, he'd be done for. He craved more power. That thought swallowed him whole. Gray's eyes changed, and in one ultra-fast move, he chopped off both of Deepal's arms. Deepal's pained scream echoed across the arena. Blood sprayed everywhere. Deepal collapsed to his knees as black mist rose from the wounds. The professors gaped. The whole arena fell into a deathly silence from shock. At that moment, the final barrier was lifted. All the professors immediately jumped down to the field, led by Professor Ariel. They quickly bound Deepal tightly. Gray panted, exhausted. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his whole body. Blood spurted from multiple wounds. He fell face first to the ground, trembling all over. Professor Ariel rushed over to heal him, restoring him while anxiously asking if he was okay. 3 other professors ran up to assist. She ordered them to cast healing spells on Gray immediately. Gray was nearly unconscious at that point. Ariel watched his breathing intently. After a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she looked up, she startled at a shadow crossing her view. Gray had risen, completely healthy. He smiled and thanked her. Everyone was shocked at how fast he recovered. Another professor even asked if he was really all right. Gray asked Professor Ariel how he looked. She used her divine eye to examine him and couldn't believe her eyes. After using such a terrifying amount of power, Gray's soul was almost entirely unharmed. When Gray asked about his body, she explained the healing spells had taken care of it, so he shouldn't feel pain anymore. Professor Heathcote stepped forward and said the plan had worked. They had minimized the backlash just as he predicted. But Professor Ariel was far from pleased. In fact, she was furious. Without the healing spells, Gray might have died. Heathcote explained they had kept the backlash at a level the heals could salvage, so for now it was acceptable. He added that eventually he wanted Gray to withstand backlash on his own, but that would take time. Ariel could only glare at him. Gray then realized all those insane training sessions had been preparing him for this moment. Things had gone far beyond the script. Some professors handled clearing the barriers, while the medical team loaded Deepal onto a stretcher. Professor Ariel asked who had won the match. The official explained Deepal's protective layer had auto-activated due to Gray's attack. Therefore, the winner of the selection match was the first-year representative, Gray. The students cheered in unison. No one could believe a freshman had defeated a second-year representative, and from the Divine class no less. Professor Heathcote declared, "The Divine Eye student has finally ended the first year's 35-match losing streak." But he also admitted that after this match, winning or losing no longer mattered. No one could argue Ariel's Divine Eye was wrong anymore. Alexandra had to concede as well. Having witnessed the fight, they had no choice but to admit Ariel was right. Now no one dared support abolishing the special Divine Eye class. One professor even said they should be ashamed for having considered kicking out such a talented student. Gray was busy talking with the other professors. Professor Ariel clenched her hands to contain her emotions. She felt both relieved and incredibly grateful to him. Another professor suggested those who pushed to abolish the Divine Eye class should reflect on their responsibilities. All eyes turned to Professor Budra and his 2 accomplices. They fell silent, sweating as if they'd been doused. Budra stammered an excuse about other preparations and bolted. His cronies hurried after him. The remaining professors burst into laughter as they watched them flee. An elderly professor commented, "The saying, 'never mess with the Divine Eye,' still holds true to this day." Someone beside him added, "Compared to the old days, Professor Ariel's a lot gentler now." Time changes people. Gray couldn't help but wonder what had happened to her in the past. As the attention died down, Headmaster Alexandro approached Gray with a grave expression. Gray immediately went on alert. The headmaster said that during the match, the second-year representative Deepal had clearly been forced to have an unusual power injected into his body, and the school would investigate. It was unacceptable for a simulated match to become life-threatening for a student. On behalf of the academy, the headmaster apologized to Gray for not detecting the irregularity earlier. Gray told him not to worry. In the end, everything turned out fine. But Alexandro continued. After Deepal lost control, Gray had also released something. Gray flinched, tense. The headmaster knew it wasn't ordinary magic, but a much stranger kind of power that modern magical theory couldn't explain. He wanted to know what it truly was. Gray didn't know how to answer. He couldn't reveal pre-rebirth matters, especially while the mastermind behind the liquidator remained at large. He only replied that he wasn't sure either. Alexandro looked skeptical. Gray added that it was Professor Ariel who noticed and explained it to him. Ariel knew that was a lie. Ever since Gray defeated the ogre boss monster, he had used that power naturally. She wondered quietly what he was planning. Gray inwardly hoped she would cooperate. To stop the liquidator, he needed her to remain the one in charge. Ariel understood his intent. She was impressed that Gray had thought ahead. He wasn't like someone living life for the first time. She realized he trusted her a great deal, so she had to step in and speak up. She cut into the conversation and told the headmaster he was right. Gray's power couldn't be analyzed by magical theory, but with her divine eye, she could see it clearly. She explained that after observing, she had asked Professor Heathcote, who had a good affinity with this kind of power, to assist Gray, which is why he could control it today. She was still studying how to harness the power more effectively, and asked the headmaster to give her full authority over anything related to Gray's power. After witnessing the match, the headmaster couldn't refuse. He said Gray and the entire Special Divine Eye team would be under her command, and the academy would provide any support needed. Both were surprised by the offer. Ariel thanked him. Gray and Professor Ariel exchanged a knowing smile. Then the headmaster went down to the special underground medical wing to check on Deeple's condition, and invited Ariel to come because he needed her eyes. She gladly accepted. Back in the office, Ariel took a sip of tea and then informed Gray. According to the analysis, the power used on Deeple is almost identical to the liquidator. She was certain that the crystals from that research facility had been used. Gray asked what happened to Deeple. Ariel replied sadly, he was dead. Gray was about to ask if it was because of him, but she cut him off. No, the moment that power activated, Deeple stopped being himself. He may have died at the moment the power was grafted into him, and clearly the target was Gray. A retaliatory strike because he killed V and Bradley. Gray's face went dark. He also realized that if Deeple was tampered with after Variad's death, it was very likely the work of a third party. Ariel sensed a bigger fish hiding behind it all. She would dig deeper into the connections, even if it took quite some time. Her instincts told her this was tied to deeper layers within the academy. Gray nodded and said to tell him if she needed any help. Ariel thanked him sincerely. She also realized Gray had learned to use the power without harming his soul. Gray admitted it, but this time the backlash on his body was much worse than before. Her silence made Gray uneasy. Ariel smiled and announced, Professor Heathcote believes it's time to upgrade Gray's training to the next stage. Hearing that, Gray excitedly asked if it was true. Ariel beamed and replied, yes, this time you'll learn to control that power far better than you do now. The scene opened under the vast sky. A suit of armor standing tall, and at the center a lone swordsman, Gray. Around him were rows of immobile training iron mannequins. Professor Heathcote stood not far away, voice worried. This training method is extremely dangerous and painful. If you're willing to spend more time, there are many safer options. He asked again, are you sure? Gray replied briefly, yes. Training began. Gray closed his eyes and focused deeply. He imagined himself as a single blade, recalling that horrifying moment. Black mist enveloped the sword, gradually transforming into blazing red energy, spreading throughout his body. Ready, Gray swung his sword in a single arc. The blazing red energy tore through the iron mannequins, shattering them to pieces. Red slashes swept across the arena. Debris flew everywhere. Gray rushed like a storm, striking repeatedly from all directions. The mannequins ripped apart without mercy. After the whirlwind, Gray burst out from the center. Behind him lay a devastated battlefield. The observing professors were astonished at his terrifying speed. They couldn't believe it, yet quietly admired him. Professor Heathcote's brow furrowed. Gray continued charging to the other side of the training field. But as he began the motion, blood spurted from multiple wounds across his body. He glanced back, slashed at the remaining suits of armor, then staggered and fell face first to the ground. His body collapsed and couldn't get up. The professors in white robes immediately activated healing spells. A blue mist enveloped Gray. He lost consciousness for a moment, but shortly after, his wounds were healed, and he slowly stood up. Gray thanked everyone. Professor Heathcote nodded with satisfaction. Very good progress. This time you lasted much longer than before. Gray admitted, when I was concentrating, I didn't notice. But now it's clear using this power is unbearably painful. Professor Heathcote stepped closer, his voice low. Pain and suffering are signs you're pushing past your limits. However, this training is truly excessive. Whether to continue or not is entirely up to you. Gray replied firmly, I'm determined. He immediately went into a fighting stance, ready to do it again. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop." It was Professor Ariel. She reminded them, training is only allowed once per day. Gray objected, "My body has been healed, my soul won't be harmed." Ariel shook her head. "Outer wounds can be handled by healing magic, but if you keep taking damage before you stabilize, your sword sense will be seriously distorted." She believed Gray understood this better than anyone. Gray quietly recalled his hand in his previous life. The life of being bullied, swordsmanship never progressing because of childhood injury aftereffects. Professor Heathcote sighed in relief. Good thing she arrived in time. Even I would hesitate to repeat this kind of training multiple times a day. He slammed a piece of armor onto the ground, the thud proving its terrifying weight. Gray nodded. "I understand." A curious white-robed professor asked, "You're already this strong, so why the rush to get stronger?" Professor Ariel sighed. "It's my fault." She recounted that because she dragged Gray into the conflict with Professor Varian, those behind the scenes now viewed Gray as an enemy. The Deepel incident was only the beginning. Forces were operating in the Academy's shadows, possibly even the Bloodrinker gang that once stole magical catalysts for Varian. Even if we lock Gray away under heavy guard, we can't guarantee his complete safety. So the only way to survive is to become stronger. She looked at Gray with remorse. Gray smiled. "No need to apologize. Stopping the liquidator experiments was my choice. I'll see it through, no matter what happens." Ariel praised him. "You're an outstanding student. The only thing I can do is help you make the most of that power." Her words made Professor Heathcote smile. "You have a plan, don't you?" Ariel nodded. "Yes." She asked, "Have you forgotten the quickest and safest way for a swordsman to get stronger?" Heathcote looked at Gray, who was still blank, then nodded. "Change the sword, that's the fastest solution." Gray was surprised. "But the Academy-issued sword is a high-grade custom weapon." Ariel explained. "For freshmen, that sword is good enough, but with your current power, it can't hold up." She pointed toward space. "Ordinary weapons can't bear that force. So I'll take you to my private armory." Professor Heathcote was astonished. "You plan to give him one from there? He's still just a student." Ariel was calm. "It's fine." She stuck a key into the void and turned it. Light flared, forming the shape of a gateway. While she said Gray deserved it, Gray stood frozen in shock. A spatial rift opened before their eyes. Ariel smiled and turned. "Come with me." Gray was the last to step in. His eyes widened in astonishment. Everywhere were piles of gold, silver, and jewels, glittering under the light. They walked down the corridor toward the sword section. The two professors continued ahead, while Gray stood frozen in place, mouth agape from overwhelm. At last, they reached the sword area to find one suitable for him. Gray was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of weapons before him. He blurted out, "No matter where I look, it's all swords that look extremely dangerous." Professor Heathcote replied proudly, "No sword collection in this wide world matches the quality of this one." Professor Ariel knew well that choosing a sword from among hundreds would be extremely difficult. Ideally, Gray would test each blade at full strength, but because of the nature of his power, they could only try one sword per day. Finally, she decided to narrow the range and test a few at a time. She began with the sharpest sword available. Gray hefted it and remarked, "Too heavy." Ariel nodded. "True, but it cuts incredibly well." She brought out a log for Gray to test on. He took his stance, shifted his weight into his grip, raised the sword high, and brought it down with force. A thunderous thud rang out as the floor cracked. A clean, powerful cut split the log in two. Gray watched in awed amazement. Ariel commented, "This sword is extremely powerful, but it's a bit heavy, so not ideal for close combat." Heathcote agreed, adding, "No matter how sharp, if you don't land the hit, it's useless." However, against large, solid, and slow foes like divine beasts or architectural constructs, this sword would be extremely useful. Ariel also said she'd give Gray a magic storage pouch so he wouldn't have to carry it, avoiding clumsiness when stowed. Gray realized this wasn't a sword to be casually lent out. Ariel smiled. "Better to give it to someone who knows how to use it than let it gather dust. I want to see it wielded by someone worthy." She asked him, when facing Vian, the one behind the liquidator, "Are you sure you won't regret not having this sword?" The question made Gray pause. He recalled his previous life of despair, when he believed that no matter how hard he trained, his existence wouldn't change anything. His face hardened, and he bowed his head to thank her sincerely for lending the sword. Heathcote advised, "Don't show off this sword to others unless you truly intend to use it." Gray asked in surprise why. Heathcote explained, "Its market value is at least 10 billion, or no less than 10,000 gold coins." Gray's eyes bulged. His jaw nearly dropped from shock. He hurriedly told Ariel he couldn't accept such an expensive item, but she calmly replied, "I'm not accepting returns." She made it clear, "It's not a loan, it's a gift." She knew that if it were only lent, Gray would hesitate to use it to its full extent. At first, Gray thought she was joking, but Ariel confirmed she was completely serious. If 10 billion is all it takes to protect my divine eye class, I'm willing to pay without regret. This sword is just a belated reward for what you've done. Gray was about to argue. Ariel cut in. Do you really think my divine eye class is only worth 10 billion? Gray flinched and quickly replied, No, ma'am. He thanked her again and promised to take good care of it. Her answer made Ariel smile in satisfaction. Then she began searching for a more ordinary sword, one Gray could use in regular battles. Gray admitted, I didn't expect your armory to be this impressive. Heathcote replied confidently, Of course. No one in this world has sharper eyes than Ariel's divine eye. With it, she can make as much money as she wants. Ariel called Heathcote over and asked which sword he thought suited Gray best. He surveyed them at a glance, then pointed out one. Gray asked permission to try it, and Ariel agreed. He swung once, then again, linking the slashes with his footwork. The sword was well forged, but he felt something was off. He wondered if it was just unfamiliarity. Heathcote immediately realized it wasn't a fit. He selected another blade. This one was made for experimentation, but he felt it might suit him better. Gray froze the moment he saw it. The blade was clean silver, blue patterns running along the length, exuding a calm yet chilling sharpness. Elegant, yet clearly extremely powerful. Gray asked what kind of sword it was. Heathcote told him to hold it and try. Gray was surprised by how unexpectedly light it was, but it had no sharp edge. Heathcote explained, It was designed to test new technology, not for practical combat. Think of it as an unsharpened steel blade with extremely high durability. I believe it suits you very well. Gray asked, You mean because of my power I don't need a sharpened edge? Heathcote nodded. Exactly. I doubt even the strongest sword could withstand your power. And as you continue to grow stronger, even the swords in this armory would eventually only slow you down. If the future is one where you no longer need a blade's edge to fight, then holding a sword like this is perhaps the perfect choice. Heathcote tested to strike himself on a block of metallic wood. The wood block was dented and warped everywhere. Gray's jaw dropped, while Ariel remained unimpressed. She knew he was just showing off. Personally, she still thought Gray should use a real sword, but she didn't object to trying different options. She asked Gray if he wanted to try other weapons, even offering to lead him to sections other than swords. However, facing the massive array of swords, Gray simply wanted to try them all. A red-bladed sword particularly caught his eye. It looked much lighter and stronger than the first one. He said he wanted to try it and stepped toward it, but halfway there, another sword made him stop. He felt a sense of familiarity from it. Gray asked Ariel about that sword. She recounted. A former student left it behind after graduation. It's not a famous named blade, but it was forged very well. Gray asked to try it. The sword felt incredibly natural in his hand, as if it had been born for him. He stood before a training mannequin. With a movement that was almost negligible, he sliced it clean in half. Both professors were stunned. Gray was equally shocked. The sword suited him to a frightening degree. It felt as if he had been practicing with it since the day he was born. Ariel asked if he liked it. Gray nodded, yes. In all my life, I've never owned a sword so easy to handle. She wanted to test further to see if it was truly compatible with his power. Gray hesitated, worried that since it belonged to a former student, he might break it. Ariel reassured him. It's fine. I'm sure this sword would rather be used than sit here collecting dust. That convinced him. Gray curiously asked for the name of the student who forged it. Ariel replied, Metallum Norm. Gray froze. Metallum Norm, the greatest magic swordsmith in the world. The sword he was holding was forged by the man himself. They moved to the training grounds for serious testing. To measure its strength and durability, Ariel wanted Gray to push the sword to its limit. They began with the blue-patterned sword. They chose the strangest one first to see how it interacted with Gray's power. Gray stood in the center of the field, surrounded by mannequins. He began to channel his power. A red aura enveloped his body, but suddenly it vanished. He was stunned. He tried again. The sword was slowly covered in a red light. He focused, trying to become one with the blade and pouring his strength into it. But once again, the energy dissipated. A flicker of panic crossed Gray's face when he realized his power completely failed to activate. Ariel approached and asked if he felt any physical differences. He replied no. She suspected the sword was the cause. Without forcing it, she pushed the sword aside and prepared to test another. She guessed this one simply wasn't compatible with Gray's power. If so, the best choice was to test the most ordinary sword among them. She took one from her magic storage pouch. It was the one forged by Metallum Norm. Gray stood tall, his sword hanging at his side. Around him were motionless training mannequins under the vast sky. He focused on only one thought, I am a sword. A faint aura gradually radiated from his body. Gray smiled happily. He finally managed to activate it. Suddenly a voice echoed in his head. While there is still time. Gray looked around in surprise, but saw no one. The voice continued. When the time comes. From a distance, Professor Heathcote said to Ariel, with this sword, activating his power won't be a problem. Gray decided to begin. He took a step forward, swung his sword toward the sky in a clean cut. A crimson energy flared, tearing through the heavy armor in front of him. He realized his strength was the same as before, but the sword moved so smoothly, it was unbelievable. He moved to the next mannequin. The sword flashed again, slicing the ironclad mannequin in two. Gray's body felt lighter than ever. Crimson slashes filled the air, and pieces of broken armor rained down around him. Gray moved like a ghost, slicing through each mannequin as he dashed past. Red energy cut through everything. The healers standing nearby stared in astonishment. They could clearly feel it. Gray was completely different from before. His speed was so fast that everyone only saw flashes of red light streaking across the training ground. To Gray, it felt like flying. The sound of armor hitting the ground echoed everywhere. He turned to the next target, then suddenly stopped. There were no more mannequins left. The number of targets was the same as last time, but previously he had only destroyed half. This time he had wiped them all out cleanly. Professor Ariel stood frozen. Everyone wore expressions of horror, worry, and tension. Ariel immediately asked, "How is Gray still standing?" Gray was stunned, then he realized something was wrong. A deep gash ran down his chest, extending to his abdomen. Ariel screamed in panic, "Drop the sword right now." Gray dropped his hand by reflex. Pain rushed in like a tide, and he collapsed to the ground. Ariel and Heathcote rushed over, ordering the healer to immediately cast healing magic. Before they could reach him, Gray tried to stand up, but collapsed again. His strength was completely depleted. Heathcote caught him, his voice worried. "Don't push yourself," he whispered an apology. Because he had lost so much blood, exhaustion was normal, even with healing magic. Ariel advised him to rest. Heathcote said that Gray had broken through a limit he couldn't reach before. That was a good sign. Ariel agreed, but warned. Moving without realizing your own injuries is extremely dangerous. Heathcote nodded, adding, "In actual combat without a healer nearby, a mistake like that can be fatal." Ariel picked up the sword. Even after going through that storm, the blade didn't have a single scratch. Truly a magnificent sword. She activated her divine eye, observing carefully. The sword seemed to glow, but she wasn't sure. Something strange was reflected on the blade, making her recoil in fear, turning her head to the side. Her unusual reaction made everyone ask in unison, "What's wrong?" Before Ariel could answer, boom, the entire academy exploded. Everyone was stunned. Debris flew toward them. A terrifying explosion tore apart a tower, and crimson energy shredded everything. Dust and rubble erupted outward. Students panicked and ran in chaos as debris rained down like hail from the sky. All instructors were ordered to deploy emergency magic shields. The top priority was protecting lives. Gray stared in horror, trying to understand what had just happened. Heathcote realized the explosion originated from the hazardous materials area. He was certain this wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate act. Immediately after the explosion, he caught a glimpse of teleportation magic. Unbelievable, someone dared to attack the academy headquarters directly. The healers objected, because the armory was protected by extremely powerful anti-teleportation magic and was highly explosion-resistant. Ariel said coldly, "The smoke is mixed with liquidator energy." She guessed that special crystals from the underground lab had been used to break the school's outer anti-teleportation wall. Gray's face went pale, sweat dripping down. A horrifying thought struck him. The people behind the explosion were very likely Varian's accomplices. They dared to attack the academy directly. Crimson energy continued to shred the tower. Students screamed and ran. Debris fell like rain. After an emergency investigation, it was confirmed that several items had been stolen from the armory. Although details weren't disclosed, everyone knew this wasn't a place outsiders could easily charge into and cause an explosion. The fact that they destroyed the teleportation jamming device and escaped cleanly pointed to only one conclusion. Ariel stated flatly, "It's an inside job." Gray couldn't believe it. She also said flatly that the academy was no longer trustworthy. Deep down, she even admitted that perhaps it had been that way for a long time. There was another possibility. If the academy had fallen into enemy hands, they could use their authority to take anything from the armory without resistance. Thus, the explosion was just to cover up their true objective. Gray deduced, the perpetrators definitely had no legal way to get what they wanted, which is why they had to blow up the armory. Ariel agreed. She didn't know what the leadership was thinking, but she suspected the culprit was Bloodrinker, that vermin had infiltrated the academy once before. Gray still remembered clearly. They had murdered Bella's parents. Ariel warned Gray. You might also be targeted, especially because you were the one who killed Varian. Stay alert at all times, especially when outside the academy. Gray nodded, I understand. Afterwards, Gray returned to class. The atmosphere was stifling. Some students were nearly going mad, muttering to themselves. Gray asked the person sitting next to him what was happening. His desk mate looked at him in surprise. Didn't you get the notice about the outdoor field training exercise? Gray vaguely remembered seeing something similar. His desk mate explained. 16 hours of marching every day plus camping in an area full of low-level monsters under the supervision of a professor, lasting a whole week, plus supplementary combat training. His desk mate panicked. Why are you so calm? Marching for 16 hours straight, I'm not even sure we get enough sleep. More than half of the first years drop out every year because of this. Gray was honestly surprised. In real combat, soldiers don't know when the enemy will attack. At least this exercise has a set schedule. To me, that's already generous. He recalled his training with the Liquidator Extermination Squad. No limits, thrown onto mountains without notice, marching for a week in monster-infested forests. People nearly died from ambushes during training. Compared to that, this exercise even had professor escorts. There was nothing to be afraid of. His deskmate was speechless. Even hellish training like that couldn't shake Gray. Gray just smiled wryly. Even so, looking at everyone's terrified expressions, he couldn't help but feel that something dangerous was lurking beneath the surface. He knew better than anyone. He wasn't allowed to let his guard down. The day of the annual first-year field training exercise finally arrived. Professor Heathcote warned bluntly, "It will be extremely harsh. Most of those who don't finish won't make it to their second year. Endure it if you don't want your academy life to end right here." They were teleported to a beautiful island. Gray recognized it immediately as the edge of the winter continent. If his memory served him right, this place was almost uninhabited. He silently wondered why that was. The march began. They crossed vast plains, then entered the forest. The professor led them onto a narrow, overgrown trail. A student hesitated. "Are we going the wrong way?" Heathcote replied calmly, "I know." Everyone became even more anxious. He explained, "If we took the main road, it wouldn't be called a march anymore." Their expressions said it all. They were terrified, but they still had to keep going. A student complained, "How much further do we have to go?" Heathcote replied coldly, "It's only been 8 hours. We haven't even finished half a day yet." Panic spread quickly. The students' faces turned white, their eyes went vacant, and sweat poured like rain. They couldn't believe it, exhausted this much after just half the first day. Heathcote reassured them, "Just keep going, your body will adapt. The hardest part is just the beginning. Before long, you'll be walking without even thinking." Everyone knew he was lying. Amidst the terrifying atmosphere, one person stood out. Leon Hart, the top sword fighter, looking completely unwearied. But what he was paying attention to wasn't anyone else, it was Gray. From the start until now, Gray hadn't slowed down by a single step. A female student groaned in fatigue. Then suddenly, a spider monster jumped out from the trees. Before it touched her, a dagger flew past, piercing the monster into the tree trunk. The one who acted was, of course, the protagonist. She hurriedly thanked Gray. Gray warned, "Stay alert. Some of the insects here are poisonous." Leon Hart narrowed his eyes. Gray wasn't just walking. He was constantly scanning his surroundings, ready to respond to any surprise attacks. Marching for 8 hours straight while maintaining that level of vigilance, Leon Hart couldn't help but think, what kind of training could possibly achieve this level? As for Gray, his stamina was still holding up thanks to the hellish training of his previous life. Just being able to get a good night's sleep made this exercise feel much more comfortable than the hell he knew before. But what worried him most wasn't the march. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed in his head, especially since he was outside the academy. This exercise pushed them into wide-open areas with minimal security. Worse, the academy knew exactly where they were. His hand involuntarily clenched. Gray silently prayed that nothing would happen. The professor ordered all students to stop. Everyone was exhausted, their faces haggard, their legs trembling. Just then, the goat-bearded professor announced, "We will conduct a cooking training exercise." The students looked at each other, then erupted into cheers of joy. Everyone could only picture a hearty feast in their minds. Finally, they could eat and rest. But Gray alone felt goosebumps at how the professor said it. He had a bad feeling. The professor sneered. "Why do you think this is a rest period?" He explained coldly, "In actual marching, if you want to eat, you have to hunt and cook for yourself. No one is going to bring you a lunchbox." The students were immediately stunned, their faces turning pale. The professor divided everyone into groups, trying to balance strength as much as possible. Everyone's faces were still full of exhaustion and despair. He continued, Each group will receive a cooking kit and prepare their own meal. He brought out a notice board and handed out the equipment. Group C, leader is Leon, members plus Regis, Bias. Group D, leader is Gray, members Basque, Rumia, and Venus. Gray thought to himself, am I okay as a leader? He worried that no one would want to listen to a special divine eye slot guy who had never taken the regular entrance exam. Unexpectedly, someone spoke up. We're in your group. Gray was startled. The pink-haired boy reached out to shake hands, smiling brightly. Nice to meet you. The girl next to him smiled radiantly, while the last boy remained calm, looking completely indifferent. Gray was surprised that their attitude was much more relaxed than he had imagined. He had thought they would grumble about having to take orders from someone who didn't pass the regular exam. He asked, are you guys really okay with me being the leader? The calm boy raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? He continued. After witnessing the intergrade battle, nobody would be stupid enough to pick a different leader. The girl nodded in agreement. Gray is clearly the most trustworthy person. They grabbed their gear and asked immediately, what do you want us to do? Gray was surprised by the 180-degree change in attitude. The match with Deeple had clearly made a huge impression. He tightened his resolve. He realized this academy was a place that worshipped strength. Suddenly, a student spoke up to the professor. Sir, there's no food in the kit, just a pot and a lighter. The professor laughed drily. In real marching, sometimes you don't even have a pot. Having a pot is already lucky. The students' faces drained of all color. Leon Hart stepped out, speaking politely. In modern campaigns, logistical support via magic storage bags is standard. It's hard to imagine a long march without carrying provisions. The professor nodded, acknowledging Leon Hart was right, but only applicable when the march was planned in advance. In emergency situations during battle, or if the logistics officer was killed, having to march for days without preparation was entirely possible. He emphasized, magic storage bags are extremely rare. Unless you belong to a large-scale unit, you still have to carry your own luggage on your back, just like you're doing now. He looked straight into everyone's eyes, his expression suddenly darkening. When that time comes, do you want to die without being able to do anything? A heavy silence fell over them. Leon Hart bowed in apology. Gray had confirmed beforehand that magic storage bags were indeed extremely rare. He had received one before and thought it was just a high-end sword bag. The professor suddenly changed his tone, happily announcing good news. This forest is full of monsters. Throughout the journey, we used magic to repel them, but now I'm lifting it. That means you don't need to worry about finding food anymore. Good luck. He snapped his fingers, and the monster-repelling magic shattered like glass. The students panicked, looking left and right. The pink-haired boy turned to Gray, his voice trembling. Leader, what should we do now? Gray calmly replied, the only way is to hunt monsters. He had been paying close attention throughout the journey. Based on the footprints and monster droppings he observed, this forest mainly contained small to medium-sized monsters. Using a sword would be enough to handle them. Everyone immediately tensed up upon realizing they were about to fight. The girl in the squad worriedly said, finding monsters in such a vast forest must be difficult. Gray gave a slight smile. If they are carnivores, it's actually easy. We just need to take a stroll and they will catch our scent and charge at us themselves. The pink-haired boy clearly didn't like the idea of acting as bait, but Gray pointed out, if we stand still in one place, we'll have to compete for food with the other squads. It's better to head deeper into the forest. He added, if you really don't want to fight monsters, we could catch insects or snakes to eat instead. Insects are a bit hard to swallow, but snake tastes great if cooked properly. In a forest without monsters, survival skills like this are very important. The girl was horrified, her face turning pale. Never mind. I'd rather go hunt monsters. The calm young man nodded. Just following the leader's decision is fine. The pink-haired boy also said, I trust you. They began to move, observing the tree trunks as they went, checking for any remaining tracks on the ground. Suddenly, Gray sensed something approaching. He warned the others, but they were still looking around in confusion. A rustling sound echoed from the bushes. The pink-haired boy's face went white. A massive monster bear abruptly lunged out from the thicket. The whole squad panicked when they realized Basque was the one standing closest to the monster bear. Basque froze the moment he saw the actual monster. It was much faster than he had imagined. As the bear lunged, Basque ducked and dodged it by a hair's breadth. His body reacted automatically. After all, he had passed the academy entrance exam and endured hellish training. He was no pushover. Basque swung his sword with a powerful strike at the bear, clearly demonstrating the combat skills taught at the World Union Academy. Blood sprayed from the wound. Basque breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he could actually handle this. But that relief didn't last long. The monster bear suddenly lunged again, its jaws snapping directly at his head. Right at that moment, Gray sliced off one of the bear's front paws. Bask stared in wide-eyed amazement as he saw Gray had appeared right beside him. Gray landed softly, his sword already embedded deep in the bear's neck. The bear still tried to swing its remaining paw at Gray. The sharp claws lunged forward, but Gray had seen through the move beforehand. At the final moment, he delivered a clean sword stroke, chopping the bear's head right off. The heavy head hit the ground and rolled away. Bask's sword slipped from his hand, hitting the ground with a clang beside him. The other three members stood frozen, their mouths agape. Gray calmly sheathed his sword, lightly shook his hand, and muttered, "The bones of this monster are quite hard." He then reached out to pull Bask up, asking in a steady voice, "Are you okay?" Bask nodded, thanking him with a tremble. "Thank you. You saved my life." Gray gently reminded him, "Monsters can often still move even when fatally wounded. Don't just focus on killing it. The top priority is always to dodge the attack." Bask gave a forced smile. "I just learned that lesson the hard way." The whole squad realized an important fact. Fighting monsters is completely different from sparring with humans. As the sun set, the pot of water finally came to a boil. Bask chewed on a piece of bear meat and praised it. "This bear meat is actually delicious," Gray explained. "The taste of monster meat varies greatly depending on the species. Some taste wonderful, some are terrible, and some are even poisonous. Every time you go exploring, you should research the monsters in that area beforehand." He further advised, "If you have to find food in an unfamiliar place, it's best to hunt monsters of the wild boar family. They are rarely poisonous and the meat is quite good." The girl in the squad marveled. "Gray knows so much. Did you learn survival skills too, not just swordsmanship?" Gray only gave a soft laugh. "I've learned a bit." But deep down, he didn't want to remember the experiences that had taught him those lessons. Despite that, he remained humble. "Actually, I don't know that much," Bask immediately protested. "That's not true, not at all." Suddenly, another group of students approached. They bashfully asked if Gray's squad had any surplus food to spare. Their hunt had been a total failure. Gray turned to ask his teammates' opinions. They had more than enough food to feed the whole class. He was about to hand over the food. Those faces were looking at him with absolute gratitude when the professor abruptly appeared and cut in. "Transferring food between squads is strictly forbidden. If you want to eat, hunt for yourself." The students turned pale and could only whisper, "Yes, sir," before trundling away in utter disappointment. Gray and his squad watched them go in silence, unable to help feeling some sympathy. The next day, they continued their march. When the sun went down, the professor ordered them to halt. Tonight, they would camp here and begin the field camping exercise. Everyone sighed in relief because they finally got to rest. Gray's teammates were exhausted, but they comforted themselves that at least they had eaten their fill, which had put their squad ahead of most others. However, since they were still training, they worried they might have to hunt for food again. Fortunately, the professor announced, "Tonight, rations and individual tents have been prepared for everyone. The squads remain the same as during the cooking training." He told them to gather their supplies, pitch their tents, and build fires at their designated spots. Then he added an important detail. "There will be surprise raids during the night. Each squad is responsible for arranging its own guard rotation. Any method is acceptable as long as the attack is repelled." Hearing about the fixed positions, one student grumbled, "Having to walk even further again?" Another whispered, "If the tents were near other squads, we could slack off on the guard shift." The professor said calmly, "I heard all of that." He explained, "The tents are placed far apart intentionally so that no one relies on another squad." He officially declared the start of the exercise and reminded them, "The slower you prepare, the less you sleep." Hearing that, the students hurriedly began to set up camp. That night, Gray asked his squad, "How many people should we have on each watch?" One person suggested, "One person is enough." The girl in the squad admitted, "I want to sleep as much as possible." Bask agreed, "If we put 2 people on a shift, everyone will only get half a night's sleep. That sounds miserable." Gray nodded and agreed to 1 person per watch. Bask asked how to arrange the order. "The first and last shifts are usually the most comfortable, while the middle shifts are the worst because sleep is constantly interrupted." Gray took the initiative to take the second shift. He asked who wanted the third shift. Bask quickly accepted. "I'll take it since you saved me earlier." Gray thanked him. The watch rotation was decided. He reminded them, "When your shift is over, make sure to wake the next person before going to sleep." Rumia took the first shift. She sat by the fire looking completely drowsy. Inside the tent, Gray was sleeping like the dead. His face was completely relaxed. At that same time, outside their tent, a dark silhouette holding a cold, sharp blade silently approached their camp. A strange sound made Gray snap awake immediately. If it were a monster, the noise would have been much louder and more chaotic. So he knew for certain this was a human, and one who didn't want to be discovered. He peered through a small slit in the tent flap, looking out. Rumia was still sitting quietly by the fire. She was completely unaware of anything. For a moment, Gray even thought he had misheard. But then the faint sound echoed once more. Confirmed, someone is stealthily approaching. At a time like this, Gray first thought it might be a professor checking on the night watch, but he still didn't dare lower his guard for a single second. Professor Ariel's warning still rang in his ears. After defeating Vian, you might become a target. Once you leave the academy, you must be extremely careful. The thought it might be an assassin crossed his mind. To be safe, Gray decided to treat the opponent as an assassin and act accordingly. After all, long-range attacks were also possible, so lying still in the tent was not a smart choice. He silently crawled out of the tent and slipped into the bushes. Tonight was a full moon, making the entire forest as bright as day. This made it easier to spot an enemy, but it also made hiding much more difficult. Gray moved with extreme caution. This situation reminded him of his training with the god of archery in the past. Back then, the instructor had pointed out that Gray's normal way of walking, pushing off with the heel of the trailing foot, created too much noise. To move silently, one must place the foot starting from the pinky toe, then gradually to the big toe, with the heel touching the ground last. Even if you step on a dry branch or leaves and make a noise, as long as you don't create a regular, man-made rhythm like a human footstep, it will blend into the natural sounds of the wind and animals, making it hard to detect. During training, they had even practiced walking barefoot through forests and mountains, with the goal of blending in completely with nature. Currently, the sound of the stranger's footsteps echoed nearby. That person was holding a sword. Suddenly, the man sensed something and stopped. But when he turned his head, there was no one there. In the very next instant, Gray appeared behind his back, his sword pointed straight at the man's throat. "Don't move, answer my questions. If you make any sudden movement, I'll kill you instantly." Gray asked coldly, "Name, which side are you on?" Then he froze in shock. The person standing before him was the professor. The professor was equally stunned to see Gray. Gray immediately asked, "Was the surprise raid part of the exercise?" The professor replied, "I just came to check if your squad was taking the night watch seriously." He admitted, "I completely didn't expect a first year to be able to sneak up behind me undetected and then put a sword to my neck." He raised both hands in surrender, giving a forced laugh. "At this point, I don't even know who is teaching whom anymore." Gray still didn't fully trust him. There was a chance this was just an imposter disguised as the professor to make him lower his guard. But if the opponent really wanted to kill him, they certainly would have brought a much more dangerous weapon. He still maintained a cold, sharp gaze. The professor gently pushed the blade away from his neck. Gray finally decided to trust him. Both of them suddenly turned their heads in the same direction at a sound. Rumia was standing there holding her sword, looking utterly surprised to see both Gray and the professor. She asked, "What are you two doing?" The professor explained. He had come to check the squad's night watch, but Gray had detected him before he could even get close. He praised them. "Your squad's vigilance is perfect. I've never seen a first-year pitch camp and guard so accurately." Rumia was dazed because Gray was supposed to be sleeping. The professor asked, "It wasn't Gray's turn for watch yet," Gray asked in return. "Did you step on a branch or something when you approached?" The professor nodded. Gray replied, "That sound had the feel of a human." The professor was in disbelief. "You recognized such a tiny sound even while you were sleeping." Gray only gave a soft laugh. "Perhaps it was just a coincidence. I wasn't fully asleep yet." The air fell into an awkward silence. Suddenly, the professor burst out laughing. He said Gray kept surprising him, first in the mock match, and now with his reaction to the faintest sound. He began to wonder if the academy had anything left to teach Gray. He looked at Gray intently, then declared, "From now on, Gray is forbidden from participating in the night watch training." If Gray did everything himself, the other students wouldn't learn anything. Gray worriedly said, "That would disrupt the watch rotation." The professor replied, "From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., your squad will not be subjected to simulated raids. I will count it as if Gray is on watch and give you a perfect score for night watch training, no conditions." He made a note in his logbook. After closing it, he told them to continue their watch, except Gray, and then turned away. As he left, the professor still wondered to himself, how could Gray sneak up behind him without him feeling even a hint of presence? For a moment, he even suspected Gray had belonged to an elite covert assassination unit. But given Gray's age, that was impossible. Regardless, the skill level Gray just displayed was undeniable. The professor couldn't help but think, who exactly is Gray? The group of students continued their march in a half-awake state. Everyone was exhausted, because last night's surprise raid had kept them from getting any sleep. Except for Gray, He was still alert, showing no signs of sleepiness. Suddenly, a student tripped over a branch and tumbled down. The further they went, the more people began to reach their limit. They trudged on until the sun set. Since it was getting dark, the professor decided to stop and set up camp for the day. Hearing this, one student cheered, "Does that mean we finally get a break, sir?" Another muttered, "Stopping this early. There's got to be some other crazy training coming up." The professor laughed heartily. "Relax, today's training session has concluded. Tents have been set up for you. Feel free to rest until dinner is ready." The group of students trudged toward the tents like exhausted zombies. Under the full moon, they drifted into a deep sleep inside their tents. Gray, however, felt suspicious. Being allowed to rest this easily was just too strange. A student beside him agreed, predicting, "Tomorrow is definitely going to be hell." Leon Hart turned to look at Gray with a calm expression. "You'll be fine." Gray felt annoyed by Leon Hart staring straight at him. Suddenly, everyone was called to gather because the food was ready. The meal was prepared by Professor Heathcote himself. The table was packed with delicious-looking dishes, which made every student start drooling. Other professors brought over more pots and encouraged everyone to eat to their heart's content, even going back for second or third helpings. The professor praised them. "You've survived 2 days of brutal training. Rest well today and shake off all that fatigue. This is your only chance." The professor's smile was filled with a creepy, sinister vibe. Time passed quickly to the next day, and the professor's voice rang out again. From here on out, they would begin training in crossing the danger zone in the Gastja mountain range. The professors took the lead, and the group continued deeper into the forest. A student breathed a sigh of relief. "I was terrified looking at the mountains at first, but at this pace, I think we can handle it." His friend replied, "It's a good thing we got a decent rest last night. It really works." The professor noted that no one had quit so far, which was expected of those who had passed the entrance exam. But he reminded them, the real training has only just begun. About 2 kilometers ahead, they would enter the territory of the water monitors. The professor warned, "These monsters are much stronger than the ones you hunted for food the other day. Most of you would be killed before you could even react." The group of students panicked, asking how they were supposed to train against such strong monsters. The professor replied, "You have to pass through this area without being detected. This is level 2 danger zone navigation training, after all. Fortunately, during the dry season, water monitors don't move much because they're conserving energy. As long as you don't make loud noises, they won't notice you. But the dry season also makes them incredibly thirsty, and your blood is also an option. If you're found, consider yourself dead." He cautioned, "Move carefully, avoid making noise." Moving without making a sound reminded Gray of the monster hunting training he used to do with Lord Divinebow. The professor who had encountered Gray during the night watch recognized him. Knowing well that Gray already had experience hunting monsters, he still reminded him, "Even if it feels easy for you, don't get complacent." He looked over at the other students. They were struggling just like every other year. Another professor shouted, "Moving too slow." "I'll say it again. As long as you don't make loud noises, you're fine. Keep the pace, otherwise you'll be camping right inside the water monitor territory." The students kept walking, even though everyone was terrified. Gray realized the professors hadn't really given specific instructions on how to do it. He felt this kind of training should have been taught in a safe place before going into the field. Suddenly, there was a noise. The professor told everyone to stay calm, saying that level of noise was still acceptable. He repeated, "Don't make loud noises." They continued walking. At one point, the professor declared, "From now on, absolutely no talking. Use hand signals to communicate. If you make loud noises or talk, you will have points deducted from your evaluation." The whole group marched on in dead silence. Gray observed the surroundings. A student thought to himself, "Even though they said don't make noise, it's actually just regular mountain walking, and the pace is even slower than yesterday. This should be easy." Furthermore, there were no monsters in sight. He thought the academy wouldn't dare use a place with monsters that could kill people instantly for training. The professors were just scaring them into practicing sneaking. Not wanting to lose points, he decided to act accordingly. Suddenly, he stepped on a rock. The rock rolled, he stumbled and fell, making a loud noise. He regretted it immediately because he knew he would definitely have points deducted. Even so, he still believed that real monsters wouldn't appear, but he was gravely mistaken. A horrifying sound rang out. The professors immediately took a combat stance. The students were in absolute panic. Gray drew his sword in a flash, while the student who had just fallen was still frozen in place. He slowly turned his head to look behind him, and was utterly terrified. A giant water monitor rushed in like a storm. The student was in absolute panic, frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Fortunately, Professor Heathcote appeared like lightning, stabbing his sword straight through the monster's head. The students breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the professor. The ground beneath the water monitor cracked. Heathcote pulled his sword out, but in just a moment, another water monitor growled and rushed straight at the crowd. Leon Hart immediately chased after it, swinging his sword for a powerful slash. But to his astonishment, the blade didn't leave even a scratch. The monster rushed straight at Leon Hart. He was caught completely off guard. At that critical moment, Professor Heathcote rushed in to save him. He shouted loudly to all the students, "This isn't something you can handle. Retreat immediately. The professors will handle it." The students realized that even the professors were only leaving shallow wounds on the monster's body. They panicked and wondered, can these creatures even be killed? Suddenly, a water monitor let out a pitiful cry and collapsed. All it took was one slash. Everyone was stunned. A professor explained, "Toward the end of the dry season, water monitors often suffer from severe dehydration. Just losing a little body fluid will kill them instantly." A student asked with a tremble, "What about if we encounter them in the rainy season?" The professor sighed heavily. "If you don't want to become food for the water monitors, absolutely never go to places like this during the rainy season. That's why this march is only organized after confirming there is no rain," he added. "The reason we can talk right now is that the water monitors nearby have been cleared out. If not, we would all be dead." The group continued their march. The students climbed the mountain in a state of extreme exhaustion. After stabbing another monster to death, Professor Heathcote announced, "The mountain climbing is over." He praised everyone for giving it their all. The students were all worn out. Even Leon Hart was panting. Someone asked him if he was tired. Leon Hart replied, "Physically, I'm okay, but mentally, I'm extremely tired." Being silent for the entire journey made everything much harder. Professor Heathcote nodded. "For those who aren't used to it, it's certainly very tough. That's exactly why we're training." He revealed that so far they had been discovered by water monitors 4 times. Compared to previous years, this was a fairly smooth result. He asked if anyone had any questions before continuing, because once they left the monster territory, they wouldn't be allowed to talk again. Gray spoke up. "I have something I'm still wondering about." The professor asked immediately. Gray pointed into the distance. "I see the cloud over there getting bigger and it's upwind from our current position." The students didn't understand anything. Professor Heathcote praised, "Your eyes are sharp." He asked Professor Wren if clouds could form this season. Wren shook his head. No way. He also agreed that the cloud was growing abnormally. Heathcote immediately decided, "Cancel the training. Everyone retreat immediately. We must leave the water monitor territory as fast as possible." Another professor objected, mocking, "Stopping training just because of one tiny cloud." Heathcote said sternly, "Clouds appearing this season is already abnormal. The safety of the students is more important than continuing training." A female professor interjected, "Professor Wormel has led this expedition training for many years. We should trust his judgment." Heathcote still tried to argue, but Wormel advised, "If you're worried about the cloud, we just need to speed up our march a bit. This is also a good opportunity for training." He ordered the entire student body, "Follow close as if your lives depend on it. Based on the training results so far, I trust you can keep up." He instructed strictly, "Do not fall behind. We don't have time to fight the water monitors. No matter what happens, absolutely do not make any loud noises." That night, rain began to fall. The students continued to march in the rain. Professor Heathcote clearly felt that something was extremely abnormal. Rain falling this season was strange enough. And furthermore, the humidity in the air in this area shouldn't be enough to form such a large cloud. He suspected this rain was artificial. Professor Wormel commented, "It's raining really hard. I don't know how it can rain this season." Gray softly called him by name in a very small voice, but Wormel replied in a loud voice. Gray immediately felt uneasy. Was it safe to speak loudly in a place like this? Just as the professor realized his mistake, a giant water monitor was standing right behind him. The water monitor growled and rushed straight at the group like a nightmare. Professor Wormel intended to turn and deal with it, but the monster had already lunged too close. He dodged the sharp claws and countered with a sword strike. The water monitor's arm was severed, but the wound only made it more frenzied. It swung its tail forcefully. Wormel prepared to take the hit, but at the last moment, he gritted his teeth and stabbed his sword into its tail, stopping the attack. Even so, the terrifying power of the tail swipe still sent him flying. Wormel slammed into a tree. A loud bang erupted and the tree shattered. The students were panicked and worried for him. Wormel struggled to stand up even though his body was shaking. Gray thought to himself, "The professor's reflexes are usually fast enough to dodge a hit like that. Why is he so heavily injured?" He suspected Wormel had been too focused on the counterattack, leaving him exposed. The students were horrified by the terrifying speed of the water monitor. They were much faster than what they had been told. Even though they had been warned, seeing it with their own eyes made it clear. When not suffering from dehydration, they moved at a terrifying speed. Professor Heathcote shouted at the other professors, "Stay calm." They all rushed at the monster together. The water monitor also growled and rushed to retaliate. Blood began to flow from the shallow wounds. A professor snuck behind it, but the monster's tail whipped back, sending that person flying. The professor slammed hard into the ground. The water monitor immediately rushed straight at him to finish him off. But right then, a figure moved faster than the eye could follow, Professor Heathcote. In the blink of an eye, he slashed the monster into pieces. The other professors breathed a sigh of relief, though they were lucky to have killed it. But none of them escaped the battle without injuries. A professor sighed, "We can't continue training like this anymore." Professor Wormel pulled his sword out of the monster's carcass. His voice heavy, "Cancel the exercise." He turned to the female professor. "Cast the emergency teleport spell right now." He thought she was prepared, but the female professor shook her head. "I've been trying to cast it this whole time, but the magic won't activate." Wormel asked urgently, "Can anyone else cast it?" Another professor replied, "I tried, but it's blocked too." Clearly, the teleportation magic was completely blocked. Wormel suddenly realized, it's not just teleportation. This rain is part of it too. Someone had deliberately targeted this expedition, and the chances of that were very high. Wormel asked, "What should we do now?" Another professor replied, "Crossing the water monitor territory in this rain is suicide. The only way is to camp here and pray the rain stops." Heathcote shook his head. "I suspect this rain is artificial. Will it really stop?" The female professor interjected, "Either way, staying here is safer than continuing to fight the water monitors in our current state. The last battle was only won by luck without casualties. Do you understand that?" Heathcote nodded. "I know, but when it rains, the water monitors will be much more active. There's no guarantee our position won't be attacked again." He sighed, if only there were a way to get through. Gray called out to him. Heathcote was slightly startled but listened. Gray said, "As long as there is healing magic, I can still fight. Is there a way to break through?" Heathcote knew well that with Gray's strength, they had a high chance of piercing through the water monitor territory. But he worried about whether Gray's body could handle it. Gray pointed out a harsh truth. "Even if we stay here, no reinforcements will come. It's better to try breaking through than sitting here waiting to die." Even with healing magic, Gray would have to use his red strength many times in a single day. Heathcote asked seriously, "Do you understand the consequences?" Professor Ariel had warned sternly. "Absolutely do not let him do that." Gray calmly replied, "Just consider it good training. Once we return to the academy, there will be plenty of skilled healers waiting for us." Heathcote emphasized, "If these were merely wounds that a simple healing spell could handle, Ariel wouldn't have warned you so sternly. Do you truly understand the gravity of this?" Gray looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Do you have any other way to bring these students back safely, Master?" The students stood there, their eyes filled with hope as they looked toward Gray. Heathcote started to argue back, but Gray cut him off. "Are you really going to let everyone die here just to protect me?" Heathcote froze. He recalled the words Professor Ariel once said, "Gray is willing to sacrifice himself if necessary." That was Gray's strength, and also the thing that worried her the most. She had pleaded with him not to let Gray do anything irreversible. Now he had to make a difficult choice. Looking into the terrified eyes of the students, Heathcote finally bowed his head and apologized to Gray. "Please lend us your strength." Gray was about to respond when Professor Wormel abruptly interrupted. "Don't make decisions on your own." He spoke sharply. Even if Gray performed well in the match, entrusting everyone's lives to a single student is an absolute joke. Heathcote firmly explained, "With Gray's power, he can handle a water monitor alone. I can guarantee it because I've witnessed it many times during training. That's why I want to bet on Gray's strength." Professor Wormel still objected vehemently. He ordered Professor Galak, "Use communication magic and send a request for reinforcements to Academy headquarters immediately." He believed calling for help was safer than risking an escape. Professor Galak replied, "I've already sent the request for reinforcements." Although the communication magic was being heavily interfered with, the message had definitely gone through. Professor Wormel was satisfied with his quick handling of the situation. Then he turned to Professor Heathcote and said pointedly, "Moving alone only increases the danger. Do you really intend to put the students at risk?" The students looked at Heathcote with anxious eyes. Heathcote glanced at the carcass of the dead water monitor and asked bluntly, "How many times do you think we'll be attacked by water monitors before reinforcements arrive?" Wormel replied, "I don't know, but staying in the safe zone is still safer than wandering out." Heathcote tried to argue, but Wormel hissed, "Keep your voice down. Noise might lead other monsters to catch our scent." Heathcote frowned. In the end, the whole group stood waiting in the pouring rain. The students grew more anxious by the minute. The professors maintained a high state of vigilance. Gray also observed the surroundings intently. Meanwhile, Professor Wormel leaned back against a tree trunk to rest. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying sound echoed through the forest, causing everyone to panic. Professor Heathcote immediately took a combat stance as the pack of monsters approached. Gray whispered, "We're ready at any moment." Heathcote nodded. "If the situation worsens, take action." Gray responded seriously with a nod. The professors lunged forward to intercept the water monitor. They surrounded it from several directions, striking repeatedly. One professor was struck by the tail and tumbled to the ground. Immediately, two other swords lunged forward, stabbing hard into the monster. It let out a pathetic cry and collapsed. The professor who had just been injured boasted, "We handled that just fine." But the professor healing him shook his head. "That's not the case. The other water monitors heard the fight and are charging this way." Gray remained still, waiting for orders, his hand tightly gripping his sword hilt. He noticed Leon Hart and several other students had also drawn their swords, ready for action. Professor Heathcote spoke sternly. "Protecting students is our responsibility. Watch closely how the professors of the World Union Academy fight." His face became extremely solemn. The professors acted in unison. Leon Hart was amazed by their power. Even facing two monsters at once, they handled it perfectly. It was only now that he truly understood the true strength of the professors. Heathcote ordered, "Focus on taking them down one by one, reduce their numbers first." He lunged straight ahead. The water monitor swung its claws at him, but suddenly someone slipped behind its back. The monitor was startled and couldn't react in time. Before a sword pierced through its chest, the students cheered as they saw the strike succeed. One had been taken down. Now only a single water monitor remained. Leon Hart quickly checked everyone's condition. The professors were mostly uninjured. He thought they could definitely finish this match. Heathcote and another professor lunged forward at the same time. But as they moved forward, two figures stealthily approached from behind, intending to stab them in the back. One of those two was Professor Wormel. But right then, the sword arms of Wormel and his accomplice were suddenly chopped off. The one who acted was the protagonist. He said coldly, "I knew it." The professor with glasses screamed like a dying pig. Professor Wormel also howled in pain after losing an arm. The professor standing next to Heathcote spun around, looking at the two men kneeling and groaning on the ground. He immediately turned back to focus on the remaining water monitor. Heathcote smiled and turned to Gray. "Thank you." Then he and the other professor coordinated to pin down the monster. A moment later, the final water monitor was finally defeated. Now, everyone turned to demand an explanation from Professor Wormel. Heathcote stared at the two men, his voice chillingly cold. "You too? What on earth were you trying to do?" Gray also stood there, his cold gaze staring intently, waiting for an answer. Professor Wormel protested his innocence, claiming he was only trying to fight the water salamander, and Gray suddenly sliced off his hand. The bespectacled professor, Wormel's accomplice, shouted to have the criminal arrested immediately. But the professor who had fought alongside Heathcote cut him off with a sneer. "Pathetic." He pointed out that most people here had already realized these two intended to kill everyone. The sword students weren't stupid enough to miss something so obvious. He asked the students, "Am I right?" And they all nodded in unison. The bespectacled professor was immediately cornered. Professor Heathcote explained coldly, "Assassination and abduction plots against Academy members aren't rare. Our organization has many enemies and many valuable people." Basically, Professor Wormel planned to hide his attack in the chaos with the water salamander, kill a professor, then when the guards left, kill or kidnap students for some dark purpose. The students were terrified as they heard the plot laid out. Professor Heathcote continued, "We survived because of Gray. He thinks extremely fast." Gray asked in surprise, "What are you saying? You realized from the start that those two wanted to kill us." Heathcote nodded. "I had some inkling." Professor Wormel couldn't believe it. How did you figure that out?" He inwardly thought the plan had been exposed. Realizing he'd just accidentally admitted it, he hurriedly clamped his mouth shut. Professor Heathcote clarified, "I didn't know anything beforehand." Gray said calmly, "Just watching someone's movements and eyes is enough to tell." Professor Wormel's way of moving was nothing like someone protecting students or colleagues. At first, I thought he was just inept, but when the rain started, his movements became extremely odd. For example, he deliberately took hits that he clearly could have dodged. Professor Wormel clicked his tongue in anger. Professor Heathcote anxiously asked Gray, "Are you all right?" Gray replied, "I only used power for a moment, so the injury isn't severe. It just feels like extreme muscle pain." Heathcote breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." Professor Wormel laughed loudly, A mad cackle. Heathcote asked, "Have you finally gone mad?" Wormel laughed savagely. "You still don't understand a thing, and now it's too late." Gray asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Wormel pointed around. "Think about our situation. We're trapped in water salamander territory under a torrential downpour, while a powerful sealing layer of displacement has blocked all exits. Reinforcements can't arrive in time. So even though you've seen through the plan, it's already too late." He bellowed, "Everyone here must die." The students panicked terribly. Wormel sneered, "Killing you isn't our real goal. If you follow us, you'll understand. That's why we've prepared an escape route." Professor Heathcote listened in silence, but Wormel continued, "There is one condition. I want Professor Wrent, Professor Heathcote, and Gray Lee to stab their own hearts right here. We can't take along those who might obstruct the plan. If those three comply, the rest will live." Gray and Professor Heathcote's faces grew extremely grim. Wormel mocked, hesitating now. "So it turns out your own lives are that precious." In the blink of an eye, Gray vanished from beside Heathcote. He reappeared behind a professor who was about to sneak an attack, blade pressed to his throat. "Don't move!" Everyone stared, stunned by his terrifying speed. Professor Wormel sneered, "You think taking a hostage helps? That's Professor Galak." Gray knew full well Galak could use teleportation magic. Smuggling teleportation jammers and comms disruptors into the academy unnoticed would be extremely difficult. But if the professor in charge of magic sided with them, disabling communications and teleportation would become easy. Gray lightly dragged his blade across Professor Galak's throat. Blood began to drip. Professor Heathcote remarked, "Gray is far sharper than an ordinary student." Galak begged Heathcote to save him, but suddenly a sword pointed straight at his eye. Heathcote ordered coldly, "Activate the teleportation spell immediately. Send all students and professors here to the foot of the mountain. If you refuse, I'll gouge out one of your eyes. If you still refuse, I'll gouge the other. Then I'll cut off each of your fingers 1 centimeter at a time." Gray warned further, "Don't take us somewhere else and don't leave anyone out. If you make any suspicious move, I'll take your head." Professor Wormel shouted at Galak, "Do not activate the teleportation magic." Galak remained motionless, refusing. Heathcote had no choice. He lunged forward. "Well then, so be it." Galak let out a high, panicked scream. He bent down, placed both hands on the ground, and activated the teleportation magic. A massive magic circle appeared under everyone's feet. At the academy, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted. All the students and professors were teleported instantly. The academy professors rushed out in alarm, asking what had happened. They were astonished to see the entire first-year sword expedition. One professor asked, "What's going on?" Professor Heathcote explained sternly, "While training in water salamander territory, we encountered an extremely dangerous anomaly and declared an emergency." He revealed the cause: an assassination plot carried out by professors in the party, including 2 magic professors accompanying Professor Wormel. The students all testified in unison that this was true. Leon Hart added, "The whole team was nearly wiped out, but Gray and Professor Heathcote saw through the plot and saved us all." The young professor couldn't believe it and didn't know how to handle the situation. The senior professor ordered, "Everyone stay where you are." He then asked if anyone was seriously injured and needed emergency treatment. He looked them over and found everyone was temporarily okay. Next, handcuffs were brought out. Everyone had to be handcuffed temporarily to prevent any hidden traitor from concealing evidence or escaping. Then came the interrogations. Each person's records were thoroughly checked. Gray gave his statement. The other students were questioned in turn. Even the professors had to go through the same process. The last to give testimony was Professor Wormel. After the interrogation finished, the students and Professor Heathcote waited. The judge ordered silence. Principal Alexandro led the tribunal, preparing to announce disciplinary verdicts for the assassination and kidnapping plot against the first-year sword expedition. He declared this incident was orchestrated by Professor Wormel, the expedition leader and mastermind, while Professor Balin, the deputy, acted as an accomplice. They also received support from 2 emergency response magic professors, Professor Galak and Professor Wrent. In the closed, simulated environment they created, they attempted to kill and kidnap students. He continued, "Professors Wormel, Balin, and Wrent repeatedly carried out their criminal plan throughout the event. There are no mitigating circumstances. Therefore, under Academy law, these 3 will be sentenced to death. Furthermore, to investigate connections and possible co-conspirators, interrogators are granted unlimited authority for interrogation and torture. Once that process is complete, the death sentence will be carried out." Principal Alexandro warned coldly, "They will not die easy." The professors were petrified. Professor Wormel begged for his life. A heavy atmosphere descended as Alexandro's terrible presence radiated. Wormel panicked and tried to run, but someone grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground. Professor Rent screamed in horror at his condition. Alexandro's anger made the veins on his face stand out. He ordered the guards, "Take them away." The guards complied. Professor Galak was also guilty of grave crimes, but at the last moment he betrayed the plot and helped the students escape. That alone was enough to mitigate his sentence. Therefore, after interrogation, he will live on as a combat prisoner. Galak trembled and replied, "Yes." Leon Hart clearly showed disappointment that Galak wasn't executed. Heathcote explained, "He still helped save the students at the last second. Sometimes, to minimize damage, we spare a life if the opponent cooperates, though surviving may not be much of a mercy." Gray and Professor Heathcote walked together. Heathcote sighed, "You went through this right after enrolling." Gray replied, "I'm getting used to being dragged into incidents, but I didn't expect so many criminals to be hiding among the Academy's professors." Heathcote agreed, "It's hard to believe this is the greatest educational institution in the world." Gray admitted, "It's completely different from what I imagined before coming here." Heathcote said, "I suspected as much. Some say the World Alliance Academy isn't really an educational institution. They say it's a selection facility. Students gathered here were already strong, and those who graduate outstandingly were simply strong from the start. They even claim the professors aren't that powerful." He asked Gray what he thought. Gray admitted he had suspected the same. Heathcote could only apologize. Gray added, "But one thing I'm sure of. I'm much stronger than when I was in the village. I'm stronger than ever." He said, "Maybe we shouldn't trust the Academy as an institution, but I believe there are trustworthy teachers here, and I think that's enough." Heathcote sighed, "You are nothing like a student." Still, he warned, "The Academy's training only gets truly harsh from now on. Everything you've endured so far was just a light warm-up." He placed a hand on Gray's shoulder, speaking seriously. "From now on, you'll get a lot stronger." Gray smiled and replied, "That's the plan." A few days later, the professor praised all the students for their performance in the recent field march training. He admitted there had been many unusual incidents, but with that march, they had officially completed the basic physical training phase. From now on, they would enter the next phase. Before explaining the new content, he showed them the goal they needed to reach. Professor Rent stepped up to the position and swung his sword. Metal fragments flew everywhere. He explained, "This steel stake has a diameter of 145 m. If you can cleanly cut through it in one stroke, you will qualify for promotion to the second year. If you still haven't done it by the end of the term, you will be expelled." The entire student body was terrified. He also revealed that about half of the students every year fail to cut it and are expelled. A student asked tremblingly, "What happens if we're expelled?" Professor Rent replied, "The number of people who graduate from the World Alliance Academy is already very small, so you don't need to worry too much. Depending on the year you are expelled, the path after that will be different. If you are expelled in your first year, you will usually be transferred to a regular academy in your hometown, and you will constantly skip grades because you become an excellent student." He mapped out the hierarchy. The weakest students of the World Alliance Academy are already top-tier elites compared to other academies. If you choose to work instead of transferring schools, you will usually join the Royal Guard as an elite swordsman. A student was surprised. "Just by being expelled, we can already enter the Royal Guard." Professor Rent smiled. "From the moment you were accepted into the World Alliance Academy, you were no longer ordinary people in the eyes of the world. Compared to the monsters in the Academy, you might seem weak, but outside, you are still top-tier talent. Of course, practical combat experience is still needed." Gray secretly thought that the gap between the Academy and the outside world was truly horrific. Exactly what his master Arya once told him. Professor Wren advised, "Instead of worrying about being expelled, focus on cutting that steel stake." The students were still skeptical about whether it was possible to cut that thing with a sword. He handed the sword to a student and told him to try. He got into position, swung the sword hard, but the recoil pushed it back, causing him to drop the sword. Screaming in pain, "Arg!" both of his hands were trembling. Professor Rent shook his head. "I guessed beforehand that you wouldn't be able to cut it, but dropping the sword is unacceptable. A swordsman must always hold the sword tightly in his hand, even in death." Gray asked, "Is there a limit on the sword to be used?" He thought that if he used the sword Professor Ariel gave him, he could cleanly cut it in one stroke. Professor Rent replied, "Only the standard sword issued by the Academy can be used. Even so, I believe Gray has perhaps already done it." Gray thought if he used his red power, he could finish it immediately. But if this was a requirement for promotion to the second year, He should try to do it without relying on it. He began to think about combining that technique with his own abilities and reaching the level of the liquidator. The image of the massacre that the liquidator caused appeared in his head, making him even more determined to become stronger. Professor Rent dispelled everyone's doubts. You are wondering if it's possible to cut through that thing with a sword, or if you need superhuman strength like Gray to make it to the second year. Actually, that's not the case. He asked, have you ever wondered why the professors and second-year students are so much stronger than you? Even though there isn't much difference in physical condition, the gap in power is overwhelming. He revealed, the reason is the transmission of life force. It's about channeling the life force that every human possesses into the sword. Gray had heard about this in his previous life. Life force, or Odo, is used to refine supercompressed ether. He realized the World Union Academy had developed a system of swordsmanship that applies life force. Were they about to be taught how to use it? Professor Rent continued, modern times don't require understanding complex theories. The life-draining demon sword will automatically drain your life force and channel it into the blade. Once you get used to that sensation, you will be able to channel your life force into a regular sword. He asked who wants to try first. Every student thought there was no way they would hold a sword with such a terrifying name. Everyone waited for someone else to try first to see the result. Gray thought the name sounded quite suspicious, but he wanted to become stronger. He raised his hand, but someone else raised theirs at the same time. It was Leon Hart. Leon Hart was frustrated because, during the battle with the water monitor, he hadn't been able to do anything. Even though he was ranked top 1 in swordsmanship at this rate, he could never catch up to Gray. Professor Rent knew Gray would endure it easily, but that wouldn't serve as a good reference for everyone else. So he called Leon Hart to try first. He handed the sword to him. Leon Hart gripped the sword and felt something being drained from his body. Professor Rent reminded him, don't hold it for too long. As soon as you grip it, you must slash once, then sheath the sword and let go. Leon Hart took a step and slashed hard. He cut through half of the steel bar. It wasn't a complete cut, but the power he had just released was incredibly startling. He couldn't believe that slash had come from him. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his body. Leon Hart collapsed face first onto the ground. Everyone was deeply shocked. The students rushed over to Leon Hart's side. Professor Rent reassured them. Don't panic. Everyone is like that at first. Just let Leon Hart rest. The depletion of life force is only temporary. After resting for a while, he will be able to stand up. He praised him. He didn't drop the sword. He truly is top 1 in swordsmanship. Since everyone was present, he asked Gray, do you want to try? Gray nodded. Yes. The surrounding students couldn't believe it. He had just witnessed Leon Hart collapse, yet he didn't hesitate. One student whispered, it's not just his skills, his willpower is on a completely different level. Gray drew his sword and got into a fighting stance. He clearly felt his life force being drained, so he knew he couldn't hold it for long. He was ready. He slashed hard with incredible force, but still didn't cut through completely. He realized this was completely different from a normal sword swing. It felt like all the blood in his body was freezing up. Now he truly understood what being drained of life force felt like. He sheathed his sword. Professor Rent was amazed. This is the first time I've seen a first-year student not collapse after trying, he remarked. The quality is indeed different. Gray thought to himself that he could endure more than expected, and he had to thank Professor Heathcote's grueling training. He also thought that constantly being beaten to a pulp had made his body accustomed to injury. Professor Rent asked, can you try one more slash? Gray nodded and tried again, but this time he couldn't do anything. His vision started to blur, and his consciousness began to drift away. He only hoped he could sheath the sword in time. He managed to do it, then collapsed. Professor Rent laughed awkwardly. I was only half joking. I didn't expect you to actually try. But now he understood why Gray was this strong at such a young age. They laid Gray and Leon Hart down next to each other. While waiting for them to recover, Professor Rent spoke to the class. Life force swordsmanship is extremely powerful. Even someone holding the sword for the first time can damage a steel post to that extent. However, no matter how powerful the technique is, the only formal teaching institution is the World Union Academy. No national academy teaches it. Even local dojos haven't heard of it. He asked, do you know why? A student guessed, is it because if you overuse your life force, you will die, sir? Professor Rent shook his head. No one dies from this sword. When you no longer have the strength to swing it, the sword will automatically stop draining your life force. The students remained worried. Leon Hart woke up and said, perhaps because the sword is too rare. Professor Rent nodded. It is indeed a rare sword, but that isn't the main reason. There are about 30 of these swords in the academy, and similar ones exist outside. In the past, people used them for training, leading to countless deaths. That is why they stopped using them outside the academy. Gray interjected. Even though the sword doesn't drain all the life force when you can no longer swing it, on the battlefield, the enemy will still kill us. He continued. If you want to use this power in actual combat, the important thing is that after swinging the sword, you must still be able to move. And almost no one outside the academy can do that. Professor Rent praised him. A perfect answer. He added, being able to activate it once means nothing. Only when you use the life force sword as naturally as breathing can you say you have mastered the power. If you can't do that, it's not you using the power. It's the power using you. That is why countless swordsmen have lost their lives. The students were worried when they learned they were about to train with such a dangerous thing. They asked if the second-year students could use it. That was the reason they had to learn how to use this power like their daily bread. They would use these swords in the next training session. They were also permitted to train outside of class hours, as long as they didn't faint or arrive late to other subjects. A very thoughtful rule. The class ended. Gray realized he had to find a way to use this power normally. If he collapsed after one use, he would be useless. The same applied to his red power. Each use left him exhausted, even requiring a healer. At the very least, he wanted to master one of the two. He thought to himself that coming to the World Union Academy was the right choice. There was no better place to become stronger. He began to wonder, what would happen if he combined the life force skill with his red power? A moment later, the target dummies were set up at training ground number 2. Someone noticed that the steel target was covered in marks, but hadn't fallen completely. All of this was caused by Gray. Gray had grasped the rule. He needed to rest for 3 minutes after each slash. Thanks to this, the recovery speed of his life force could keep up with the rate at which it was being drained. This was an extremely inefficient training method, but he felt like he was finally beginning to understand it. He intended to try using a regular sword, because if he continued without resting, he would collapse again. But he didn't want to lose the sensation that was still fresh in his body. Just as he was about to draw his sword, someone stopped him. "Wait," Gray asked in surprise what was wrong. The person replied that Professor Ariel wanted to be present the first time Gray used the life force sword himself. So he had to wait for him to call her. Gray nodded, "I understand," but he knew she was very busy, so he asked, "Is it necessary to bother her for this?" The other person laughed. "She predicted you would grasp it today, so she cleared her schedule in advance." Gray understood, surely thanks to her divine eye. A while later, Professor Ariel appeared and apologized for keeping him waiting. Gray noticed she had brought someone else along, so he asked, "Who is this person?" Ariel explained, "I brought her along to treat you in case of any unexpected issues. You have accumulated a lot of fatigue." Gray nodded. "If anything happens, I will ask for her help." Just to regain the feeling, he asked, "Can I try one life force sword slash to warm up?" Ariel smiled. "Yes, I will observe. Feel free to proceed." Gray thanked her and stepped in front of the target dummy. He slashed hard once. It didn't cut through completely, but he had regained that feeling. Just need to reproduce this feeling with a regular sword. Ariel intently observed his every move. Gray got into position, imagining drawing life force from within his body. He tried to remember that feeling, visualizing it as a stream of energy flowing from his heart. Suddenly, red energy covered his arm. That wasn't life force. He thought to himself, "Is this another power inside me?" His life force and red power were blending together, and something inside him was craving more, so much so that he knelt on one knee. The power in his hand grew stronger and stronger. His life force was being drained completely out of control. He couldn't hold it back. Professor Ariel immediately ordered her assistant, "Do your job before the power spreads." Blood splattered. Gray's arm was severed clean off. The red energy slowly faded into the air until it vanished completely. Ariel had predicted that something like this would happen. Special powers are very difficult to harmonize with life force. Even previous Divine Eye students had faced great difficulty trying to fuse them. The woman in the white robe took off her hood, revealing elf ears. It was Rafa Elixir, a professor specializing in healing magic. She treated Gray while saying, "That power just now was too abnormal." She stopped the bleeding, then cast a special healing spell called Forced Regeneration. From the shoulder, bones began to grow, followed by muscle. And finally, the arm was fully regenerated. Professor Ariel was extremely impressed. Rafa smiled. "Luckily, I listened to you and switched to healing." She added, "He will wake up in a few hours. If anything is abnormal, call me." Ariel thanked her. Late at night, Gray slowly opened his eyes. He was in a dark room. He asked, "Where am I?" Someone noticed he was awake. Professor Ariel was sitting nearby. She asked, "Do you remember what happened?" Gray replied, "When I tried to activate the life force sword, the power in my arm went out of control. My life force was being drained crazily. Then the assistant severed my arm to stop it. After that, I don't remember anything. He panicked when he discovered his arm had grown back perfectly. Ariel said, "Your memory is still intact, and if I'm being honest, that worries me." Gray asked why, but Ariel just stuffed an apple into his mouth. He asked, "Did you predict this would happen?" Ariel nodded. "Not this exact situation, but something similar has happened before." Gray was surprised. Ariel revealed, "That was when Amy White, the Sword Saint, tried to use life force. That's why I wanted to be there when you tried it." Gray couldn't believe it, that even the Sword Saint had encountered this. Gray asked curiously, "So what happened to Amy White back then?" Professor Ariel sighed and recounted. Amy couldn't withstand the mixed power and her arm exploded. Gray was speechless. Ariel continued. "Luckily, she didn't need to have it amputated, but the mental shock was severe. Even now, Amy is still apprehensive whenever she uses life force." Gray asked, "So that means Amy was able to use it eventually?" Ariel nodded. "It took a lot of effort. They used a type of contract magic to seal her power. Amy trained while the contract was gradually loosened. Finally, she was able to use life force independently without the contract." Gray was astonished. "Contract magic can do that?" He asked if he could use a similar method. Ariel shook her head. "No, contract magic isn't suitable for sealing your irregular power. Even Amy's power pushed the contract to its limit, and it only lasted for 3 minutes. As for your power, you'd be lucky to get half a second." Gray showed clear disappointment that he couldn't use that method. Ariel apologized. "I haven't found a clear way for you to use life force yet. Your power is too irregular. There are no precedents or reference techniques." Gray asked, "Does that mean I can't use life force?" Ariel shook her head. "That's not it. When you train enough, you will be able to. Just like the life-draining demon sword, you must train until you only draw out the life force itself. But I don't know how you must train to reach that level. If you try to use life force without control, it will explode like it just did. And if you lose control every time, you won't even be able to train." Gray calmly suggested, "Every time I lose control, just cut off my arm and then heal it back. If you can arrange a healer, I think I can train without holding back." Ariel was stunned by his insane idea. She said, "I can arrange a healer, but first I must ask if you are truly sure. You can choose not to use your life force, because your strength is already greater than the sword itself. Just by using that, you are already qualified for the 2nd year." Gray shook his head firmly. "My goal isn't just to reach the 2nd year. If there is even the slightest chance to become stronger, I will take it." Ariel had already guessed this answer. She arranged for a healer and assigned someone to be in charge of cutting off his arm. Gray's plan was to continuously swing the life-draining demon sword to train his sense of draining life force. Afterward, he would need a healer and someone ready to sever his arm. Ariel understood and said she would instruct the supervisor to cut off his arm immediately if anything happened. She reminded him, "Regenerating an arm might take until the next day, but at least you won't lose your life. This training is far beyond anything I could have imagined, but I will be rooting for you." Gray thanked her. The next day, the other students complained loudly. "This training is truly awful." They felt they were starting to get a little bit of a grip, but using the sword and having it only take effect for a few intermittent strikes was extremely inefficient. 30 minutes had passed, and they decided to stop because they knew that if they pushed any further, they would destroy their own bodies. But then they discovered that Gray was still continuing his training. Gray still hadn't fallen. Everyone whispered, "His stamina is completely different from ours." They even gossiped that they had seen Gray at the training ground that morning. One student couldn't believe it. "Has he been practicing with the life-draining demon sword since this morning?" Everyone stopped to think, then concluded, "You must have seen wrong. Gray probably just started a little earlier than us." They were exhausted after just 30 minutes. If Gray had practiced since morning, he would surely be dead by now. A very scientific conclusion. But even so, our main character kept going. Gray staggered. Everyone watched as he collapsed. Gray thought to himself, "If I keep swinging the life-draining demon sword, eventually I will grasp the feeling." But he still hadn't learned anything yet. He muttered, "This isn't even the method the professor taught. Just a messy self-taught training session." He wondered if he could actually learn how to draw out only the life force. The image of the liquidator appeared in his mind. He realized this was not the time to doubt himself. He was determined to continue until he succeeded. He closed his eyes to focus and drew his sword, then took a step and slashed forcefully at the metal bar. Snip, the blade cut through cleanly. This was the first time he had completely severed a brand new pillar in one stroke. He had been thinking about his plan, but when he looked down at his hand, he realized he had just used a regular sword. Gray muttered in disbelief. Could there be some mistake? Then he narrowed his eyes, aiming straight ahead. He unleashed another attack, and easily sliced through the pillar in front of him. The cut was extremely neat, but Gray still didn't stop. He continued swinging his sword to unleash another attack, and this time it also easily passed through the pillar. Its two fragments fell straight to the ground, and Gray himself, being too exhausted, also sat down heavily. His eyes stared blankly ahead. Then he laughed foolishly. Haha, easier than I thought. Instead of just focusing on the feeling, I just need to repeat it over and over until I can swing the sword unconsciously. Thinking this, Gray stood up and reminded himself, but the work isn't done yet. I need to practice sword chi strikes more so that it can become a basic skill, not just an ultimate move used only when necessary. With this effort, I will definitely be able to do it, he declared with absolute confidence. In the back, the two remaining students saw Gray so enthusiastic and turned to look at each other, wondering. His slash looks a bit different from how the professor does it, right? I find it a bit strange, but it seems like Gray doesn't even realize it himself. They recalled the moment when the protagonist unleashed that last attack. Time passed quickly until evening. At this time, the dining table was spread with countless dishes that looked extremely appetizing. As for the protagonist himself, he was eating like a starving demon, not caring whether the food was delicious or not, just stuffing it into his stomach first. His eating posture made everyone around feel astonished. Hard to believe. Is his recovery really that effective? How can he eat so much? On another side, Leon nodded in praise. That's Gray for you. He has completely mastered the art of channeling chi into the sword. Hearing this, a friend next to him curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Leon explained. That technique consumes a lot of stamina and requires intense concentration. The fact that he can eat this much is proof that he has activated his sword chi countless times already. The words had just left his lips when an excited sound from a female student rang out nearby. Does that mean if he uses that demon sword a lot, he won't get fat no matter how much he eats? When she said this, her eyes sparkled like stars, while Leon just replied slightly confused. Yeah, basically that's how it is. But training with sword chi is much more tiring than normal physical exercises. At the same time, just as Gray had finished eating, suddenly a notification sound rang out. A notification from Professor Ariel. First-year student of the Flowing Sword Department, Gray Lee. Please come to Professor Ariel's office. Being called unexpectedly made the protagonist feel a bit strange. It's rare for someone to call me on the school's PA system like this. Did something happen? Without thinking much further, he hurriedly ran to Professor Ariel's office. As soon as she saw him arrive, she nodded. You're here, that's good. She called him here because there was a very urgent matter, and that was regarding this year's training program. As she spoke, she threw a notice at the protagonist. On it was written, Fastest Flowing Sword Student Gray Lee, you have been selected to participate in the special selection training course of the prestigious book reader. The schedule and detailed information will be announced 42 hours before the start. Always be ready and prepared to fight at any time. Wishing you survival and the ability to surpass yourself. Anonymous Professor, the book reader. After reading it, Gray felt no anxiety at all. He even excitedly asked, Does prepared to fight at any time mean this training course is no different from real combat? If so, before he could finish his sentence, the professor snapped. That's only training in name. They will push the best students to the brink of life and death without any support. You also have to fight for real. What a cruel joke. She spoke in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, then continued. There have been cases where they threw participants into the lair of gangs filled with criminals using teleportation magic and didn't pick them back up, causing those students to lose their lives. Hearing this, Gray felt somewhat panicked. Thrown into a criminal's lair, doesn't that mean students will lose their lives? Ariel shrugged and replied casually. Certainly. In fact, less than half of the students who participate in this training course survive to return. There have even been years where no one survived. It's just that the pressure of it reached the ears of those in the upper echelons. So this training was suspended for the last 10 years. However, I couldn't have expected you to become the target of this training course. Opposite her, Gray began to feel anxious. Less than half survive and this is still called training, he asked curiously. Ariel slammed her hand on the table to show her dissatisfaction. I also refuse to call this training. Therefore, I have a proposal. Let's refuse it this time. Usually, once you have been selected, you cannot refuse. But with an outstanding student who is a special exception of the divine eye, I can use my authority to prevent this. Responding to that proposal, Gray suddenly refused. Please wait, Professor. He took a breath, taking time to think very carefully. I know this is a dangerous training course, but if a program as dangerous as that still exists, isn't it because it truly brings results? Thinking this, he looked straight at Ariel and replied, Can I become stronger if I overcome it? Ariel shook her head, advising him to give up. It's best if you don't try. Gray continued. Don't you think I can survive? If you think I will lose my life in this training course, then I will give up. Hearing him say that, Ariel's eyes seemed to have a touch of sadness. It's not that I think you won't survive the training course, and it's not just because I realize that. A first-year student with power like yours has almost never existed in the past. But even so, it can be said that in the past, there were times when all guesses were wrong. In previous training courses, there have been elite students who died. Gray was startled. Is that so? Did something happen? Gray was startled. Is that so? Did something happen? Ariel explained to him. Some time ago, probably about 400 years ago, there were two students who were outstanding special exceptions of the divine eye chosen to participate in this training course. They also belonged to the swordsmanship department like you, and were both students who were far more outstanding than ordinary recruits. Just hearing this, Gray's eyes widened. He was horrified inside. 400 years ago? Just how old is this woman anyway? Unaware of his inner thoughts, Ariel's sorrowful voice continued. I had thought they would be fine and sent them into this training course without the slightest worry. But the result was extremely tragic. One person lost their life and we couldn't even recover the body. The other was lucky to survive, but at that time, we were powerless to do anything about his lost arm. Hearing this, Gray also felt pity for the other party. Losing an arm. That naturally ruins the future of a swordsman. My own arm once stopped working during a match. I can't imagine what life would be like for the rest of my life if I had to live like that. On this side, Ariel continued. Normally that is true, but he was very different. Have you ever heard of the one-armed swordsman Wajuro Duran? Hearing this name, Gray seemed to have heard of him. Wajuro Duran. He was an extremely famous swordsman in the past, right? Ariel nodded and continued. That's right. At that time, he was one of the strongest people in the world, and he was the one who survived that time. I wonder how strong he would be if he still had both arms. Do you realize now how dangerous this training course is? I don't want that to happen to you. I can't let your talent be wasted. When she said this, the look in her eyes could not hide her concern for her student. After a few seconds of silence, Gray finally replied, I understand this training course is very dangerous. Initially, I didn't have any intention of participating either. However, there is one thing that concerns me. According to the legends I know, rumors say that Duran became exceptionally strong after losing his arm. Could the real reason he became that strong be precisely because of this special training course?